Miss Tiffany,
Hey, Stupid.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
I won't
I'm
be on
here.
long, but I'm here for the time being.
Yeah. When I'm start, we're doing Roe versus Wade. I want a woman's opinion.
What?
Hmm?
I, who is that? Feedback for
Roe, huh?
hold
What
on.
is Roe versus Wade?
No, I heard feedback.
Sorry. It was just me.
I
Oh,
think he to start off with something else. So,
mhm.
He said he want to start off with a different topic, but
I want to start off with a different topic.
yeah.
Yeah, so we definitely gonna cover all that. So right now, so right now, so all that's gonna be covered today. So let's first get so Tiffany brought up something that we could just get right into. So Miss Tiff, you brought up the Kevin Samuel. Go ahead. Because I hadn't
Yeah,
heard anything what's going on.
he's reportedly passed on. Yeah,
He's reporting what?
passed on.
He died?
Yeah, like it's being confirmed. It's starting the confirmations are starting to come through.
Are you
This has
serious?
been talked about since earlier this afternoon. Yeah.
Get out of
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I thought you knew.
Nah.
No, but that man was in shape. He was like 6 foot skinny dude.
That don't
He
mean
was
that don't,
almo-
I mean we don't know the cause, but just because this
Yeah,
person is thin don't mean they're in shape though. You can still
yeah,
have a heart attack.
yeah. Yeah, he was a cancer survivor. He says that all the time. Hmm.
I mean, I don't know how it happened, but I guess we'll find out in the days to come. But he could have. I mean, a person can be thin and still die of a heart attack. I had a
Yeah,
relative who was like a karate. I don't know if he was a black belt or something. And he had a heart attack.
yeah,
Very fit.
yeah.
At least I thought.
Hold on. Let me look at that up. That's crazy. Hold on.
Yeah,
So
it's been a rumor for a while, but his people close to him are starting to
to
confirm.
confirm it.
Mhm.
And he just started making some real money in the last year
Well, it looks like that will
because
all go to his surviving relative, his one daughter. Isn't that something?
yeah,
All the hate he spewed about Black women dying alone, and all that money that he got is gonna go
he
to
died
Yeah,
alone.
yeah.
next
I
kin.
haven't. Yeah. You say hate. I haven't.
Yeah, I mean that's how a lot of us feel about it. You
Yeah.
can't.
No. Wait.
You
Wait. Wait.
may
Wait.
you may not see it that way, but if
I
you got
got it.
millions of women
I
who
got it.
identify
But hold on.
how we see it.
Right. I got it. I understand. I understand about the black culture. When we're criticized by our own, it's considered cooning, hate. Nobody looks at the facts. Nobody looks at what's legitimate.
No, he was hateful.
But no.
He was straight up
Okay.
hateful.
Can you give me an example? What was hateful?
No, I'm not gonna do that because I have enough.
Okay.
I'm not gonna. Come on, unbiased. I'm not gonna
No.
go.
I'm only saying
His
that.
constant rhetoric about Black women are gonna die alone is hateful in and of itself.
Well,
Like
Oh,
hold on, hold on.
deliver a message and
Wait,
not
hold on.
be angry.
Okay, hold on.
okay.
Okay, we're just talking. All right. So the thing about content is that people also can hear the content and look at it and judge it for themselves. And that's why I said when I first was made aware about Kevin Samuel, I never heard of him. So when I went and viewed the content, I'm a researcher. I'm unbiased. So to fairly critique him, I binge watched all the up to that point, all of his videos up to date. So then I could not see the hate. The same thing with Tariq Nasheed. I heard the same thing about him. They say he hate on black women. But when I went and binge watched 10 years ago, when I binge watched his content, he said nothing ill about black women. So I keep hearing these things, but when I go and review the content, it's not consistent with the rumors. So I'm like, well, who's the real hater?
Okay. Let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you two questions. Do you think Cynthia G is hateful
I
toward
never
Black
heard
women?
one thing she ever said.
Okay, fine. Do you consider anybody within the conscious community how their delivery is being problematic? Anybody
Uh,
in the conscious
But
community space.
you have to give me an example of somebody.
No, I'm not gonna. You don't have. I'm not doing. I'm just asking you.
Okay, yeah, no,
personally, if
I'm
you
saying,
would
okay,
say-
Ms. Tiff, you asked me a question. I'm saying off top, I can't think of anyone. So ask two people the same thing, and maybe.
Okay, no, because I want to finish bringing landing the plane.
Okay, go ahead.
Like I hear that, but what it sounds like is gaslighting. You can't say that millions of women, what they're seeing is not there. Maybe it's because you're not a woman that you don't get why we see the rhetoric is hate.
Yeah,
because you
can't point out one thing though.
I can point out. I just pointed out one, but for you don't see that as being.
No, but which one
hateful.
was it? I didn't hear one thing.
The constant rhetoric that is Black women are gonna die alone.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Because and the reason why he would say that is because we wouldn't settle. We wouldn't settle to be in relationships with men who are harmful, who are abusive.
No.
And who feel like, no, this is it though.
Can I interject?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I interject? After Tiffany, can I interject? Continue, Tiffany.
So the point is that maybe that's not something hateful to you as a man to hear, but for women it is. So this is but if so many women are saying it's problematic, then it's probably problematic.
All right.
At least to a large enough audience of us.
Okay. All right. Can I interject now? I used to watch Kevin Samuels regularly, but his information got old because it was the same thing over and over.
Okay.
If you listen to it, it's the same thing he's discussing over and over.
Okay.
And then the woman who called in request the same kind of men over and over. It was mostly women who called in, and all of them want this perceived high value man. Right? They wanted men who worked over $100,000.
Yeah, but they want his standards.
No, let me finish talking.
Okay.
In the Black community, it's very few men work over $100,000 a year. In our community, it's like 10% of the men work over $100,000 a year.
American men, period, is not.
No. I'm just talking about Black men. Okay. And these women who called into his program specifically deny 90% of the men, which I'm one of the 90% of the men. All the time they don't work. They said these dudes are bums. They claim that men who don't work $100,000 a year are bums. So he's saying his thing is that, okay, you want the best of the best. You as a woman request the best of the best among Black men in terms of economic earners.
Right.
But at the same time, you are not the best of the best.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's not that black and white, Supees, but go ahead.
No. That is not that black and white, but that was part of the issue. If we go through all these videos, all of these women, the first thing they ask is, the man must work over 100,000.
That is not true. That is not true.
That is true.
Every woman that came on there said that? No,
Let him finish. Come next.
Okay. That's not to every woman. The vast majority, more than 75% of the women who call into Kevin Samuel's show, the men who are there requesting are tall, Black, working over 100,000 a year, and it eliminates 90% of Black men. It eliminates 90% of Black men. And then he asked the question, if you want these men, because back when I was younger and slim, 5'10", not too tall, 9, I'm 5'9". I tell people I'm 5'10", but I'm 5'9". Right? Drive a nice car, have another car where I used to race. Right? Had a good job back home. Was looking relatively all right. I had the pick of the litter. But that is what he's trying to tell women, that men who have the pick of the litter is going to choose the pick of the litter. So make yourself more pickable. Make yourself more favorable. Right? There's this video I just saw on TikTok with 10 Black women. They were dressed in booty shorts and red lingerie tops. And these women have enough fat to fry all of the chicken in Kentucky. And that attitude with it too. Right?
All right.
And he's saying that sometimes men not going to want that.
Okay, that's fine. And you know what? Women don't
Hold
want.
on. It's an order. It's an order. I haven't said anything yet.
All right, your turn now.
Okay. So, I know the average person has not watched as many shows as me on Kevin Samuel. So, like I said, I am a binge watcher. I'm somebody. If you put for example, the show Shark Tank, I watch every show. If it's not new, I watch every show. Okay. And when it comes to like Animal Planet, crocodiles, lions, I watch tigers. I watch every show possible on YouTube, unless there's something new this year. I watched every last thing on lions, tigers, all that stuff. Cheetahs, every last hyenas. This is what I do because I don't want to miss something. So like this is in my DNA. Okay. So when it comes to Kevin Samuels, for me to make an honest, unbiased opinion, I want to give everybody a fair chance. So if I ever did watch Cynthia G, trust me, I'll start at the beginning. So just recently, I've been playing. I've been hard on credit repair guys, and I've been playing a couple people, and Bandman Kevel was the latest person. So when I went back to his old videos, I see the guy is actually sincere. He just misinformed on credit repair, but he's actually not a polite, so to speak. He's actually legit. It's just that when it comes to credit repair, he's just misguided. All right, so Kevin Samuel, Tariq Nasheed, those two I've been hearing, they've been saying some stuff about black women. When I go and watch their content, every last video, I'm not watching skits on YouTube. When somebody put together a little skit and say, hey, listen to Kevin Samuel. I watched the entire show, so I know the context. I know what happened. Okay, so what Stu P just said, what he does is he asks the women, what do they think of themselves and what man do they want to find? Okay, he asked them what they do for a living because he want to know if it checks out. Like Stu P just said, he want to know if it balances with the guy. Okay, so you're making $35,000, the woman, the guy, and you want a guy who makes $100 grand. And like Stu P said, that's like less than 10% of black men. So you want the cream of the crop, but you're not really what he's looking for. And then so immediately he said, okay, there's something special about how you look. You must look like Halle Berry. So he asked them how they look, their size, their weight. And then if they show their picture or their video, he looks at them and he gives them a rating of what he thinks, right? How they look. So those things go into play. He say, listen, based on his experience and how he view beauty, he don't think that they're the type for high earner men. Now he could be wrong with that stuff. I don't know, that's subjective, right? But he definitely give the women a chance to dig their own hole. And a lot of these women are unrealistic. So what he would do is he'll ask them, okay, so you got this high earner man, right? So he said, okay, when it comes to taking care of the kids and raising a family and paying bills, he said, what share of the Lions meal do you want? And most of the women, Stoopy is not lying, most of the women don't want to pay a bill. Not one. Come on his show. This does not represent black women of America. This just represents the black women who hops on his show. Almost all of them say they don't want to pay one bill. So then he said, well, damn. Okay, but don't you want to take trips and do A, B, and C and live the lavish life? So now you need somebody who makes more than 100 grand. You need somebody who makes about 2, 5, 3. So this drops the percentage even lower. So he says, listen, woman, so with that standard for that type of man, you're delusional and most likely you are going to live alone. Based upon the man you want does not exist. The black man you want pretty much do not exist. He's the boogeyman in the black community. So he's giving them the reality of what they say they want and what's actually available in Black America. That's all. That's all. Yeah.
All right. So, Mongo Slide just put a great comment in the chat. He says he gave Nicki Minaj a 10 and she's far from a 10. So I was going to touch on this at the end of what I wanted to say, but I'm going to go ahead and bring it up now. Just about every woman, no matter how beautiful she was, that spoke to him, she still couldn't pass a quote unquote Kevin Samuels test. No matter how logical she was, He always found something to tear her down about. Even if she fit the bill, it was always something that he picked at, except for when he spoke to women who were like a Nicki Minaj or some other reality star on one of the Love and Hip Hop series. I can't even remember the girl's name. And that's because that's attached to a bag. So with those women, he let certain things slide that he would never let slide with any of the quote unquote regular women that got on his platform, which to me is just proof of his disingenuousness, right? So they say the road to paved with good intentions. So he could have thrown some good seeds in there here and there, but it was the manner in which the delivery that was harmful, right? I don't know if we are so accustomed to abuse, to being psychologically abused, to being verbally abused, that when it shows up, we just act like it's okay and it's normal. When we got a whole cult leader who I hope never sees the light of day again, Nature Boy, and that's all he did was be verbally and psychologically abusive every time he went online. And people were literally saying, oh, he's just acting. It's just an act. Meanwhile, he has people ready to lay down their life for him. So back to Kevin. So I'm not saying there weren't some gems in what he had to share, but the way and the manner in which he delivered it, my thing is, we will see the proof of his work by how many Black men and women actually get married because they learn something of value. We'll actually see the value of what he did if we can see it actually replicated in our society by having healthier relationships between men and women in our community, which I highly doubt, because he often said to women that you should stay in a marriage even if the man is abusive. He shunned women from leaving marriages where the man was verbally or physically abusive.
Allegedly.
That they should stay because otherwise, woman, you will stand the chance of dying alone. Would you rather die alone or be with the man that, he may get on you a little bit there throughout the marriage? Who does that? Who wants to subject the women of their community to abuse just so she can say she's married and she doesn't have to quote unquote die alone? There's people who are in relationships, and y'all know some of them, who are in marriages or who are coupled up with a partner and they're alone. So just because you're married doesn't mean you won't be alone. And if I'm gonna be alone, I'd rather be alone by myself, not in a marriage with somebody who's abusing me. And so he advocated for that. He also spoke, and his ilk speaks against women who have children being viable options for men who might love them. So they actually speak against the nuclear family in the Black community. So if you happen to be a woman, for whatever reason, the father is not there, maybe he died, maybe the situation just didn't work out. Well, that woman is unworthy of a quality man. And so now there's this rhetoric out there that men should not date or couple with women who have children. I don't see how that's helpful for the Black community at all. So if you may not see that he is being harmful unbiased, but that doesn't mean that he's not harmful. Just because you don't see it, that doesn't mean he's not a problem.
All right, can I go now? Let me rebut two things. I watched the Nicki Minaj show in full. He did not give Nicki Minaj a 10. He asked Nicki Minaj to rate herself, and Nicki Minaj gave herself a 6. Nicki Minaj gave herself a 6, and he said no, higher. I think he gave Nicki Minaj an 8 because Nicki Minaj got an entertainment 8 because she's an entertainer and she has that look. So
and
Nicki Minaj
never gives a woman an 8.
No.
You cut in, mister. You cut in.
Let me finish, please. He has given I've watched show that he has given women 8, right? I don't think he has ever given a woman a 10 who's called this show because he considers supermodels 10. And no girl, I have never seen a girl call this show that look like a supermodel. Never. So I don't think he has ever given a girl a 10, right? The other thing you said, I'm not rebutting you particularly. I'm just talking about my experiences. I am telling you, my first marriage was to a woman who had 2 children before. I spent hundreds of thousands of Jamaican dollars, which resulted like in tens of thousands of US dollars, sending 2 kids to college that was not mine. They are older now, they graduate from college. One is a public health inspector, one is a pharmacist, right? I don't reap any of the benefit from all that money I spend. They're still the mother child and the father child. It is not in the best interest of a black man with no children to invest in a black woman with children. And speaking as somebody with that experience, I tell black women to be careful who you have your children with, because it will have future ramifications. You'll not find a simp like me who went in and invested a ton load of money in children that wasn't yours. And no matter what you tell me, the children might develop love for you, but not the same kind of love what they have for the biological father. So he's warning black men that, listen, if you're going to invest, find a woman without children and invest in her and have your children with her, right? I've never heard him advocate for women who have been abused, right? A lot of these women say they fall out of love with men. They're not feeling the men anymore. Those are the women who will get on with, but not the ones who said they were abused, right? And those are the things I've heard. I don't agree with his presentation, but the women who called into his program do not want ordinary Joe Blows. He would say to a woman, what if you get a plumber who's working $70,000 a year? She would say, okay, what I'll do is invest in him and get a plumbing business. So what if the man don't want a plumbing business? What if he's satisfied with $70,000 a year? $70,000 a year is good money. But most of these women call in and say, no, that won't satisfy them. So the ordinary Joe Blow, blue collar guy, I'm not talking about black women in general, because black women in general are partners who want somebody to build with. The women who call into his show, the spectrum of women who call into his show are women who want an inflated lifestyle. Right? He's not speaking to all women. He's speaking specifically to those women who call into his show. Because generally, most black women never end up with a guy working 100,000. Most black women end up with ordinary guys, regular guys, and they love them and they work with them. But those women who call into his show are not satisfied with those guys. So they want a high value man, as they put it, right? So if you call into the show and you want a particular guy, he is going to run you through the ringer to say, what makes you qualified? When he asks Sweetie, the girl who averaged at best, the video who blew him up, he asked Sweetie, to Sweetie,
Yeah, so please, you're breaking up. We can't hear you, my guy.
Are you going now, Tobias?
Yeah, I gotta go next. Right.
Okay, go ahead. Muting up.
Now, normally what I would do, I'm not gonna do tonight. Okay, but normally what I would do is that I would challenge the opposing party on if they actually watch his shows, because like I haven't really watched many shows this year. You know, I've been really busy, and like Stu P said, a lot of his shows is kind of redundant. It's not really new content. It's the same talking points. So, you know, I lost interest just based off that. So I really ain't watched no shows pretty much all year. You know, I found other interests on YouTube that I watch. Okay. So, but with that being said, that's great. That means nothing changed. Now, when black women, I would challenge black women to name a show. They can't do it, right? They never can, because I watch these shows, you know. So I will call them on the show, and I pretty much retain what was going on more than them, most likely, because I enjoy, it's entertainment for me. So I am entertained. I enjoy the show. I remember what happened, right? Okay, so that's one thing. And then I know that there's an opposing view, so I'm definitely gonna try to remember what happened, because I know people are gonna use these talking points to debate. I also know that people cut and they remix people clips, their video clips, and they put on YouTube, and then you can make somebody sound bad. And just like a news article will have a headline that sounds great until you read the damn article. So we call them headline readers, right? Where the headline says one thing, but the article goes against the headline. So again, like when you had the marijuana was it was passed by, what was it, Congress, House of Reps, one of them, but it wasn't passed by Congress. See, but if you're a headline reader, you're going to think marijuana is legally, you know, now it's federal, it's also federally legally, right? According to the, that was wrong. That was wrong. Only one side passed it and the other side is not going to pass it. So therefore it's not going to be federal. So, but if you read headlines, if you watch clips, you're going to always be misinformed. Okay. So because I watched hours and hours of this content, and I'm really trying to find, I don't know this guy, okay? At that time, I'm trying to find a reason not to like him, because I don't want to listen to another black man on YouTube. So I'm trying to find a reason. And as I'm listening, I'm like, okay, now this is legit. So what Stu P said was accurate. The women, definite article, who calls the show, not all women, the women who call this show, they seem to have a consistent theme. They are delusional in what they want as from a man. And a lot of them are older black women. Okay. So now some things he say about the marriage, the abuse. Now again, the abuse, Miss Tiffany, is subjective. Just all of the black women who divorced their husbands, they all pretty much said, a majority, I mean, absolute majority of black women said they divorced the man ain't divorced them. So we know that, but all of the women his show divorced the man. All right, he didn't divorce them, and they 90% of them said the guy was abusive. So at this point, they just saying just black men just toxic. We're just abusive.
I didn't ask if they made a police report, and none of them ever made a police report.
Never called the cops one time, right? So all of them, all of their reasons for the separation of the man was abusive. But when you look on, you know, if you Google the number one reason for divorce, you're going to read otherwise. You're going to read cheating or finances, right? But somehow when it comes to black women, it's abuse, which you don't find when you Google the real reason for divorce. A regular fucking just Google search, it won't say abuse. But all of the women who call in, they divorced the man because he was abusive either physically or verbally. So then he questioned that because he said, okay, any police reports? And none of them never called the cops one time. All right, so that's all alleged, okay, to make yourself sound good. But all of the women that I ever heard was the reason why the divorce happened. That means the black man was complacent, like, nah, I'm good. You know, we could stay married, stay together, whatever problem. So like they divorced for whatever reason it was. It could have been abuse. I don't know, because niggas are crazy. Okay, so it could have been abuse, but none of them called the cops one time, and you know that's not gonna fly in court. All right. With any type of alimony or custody battle, that's you can't. That's done. They're gonna ask you what's on record. Nothing. Okay, drop that. All right. So that's, but they all use that. So the abuse thing, you know, that's typical nowadays. Nowadays to say that. Secondly, now I disagree with Stu Peace and Kevin Samuel. Okay. So Ms. Tiff, to let you know, I have my own mind. Kevin Samuel don't influence me. I listen, and what I agree with, what I don't. Now, I'm not saying that this is the case. Remember, I'm not saying this is the case. This is just how I view it. I don't look at, now I'm not even saying Stu Peace was wrong. And he might be right with the overall conclusion. But there seemed to be like a stigma or taboo of black men taking on kids that's not theirs. Like, I'm 100% pro that. Because we get mad when a white person adopts a kid instead. Or a gay couple. We get pissed off. But we don't want to adopt our own kids. What happened to a village raised a kid? You dig? So I have a huge problem with the taboo of black fathers taking on kids, black kids that's not theirs biologically. I'm against that. I'm for black men taking on kids. But he just got to know, like Stu Peace just said, he just got to know the pros and cons. That's all of what happens afterwards. But I'm 100% for that. Okay, so I disagree with Kevin Samuel and Stu Peace on that. All right. So yeah. So now these women, Miss Tiff, and whoever's listening, this might be for this video for the end of days. The women do not want average men like me and Stu Pease. Okay. Or anybody who comes on the show, anybody who comes in Unc show, they don't want none of us. These women who make 30 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand, 70 grand, they all want some elite black man. So what he's saying is, you're an average woman. Why not go after an average guy like you, who's more compatible with you? The woman with the kid, you got a kid. He don't have kids. Yes, it's true. He's gonna he's gonna devalue you. Okay, so now this is what men got to discuss. Women are out of this one now. It's how do men look at women with kids when we don't have kids? Yes, we do take off for that. We do. Okay, we're not gonna value it just as beautiful as women who's single. They look like you. We're gonna say, hey, you got kids? Oh shit. Okay, you gotta bring something to the table now. You gotta tolerate my bullshit now. Like, let's say if I got a video game problem or a smoking weed problem, you gotta tolerate that. I ain't trying to remove that bad habit. But the beautiful single woman, I might leave that habit for her. Okay, so that is actually accurate among my life. I'm 44. I'm very sociable. I know many, many black men. I speak to black men all the time. Did it today, all right, at AutoZone. Okay, so I'm very sociable. I hop in conversations. I'm not invited. This is what I do. All right, so, but we definitely, if you got a kid and we're single, no kids, we definitely gonna look at you like sideways and say, all right, well, you gotta tolerate my bullshit now. Cause I'm not, cause I'm taking on your shit. You gotta take on my shit. And that's all I have for now. So back on Ms. Tiff. Now I don't want to, let's conclude, because I want to move on to better subjects.
I love it. You want to move on to better subjects. Okay.
Yeah, because
So
No, you can conclude. We're giving you the floor to close. You close. We're giving you this. You close, Kevin Samuels.
All right.
Yeah.
The last point you made about about how a number of men view a woman that has kids. Well, a sister like me and plenty of us feel the same way with men who have kids. Like, you got kids, you definitely got to be coming with something else, because that is something to take on. But I'm gonna be hard pressed to say that I would never. So I'm in alignment with unbiased on that. I'm gonna be hard pressed to say I would never, date or be with a man who has children with another woman. Like, that's a little extreme. Okay, and you see, it's really interesting when they talk about, there's this rhetoric about what is you want to know how much the woman makes in one breath. But then if the woman starts telling you about her accomplishments, she shouldn't. Like, she's shunned from talking about her accomplishments because men don't want to hear about her accomplishments. However, if he's not making a certain amount of money, then her accomplishments are actually going to come into play when it comes to providing for that household, if it can't be done with his one income. But then there's like, we don't want to hear about your accomplishments because they don't matter.
No. Mr. I don't mean to. It don't matter to the high value man. That is what he said. A man who's making $200,000 a year, what you're making as a woman doesn't matter to him. That is what Kevin says.
But they're also
to the high value man.
I feel you, but as a woman who's dated men, right? I have to say that there's even men who aren't considered high value who have that same attitude. So a woman that's accomplished and got things going on for herself, too many men, I'm not going to say most, but I'm going to say too many of our brothers feel intimidated by that. So it's like we can't win for losing. Nobody wants to hear about our accomplishments and what we can do, no matter if he makes a 200K or if he makes 50K. It's a problem for both brothers, is what I'm saying.
But can I ask you a question?
This is from a woman's perspective who's dated men.
What's the most expensive gift have you ever bought a man?
I remember.
What's the most expensive gift you have ever bought?
I don't know. Stu Pease, you and I see dating differently. You and I see dating a little differently. Okay, I can't come off right off top and say what's the most expensive gift I've ever bought a man. I would have to think about that. I don't know what even the purpose of asking me that. Right? I've dated men who just simply get intimidated because I have ambition. And these men have made more money than me. Hello? Am I still there? I got cut off. What happened? Shoot.
Tiffany T's iPhone.
Okay.
Disconnected.
Can y'all hear me? What happened?
I can hear you. I think Stu P's.
Oh, y'all can hear me now because I got cut out. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think Stu P.
There have been men that have been intimidated and they've made more money than me. Can you hear me? I can't hardly hear anything.
No, I can hear you. Stu P's lost connection.
This is weird.
What? Now we can hear you. What's weird?
Yeah, because for some reason my speaker on my phone is not.
It's not
Let me
what?
see in the chat. Can they hear us?
So Stu P's will come back on. Hold on 1 second.
I want to finish though. I gotta finish wrapping up my point and I'll be done.
Yeah, I'm done. I got nothing else to say on that.
I know, but for some reason I'm having a hard time.
Okay, can you hear me now, Miss Tiffany? Miss Tiff, can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear y'all, but I don't know what's going on with my speaker situation.
No, I'll ask you a question. What's the most expensive gift have you ever bought a man?
I don't know, Supees. Maybe a couple $100.
Right? Because this is the answer to the question what most men know. It doesn't matter how much money a woman works. The average woman not spending it on a man. Right? The average man, I do the work at Burger King, who works $300 a week, will buy his girl a $500 gift. A girl who works at Burger King who works $300 a week, not going to think about buying her dude a $500 gift in most cases.
Yeah, now on average, yeah.
They're not doing it. The average girl is not doing it. So the dudes, so when you tell me about your accomplishment and your money, it does not mean squat to me because you're not spending it on me. You're not going to buy
that wasn't the point I was making, Stupees. You guys,
I'm trying to tell you why the average guys don't care about a girl accomplishment. Because it's not like she's going to share the accomplishment with a man.
Yeah, but hold on. Remember, I was supposed to be closing out. But you both said something about these women wanting these unrealistic, quote unquote, high value men. I guess high value is 100K, which is, it may need to be 250K in today's economy. But let's just go with the 100K.
Now it is nothing. Now it's like 250K this year.
Right. So, and if you're saying that that's like an elite status, which I don't think it is. Okay, maybe because I'm on the East Coast. I don't know.
No, based on average income.
Okay. All right, fine. So let me just make the point. The point is, if most of the men we're going to get are going to be 40K and 50K men, you need to have the income of a woman. Otherwise, you're just going to be struggling.
No, but that's
the average black family, Tiff.
That's the average black family. That's
okay, hold on. But the man is making 50K. What if he finds a woman who loves him and she makes, she has accomplishments, but she wants to be with him? Now, that's not the likely scenario, but it happens.
No, but Ms. Tiff, I think Miss Stu P was saying, but when it comes to men, like we pretty much value beauty over money.
I know.
Okay. So that means that we'll leave a woman who makes 80K for a woman who makes 30K just because she looks 10 times better.
And because the woman who makes 80K not spending it on you, it's her 80K.
Yeah, and that too.
80K.
That's you, Stupees. That's you. You come from the old school. So
the average woman.
That's a consensus. That's the average woman. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying that there's no exception to the rule.
You're right, because a lot of younger people are into the 50-50. They want both incomes.
All right, well, I'm gonna add my nephew to the call.
No, but hold on. The woman who called Kevin Samuels are not younger women. The majority of we're talking about Kevin Samuel's show here.
Yeah,
And
that's
the
true.
women who call him.
No,
The
Kevin
women who
Samuels is a
call
standard. You know it.
right. The women who call Kevin Samuel show are between the ages of 34 to 45. And these women, these black women, when they become accomplished, they don't want ordinary guys because no, the guys no longer refined enough for them.
But even then, still, if you're saying that the men are not there, they're the mythical black man that doesn't exist, and that's a whole nother topic for another day. If they don't exist, and then if this is certain, if there's quality men in the pool, they just don't make a lot of money. Wouldn't it be advantageous if that man and that woman's income were together to make a nice life?
It is right. We're talking about what we're talking now, what we're discussing now, is that what you're not realizing that most of these men, most of the blue collar men, the men who are the plumbers and the $70,000 guys and the $80,000 guys, most of them are already snatched up by girls who recognize that this dude is a good dude. So who is available now is the middle guys are snatched up. So you have the Pookies and Ray Ray on one end, and you have the high value dude on one end. The high value dude, because he realized that he's a high value dude, he wears a suit to work every day, and he drives a nice car, and he has a Rolodex full of date. He has the option to choose. And these women are saying that why are these guys like that? If you're the cream of the crop, if you're LeBron James, the high value NBA player, you can choose which team you want to play on.
Yeah.
All right. You know, he
Right.
did. I'm biased. Did say he wants to end this part of the conversation, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But I do want to get to have the
all right.
last word.
Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, it's a lot of nuances that are being left out that maybe can be worked out in other lives. But it far exceeds Kevin Samuels because he is like an icon in that particular space, but the rhetoric is spilling out into our communities. And so it's being redux. But a lot of the times when we hear men talk, we know that they're Kevin Samuels, quote unquote, student, because they literally verbatim will repeat what he says just the way he says it, right? So it's coming out it's out here in the real world. So yeah, you'll say like a LeBron James, and I don't know why we use celebrities as our benchmark, but whatever. So LeBron James can have his pick of the litter. Well, do you realize the Pookie and Ray Rays feel the same way? They also feel that way. So that's a whole nother other conversation. It's like the women need to do this, that, and the third, but there has to be more conversation about cultivating better men too. Right? Because you can't say that because LeBron is a because LeBron is a multi-millionaire, that he has a pick of the litter, and then the Pookie and the Ray Ray around the corner feels the same way too. Whatever the pick of the litter is within his circle, he feels he has access to it.
And just outside of how.
And then, can y'all hear me okay? Because I'm having a lot of.
We can hear you.
My last point is, I'll just reiterate unbiased. It is all about perspective, and in your perspective, you don't really see some of the things he's saying as being harmful, and I'll give you that. But for the perspective of other men and women alike, because it's not just women who feel this way. There's a lot of men who don't mess with his content because they feel it's harmful and it's not actually helping the Black community. We exist too. And so that I guess that's my last word on it. It's subjective. And I think that, hearing the perspective on each side is important. But at the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. So if the work that he put out there was so great and so dynamic, then we should see the fruits of his labor.
Yeah, well, seeds take a long way to grow.
Well,
when you're talking, when you're one voice and you're talking to an audience of whomever, and you're just one voice, but you're battling the voices of people who disagree, then you're going against the grain. So that seed usually grows 20, 30, 50, 100 years later. no different than, other people who's ahead of their time with their messaging, Tupac or wherever else, they say
Yeah, but
something and they're ahead of their time. We don't get it until later.
Yeah, okay. That's a very
I'd
laudable thing to
recommend
say about him. But anyway, go ahead.
I'd recommend people to go and listen to Patrice O'Neill. He's a comedian. He's dead now. Patrice O'Neill. And you'll hear the talking points. Patrice O'Neill. Go and listen to that dude.
Yeah, I'm good. Y'all enjoy that.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll do a show. If he really passed away, then we'll do a show, Stu P's, just, I guess you could say, defending his rhetoric.
Really unbiased.
Yeah, I'm really, because again, I'm somebody who, if I disagree, I disagree. If I agree, I agree. And the bulk of his content, I agree with. And I see how it's blown out of proportion. I see what people are doing. And then that's why I would love to challenge those people in a conversation, debate, or whatever. Because all we got to do is just reel back the reel, right? Just play it back. We can hear it in context.
I think it's more delivery than anything. His delivery is just not good.
No, we can't do that because Malcolm X's delivery is different than Dr. King. And so when it comes to that, people reason for not messing with Dr. King is because he wasn't as aggressive as Malcolm X, and vice versa. People didn't like Malcolm X because his delivery, he was hard on white folks. So I don't go with the delivery thing. I go with, is it right? Is it right? Because your boss, your manager delivery is never right. And we listen and we comply. Okay? So that should be across the board. Because I'm just saying something factual. Your boss, your managers, whoever's ahead of you, everybody know if you work at some point in life, your history, the people who are above you, your authority figures, right? Supervisors, whatever, their delivery is never right. And we never challenge them. We just listen and obey because the information is correct. But how they presented it, it wasn't to our best, it's not what we would like to digest. And that's just where, like, just recently, something like that happened to me. Now I was in the wrong and I still ain't like the delivery. Okay, so that doesn't mean nothing. Again, I was in the wrong and I still didn't like the delivery. And I'm in the wrong. So delivery.
But also on a job, though, unbiased, there also are those people, men and women, who will say they're going to leave a toxic work environment because it's toxic. So they may stay there for a little while because, they want their job. They're trying to take care of their life and their family. But if if most of their higher ups are toxic, then people leave their jobs behind that.
So no, you're switching the goalposts. It's not about toxic. See, toxic means you're just bad overall. And like that, at that point, you got to go to HR on them. I'm just talking about delivery. I'm talking about if you did something wrong and your supervisor caught you, the tone they're going to give you is not going to be appeasing. It's not you're going to pat them on the back and shake their hand. You're not going to like it. You won't like the delivery. Matter of fact, your doctor, when he tells you something that you wouldn't expect him to hear, you're not going to like it. No matter how he says it, you're not going to like it. So any news really in general that catches you off guard, that doesn't satisfy you, it's not going to come off well. And that's why, like, people in customer service, like myself, when you call somebody and you tell them they got to pay in the nicest way, they still not going to like it.
All right. Do you believe that there is any such a thing as psychological abuse? Just yes or no?
Yeah, there is.
Okay. So can you concede to the fact that you don't have to be abused via a physical abuse is not the only kind of abuse? Because you guys also mentioned something about women who are quote unquote being abused, but they never call the cops.
Yeah.
The last I found, it's only physical or sexual abuse that will be the only types of abuses that will stand up. Like when it gets to the psychological abuse, that's different, but it's still harmful.
But those women are saying physically abused. They're not saying psychological.
Oh no, not all of them. Not all of them. I've definitely.
Well, right. Okay, Ms. Tiff, if we just randomly get 10 women that claim abuse, I'm willing to bet 9 out of 10 is going to say physical or even 8.
And
it won't be close.
Okay, but you do know that physical abuse doesn't just happen in a vacuum. There's other abuses going on with that physical, and it usually is preceded by the psychological and mental abuse. That's like the
Okay.
first thing before the partner, man or woman, because I recognize that men are
Okay.
also deal with domestic violence. I
Of
have
course.
my sister's in the chat. She actually, this is the work that she does. She might hit the link and give you some actual stats on it, because that's
Okay.
the field she works
You
in.
know, I love to hear stats, and
Right,
that's
right.
my,
She
yeah,
might.
that's
I'm
what
not
I do.
gonna call her out, but I'm gonna leave
Yeah.
that up to her. But the
My
thing is that,
my other Afrocentrist brothers don't like stats and DNA. They don't like that.
but what
I
I'm
do.
saying is, yeah, but usually that physical abuse is preceded by verbal abuse, right? So even though you say 9 out of 10 of those women may
Okay.
say that it was physical abuse, I'm gonna say all 10 of those women are gonna say that
Okay.
verbal and
Okay. So
mental abuse was there.
so now we go back to this. So a lot of things Kevin Samuel spoke on, I already knew. Like, I already came to that conclusion before him. So guys like me kind of like don't rock with Kevin Samuel from the gate, because like, nah, I've been saying that too. Maybe before you, I don't know, but definitely before I knew you, I came to the conclusion. So we don't see it as like Jules and, oh, speaking now, we see it like, I said that first, okay, or we think we said it first. That's what we come to. Okay, so I know before I ever heard of Kevin Samuel that I came to the conclusion when I asked a woman, okay, by the way, I told people that I was on Tinder. I'm on Black, the dating app Black. I'm on, what's the other date? I'm on 3 dating apps right now for social experiments, right? When I asked these women, and I screenshotted all, I might do it now, Kevin Samuel, if he really passed, I might entertain that space. I screenshotted our conversations for a learning lesson. Damn near 95% of women blame the guy why they broke up. I never met a woman who actually blamed themselves. Black women, because I only date Black. I never heard a Black woman say it was me. They all put it on the guy, and they don't want to talk about it much longer. And when I actually spoke to the guy, one of the guys, I got lucky enough to speak to the guy, different ball game. It was actually her. He got court records on her. He got restraining order on her. So what I'm saying is that these women, some women call in, they're never going to say it's them, because it's like taboo to be you, to be the bad person. It's more acceptable to be the guy, and it's more believable.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. I'm not going to take that away.
Right. So when he asked them what happened, women don't want to seem like it's them. They're going to say it's the guy. And sometimes it can be mutual. They still going to say it's the guy. Okay.
Yeah, that happens. That does happen.
Right. But again, I'm still in these apps today. Oh, I'm on Black People Meet. Okay. I'm paying money. I'm screenshotting. Right. They're complaining because, they don't like where I'm going. They're complaining, but I've got to create new screen name, but I'm actually paying real money on real apps to get conversations. So basically, I'm sourcing up. I'm not like Kevin Samuel where he's just talking and just blah, blah, blah. I'm actually showing you what they're saying. And like their profiles are offensive. From the door talking shit. Yeah, you better not be this. I don't want no dead broke niggas. Like, yo, damn. Why don't you just say
but
what
you
do
engage in conversation with them, Unbiased?
Okay, I just said it's for a social experiment.
I know, I feel you.
Right. I'm actually documenting my experiences with these women. Right. I'm screenshotting, and I got so many. Matter of fact, one girl went to my phone, thought I was like on some funny stuff. I said, no. That's for something else. Like, look at your nosy ass. That's for something. Look how they look. And then I went to the obese thing, because when he mentioned obesity, a lot of Black women act like he wasn't right about that. So I'm showing the people that when you go through 20 profiles, about 15 of them are obese. This is all the apps.
Child, you don't want to see what I see in my dating app.
No.
You don't want to see what comes across.
No, I already know how that works, because I got a catfish somewhere else. So I know what women go through. See, Miss Tiff, I'm on both sides.
Okay,
and look, Amber knows what I'm talking about, because I shared it with her. All right, so I know what women go through from men.
Okay,
so that's why I say, for me to be fair, I try to look at both sides. And so I know women go through from guys. I know guys will call you on WhatsApp. I know they'll call you on Facebook. I know they'll find your phone number. I know this, Miss Tiff. I never knew that before the catfish thing. But I realized like these guys find your number and they call you ass. So yes, I know this stuff.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
and now I would never have known that. So I'm like, damn, niggas do that. So I'm like, wow, that's crazy. What women gotta go through. So no, I'm on that side too. And this is why I disagree with the biological father thing, because it just taboo. Like for example, if a dude have a kid and he's not sure if it's his advice from the piece of shit black community is going to be get away until DNA test. So yo, what kind of advice is that? So the kid just going to suffer until you find out? Like again, like that's our piece of shit community. Like we have a problem with loving kids that might not be yours. But it's a black kid that's going to be affected in the future.
Right. Yep.
Listen. Let me defend that statement, please. Please allow me to defend that statement that I made. Allow me to defend that statement that I made. This is the statement that I've made. I am saying that my statement, it is in the best interest.
You broke up, CPs. I didn't even hear you.
Then he said something about he didn't get nothing out of it. That was weird. Like I was wondering what was he expecting to get out of it? Taking care of it.
No,
that was weird.
No, let me finish. Let me finish, please. That is very disrespectful, right? No, the other thing I've said this. No, the second thing that I'm saying is this. I say what I would tell my son and what I would recommend mothers tell the son. It is not in your best interest to invest your resources into someone.
A black kid.
That is no, not a black kid. Into any woman who have had children if you do not have children. You have no, because there are women out there who didn't have children. There are women out there who didn't have children, and you can find those women to experience it with. So together, you and her are more compatible.
So the black women with kids, they don't deserve a black man that's single with no kids.
No, they don't.
Yeah, wow. That's crazy.
No. Let me be honest. Let me be honest and tell you, so no, I don't. when
that's crazy.
Let's say Tiffany has a daughter who is 12 years old, and I come into Tiffany's life, and one day I was just walking out my bedroom, and the daughter run across the room when she didn't have on adequate clothes on, when she was 14 or 15. I've been in her life for almost 4 years. She's now 16. She's a young adult coming out of teenager, going into 18 years old, and she run across naked, and I see her. It can be interpreted if the daughter says, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't have any choice because you break my plane of view." But at the same time, that can cause a big controversy in the family. That stepdad is looking on me. I don't feel comfortable the way stepdad looking on me. Right? It is not in the best interest. It has too many ramifications. You have never heard somebody that you have spent thousands of dollars on, tens of thousands of dollars on a year, tell you that you are not my father.
Now wait. Okay, so hold on.
You have never heard that. And
wait.
when you've heard that, when you heard that child who you have invested time, money, and effort in, look at you who don't have any children with a mother, and look at you and say, "You are not my father." It is not in the best interest of black men to go through all of this emotional turmoil.
So, are you for interracial relationships?
I am no, not really. That's a last resort.
Oh wait. So hold on. So peace. So let's say black men take your advice, and then they're hands off, single ones with no kids. And let's say white men say, "Hey, all right, well, I think she's attractive. I think it'll pay off with me." And he decided to shoot a shot, and she said, "Well, shit, he's single, no kids. I found treasure. You know, he got no baggage. You know, I usually date black men, but since no black men want me, you know, I go this way. Like, would you approve that relationship?
I have no problem with people getting a relationship. What I'm saying is that it is not in your best interest as a black man. It is not in your best interest, and it is and it's not in the best interest as a black woman either to take up a black man who have already had kids. Kids, kids,
Yeah, I don't know.
kids supposed to be something that come out of a permanent union. And we need to emphasize that throughout our community. When we're having kids, it's supposed to be something that's coming out of a permanent union. If you're not in a permanent union, you shouldn't be having kids. There's over 20 different birth control methods. So therefore, you should not be having kids unless it's out of a permanent union. But people don't want to discuss that. People want to say that, oh, what I made a mistake. She was young. I was young when all of this happened. Because they're making it a cultural thing, like you have to have kids. You have to have kids when you're young. You don't have to. You don't have to. And as a dude, no, you don't need to. Let's say you're married to a man with kids, the resources that the family is having now has to be shared with another family. It is cheaper when all your kids live under one roof. If a man have 4 kids under one roof or 4 kids in separate roof, it is far cheaper when he has 4 kids under one roof to feed and clothe those kids. You don't have no problem when your brother hand me down, but you have a problem when your stepbrother's hand me down. Right? We have to be honest with it. We have to be honest with it and call a spade a spade. Right? And if you're a woman who decide that you're going to have kids without being in a permanent relationship, you have to be willing to suffer the ramification. That you're not going to be on the top of the totem pole. That you shouldn't have the right to demand that because I have you have to be a stepdaddy to my kids.
But still, please, it happens all the time.
It happens, but guess what? Not because that thing happened mean it should happen. People rape and kill all the time. But not because people rape and kill, it mean that people should rape and kill. We cannot use that excuse. We cannot use that excuse that because it happens all the time. No. No. And if you have a son and the son bring home a girlfriend and she say, oh, I have 2 kids. And you say, were you married? It is even different when women who were in a permanent relationship before have kids.
Okay. Can you hear me? I'm not echoing now.
Yes, I can.
Oh, I hear you, Stupies. It can be, anything can be problematic. But what I'm saying, there have been, I don't know if that's all right off, but there are innumerable family structures that are doing what you are speaking against that are actually very successful. So I think to have like this, and there are women who have numerous of kids who've been able to get some very, very quote unquote high value men.
Because
so
these men settle. Black men who date black women with kids settle.
Oh my goodness. Why is it that they have to settle?
Black men who date black women with kids are settling.
No, that you would be settling, Stupies, but this man may feel like he's
he's settling. He is settling.
That's what he wants. But that's what he wants.
No, he is settling. We need to admit that he's settling.
Okay. First of all, let me just say this: not everybody can have children, so there may be.
We're not going to use that. We're not going to use that excuse.
But we can.
We can't, because we're not going to make an argument based on a negative. We're not going to use that to say that is the premise for our argument. Black men who
you to be
black women with children are settling.
But okay, all right.
Same like how black women who date broke black men are settling. Because black women like to use the argument. I use that word settling on purpose, because black women like to use the argument that Kevin Samuel is asking us to settle.
But if a man, let me just say this, let me finish my thought and please don't interrupt me, Stupies.
Yeah.
If a man who has the means right? If a man who has the means to take on a woman and her children, and that's the choice he's making, I don't think it's fair to say he's settling.
I guess he is.
Well, you know what? It was his choice.
He is, but he's settling because he could
Okay.
have
But we
gotten a
all
black woman
settle.
without kids.
But we all settle in any relationship. No
Wait.
no partner is going to be 100% perfect.
Wait. Hey,
We
Miss
all-
Tiff, what's wrong with settling? Don't Kevin Samuel tell the women to settle?
Right.
I don't
Right.
think listen, I
No.
can't even really get my thought out clear, first of
Because
all.
a black
Because
woman don't like to
I
hear that a black man
find
will settle for her.
I
black-
find it
but it's something that black women use. It's something that black women use.
I understand what
It's
you're
black
doing.
men.
Wait, it's
You
two people. Hold
understand
on.
what they're doing, right?
Hold on one second.
But I'm not fighting against that. I'm
Just a second, because I just want to say we got a lot of topics. So,
All right.
so two pieces concluded. So it's to Miss Tiff, you get the last word. Wujawu came in. Let's see what he got to say about it, and then let's, next topic. So, Miss Tiff, you'll have out of you and Stu Pease spilled what he had to say.
Yeah, I gave her the last word. I am done with this.
Let
So,
me
Miss
say
Tiff, you conclude, and then if Wujawu heard enough, he can piggyback on that. If he didn't hear it, then we just go to the next topic.
no problem. First, I want to say peace, Woo. And now let me finish on my second. No, I understand what you're trying to do when you say, well, he's settling. I just think that we all know that whoever we partner with, there's going to be some things that we're all going to have to contend with. But we choose to contend with it because all the good things outweigh the whatever other stuff. So if a man who has the means to take on a woman and a couple of her children, it's because he loves her and he's looking at the whole landscape of the situation. He says, you know what? I want this woman. Maybe he don't, a lot of men don't mind, but let's go with your mindset that maybe he grew up with a father that told him, if you don't have children, stay away from marrying women who have children. But this woman he loves, she checks off all the marks, but she got a couple of children. And he decides that he wants to be with her. We all have to, quote unquote, settle for something with our partners. But it's the overreaching things that make us want to be with them that override that other stuff. And that's my last word on that.
Yeah, thank you. Because, there's nothing wrong with back and forth. But when there's a lot to talk about. Sometimes on my show, we can just go hours and we start talking in circles. And like the audience already got it. They understand each and one point. They even know our points, and we're just like killing it. Wujawu, peace. Did you hear what we was talking about just now?
Hey, peace to the panel. Peace. I'm biased. Miss Tiffany, Stu Pease. I can't see who else is here. I see two Miss Tiffany's.
Yeah, it's
two
just
unbiases.
Right
oh, okay. Yeah, peace.
Two. 2 by 2s.
Like,
big.
yeah, 2 by 2s. Noah, boy, I'm about to get Noah's Ark on me. No, I didn't hear enough because I came in, and as soon as I fired it up, I heard Stu P saying that that they're settling. So I don't know.
So, yes. So, Miss Tiff, what time did you have to get off?
I mean, y'all don't woke me up. Y'all done got me heated.
Right.
I'm up because I'm packing. I'm traveling in the morning. So.
All right, so we got more time. So now, Stu P's had a question when you first. So we're gonna do this now. So Stu P's gonna ask you about the Wade possible overturn, and then after that, we're gonna get on some credit. The importance of credit, because we got a lot of topics that I want to address. So there's Stu P's. Everybody's here. Okay, so Stu P's. What was the question you had for Miss Tiff earlier?
Okay, Miss Tiffany. No, Wade versus Rule was a ruling that was in the Supreme Court in 1973. Now, it is said that this is rumor, it has been leaked, that this current dispensation of the Supreme Court has planned to overturn Wade versus Rule. As a result, there is 22 states now that have legislation in place to make abortion illegal or difficult to attain in certain states.
Yeah.
As a woman, how do you perceive the impact of Roe versus Wade in the Black community?
feel like this is a setup for later, but that's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and respond. In the Black community, I just wanted to speak from the standpoint of an American, if I can do that first. Can I do that first, Stubby?
Okay.
That's I haven't done enough research on everything that's happening now to, I guess, give my best feedback on it. But I just think it's unfortunate, when women's bodies are being policed like that for a number of reasons. However, I don't think that abortion should be used as a form of birth control. So let me be clear. But, when women have to go from other state to other state to do something that, it seems that they should have the right to do without, a judge ordering it. I think that that's going back in time. I think that it's antiquated, but I also think that what I've learned about white folks is that they plan things 30, 100 years into the future. And I think that they're realizing the dwindling numbers of babies being born. So certain groups are going to try what they may to make it harder for women to have abortion, simply because they're thinking about the future population of the society, and perhaps keeping their group in its leading place, so to speak. And also when it comes to the Black community, and I hear people say a lot, apparently a lot of Black women get abortions. I don't know the stats, how that compares to other groups, but when you have babies that are that have to be born, then I just think that it's very strategic, and it's something that is not just about the here and now. It has something to do with what society folks are wanting to see 30, 40, 50 years down the line.
One of the opinion written by the justice, he highlighted that between 1973 and now, approximately 50 million Black babies have been aborted in the United States of America. And from that argument, it would appear that abortion is used as a population control method in the Black community. My question to you is this: do you feel like if those 50 million babies were allowed to exist, that the Black community would be in a better standing?
Absolutely not. I think it would be worse. Why? Because we just talked about it in the whole other segment about how it's a myth, and it's a dream, it's a fantasy of the majority of Black men making a certain amount of money. So no, too many of our people already live in poverty. So if we were to add 50 more million to that, no, I don't see that as being a good look. Honestly, no. I think that people should just have better practices and just, not be out here getting pregnant. So they wouldn't have to, again, use abortion as a form of birth control.
Okay, Roe versus Wade will also impact other methods of birth control, because what happened is that they now determined that life begins at inception, at conception. So therefore, control methods like the morning after pill may be brought into question. The IUD, the one that you put into the uterus to prevent the egg from.
Whose argument is that, Stupides? That birth is that concession?
That's the argument from the justice.
Yeah, no, that's a religious argument. Yeah, but go ahead,
No,
continue.
but the justice, that's one of the arguments in the paper.
Right. And it's based on religion. But go ahead.
Right, but life begins at conception.
Right.
So with Roe versus Wade being struck down, it will have implications.
Science has yet to.
I know, but
agree
with
with that.
Roe versus Wade being struck down, it is going to affect the availability of other birth control methods in our community.
Well, from what I've been reading is that the states are determining conception. The red states, or the people who are against abortions, to 22 states you're talking about, and some of them are saying 18 weeks. None of them I ever heard was trying to pass a law about conception, because there's no way to determine that. But they're just trying to decide on how many weeks pregnant are you before you can terminate. that's the states that's against abortions. So I heard 8 weeks, 18 weeks, 13 weeks. I heard weeks. I never heard it on contact.
Yeah, but the argument has been out there. But the other question I have for you is because I need a woman opinion. Because my thing is that Roe versus Wade is almost as important as Brown versus the Board of Education. And one of the greatest pieces of legislation is the Dred Scott legislation. So people need to take into account. They need to read the Dred Scott. You need to read Brown versus the Board of Education, and you need to read Roe versus Wade. Dred Scott was the one that said that black people in that time, slaves were not citizens of the United States, and as a result, did not have access to the Supreme Court. The people need to read those rulings to find out the power of the Supreme Court. That when a justice is made a judge, it is a lifetime appointment, and the amount of power that these justices have in terms of to enact legislation and striking down Roe versus Wade. What else would they be going after? We might not agree with it, but gay marriage was another piece of legislation that the Republicans didn't believe in. Do you believe that gay people have the right to be married? Right?
Yeah. I say yeah.
Right. So this Roe versus Wade to me is to see, is people to understand that how powerful this branch of government is, the legislation, the judicial, I mean.
I want to just say this, and I don't know how many more questions you have. I definitely want to hear from Ujawu, but I just think that it's going to have the biggest impact in the poorest communities in our community, and that is going to be unfortunate if something like that happens. Because I was looking at the states that, gosh, I don't know, those 22 states, or those are states that have that they kind of have a preliminary measure of how they're going to approach it.
No,
right?
they already have laws in place.
Okay. All right. So a lot of those states are located in areas where, there happens to be a lot of us. So I think that the biggest piece
identity of black people.
Yeah, so it's just the thing about education, because we know that, people who are more educated tend to have children late, or tend to think once, twice, or three times before they even have kids. So again, it's going to, I think it could be a harmful impact on, the poorest among us. But again, like I said, in 30, 50 years, you'll have a nice new working class of service folks for the rest of the, the other folks. So I don't know. I don't know what folks are going to do if they don't get educated.
Ujawu?
Yeah. Well, the first thing I would say is that, based on Stupi's, your question, I think the stats will dictate the outcome. And I don't have the stats memorized, and it's been a while since I even kind of looked at them. But the stats are going to prove you can use the stats to kind of predict what the outcome is going to be on that. And I think that Ms. Tiffany was definitely correct. It's going to take behavioral modification, which is only done through education, in order to change the behavior of people when, if it's overturned and whatnot. And that's pretty much, that's pretty much it. Because think about it. Abortion is being used as a means of birth control. And if your stat is correct, 50 million babies have been aborted since 1973. All of those children, because 1973 is going far enough back to where all of them will still be alive and with no problem right now. They'll be in their 40s and in their 40s right now. That's the 70s. So from 73 till now, you're talking about 40 and under aged people. And that means that the quote unquote black population would be double, because right now we have 45 million in the United States right now. So with 50 million, if none of those 50 million were aborted, then that would double the the amount, and and that will create a problem because, and this is something that this conversation really could not go forward without mentioning Bill Gates, and people be like, what does Bill Gates have to do with it? William or Bill Gates, Microsoft dude. If you ever read his or seen his entire speech or stance, it matches up exactly to what's being said right now. People look at him as trying to reduce the population, and they blame it on Africa and all this other kind of stuff. But if you actually listen and read what him and his colleagues or whatever are saying, they're talking about the same thing we're talking about right now, but not in the context of Roe versus Wade and the decision, but just the population and the strain on any given society, local society, or what have you, the strain that will cause, and it lures things into a bad situation, into the red. And to prevent that, you need education, you need behavioral modification, and the older you get, the more educated you are, stats shows that people tend to have less children and at an older age, and are more likely capable of sustaining a family and everything like that. And so
yeah. So let me say this, that we had a show before. Amber and her cousin came on, and we dealt with Black women. I think Black women specifically going into the hospitals and not getting the pain medication like the white counterparts. There's a big issue with that because they felt like Black people can endure pain better. Like, this was a consensus amongst like hospital workers, white hospital workers. So they were reluctant to give good pain medication, stuff that was effective to like Black women. Okay, so with that, we went to breast cancer. So there's two types of breast cancers, by the way, and Black women get the worst. I forgot what the second one's called, but it's a show. But it's the more deadly one. But as we was reading about that it turned out that women who have babies at an earlier age, the age that they complain Black girls have them at, are less likely to have breast cancer, as opposed to women that get older. Like, your chances are higher as the 40s, 30s, you have kids, to get breast cancer. So it looks like the earlier you have kids, you reduce your chances of breast cancer. So with that being said, is you can have kids, if that's true, you can have kids 18, 19, 17, but it goes back to education. Like, you got to be prepared to, and you have to be knowledgeable. So so that's one thing that plagues our community, is that there are things out there, laws passed that can benefit us, grants out there, but we don't ever get the information. And that's due to our political leaders and people in our community that's having a hard time of promoting this information to us. So the same thing with abortions in the states, where if this is overturned, they ban it. Like, the education, what you guys talking about, is not going to be available. Now, we're in this live, like, we know better, but the vast majority of Black folks in those states are not going to get it, and they're going to still make the same mistake, have these kids and or get pregnant and don't understand. No, sis, you holding that one. You dig? They're not going to get it. And as a result, they had an extra kid in the household that can't take care of them, probably single, dad young, ran off, or too afraid to take on responsibility. Now we just pass down poverty. We don't pass on wealth, we just pass on poverty. So back to what Jai was saying, a lot of people think that, you got some Black people think that we're just numerous. We can defeat white supremacy. We're just numerous. But I find a problem with that logic, because they would say 1% rule runs the world. It's like, wait a minute. It's not about numbers then. It's about knowledge. It's about influence, power, networking. As a matter of fact, numbers, it works bad for people who are impoverished. And what Bill Gates is doing over Africa is more than what any Black person could ever say they ever done for Africa. I guarantee that. and you could have the Africans testify to that one. So that confuses me too when people have a problem with Bill Gates, like, yo, he did more than you and anybody you could think of in Africa. But Bill Gates realized that Africans, they have all these kids, 20, 30, 10, 15 kids, and they're in poverty. So all that's going to do is beget poverty, and they're never going to get out of this poverty, this snowball effect. So he's providing prophylactics, abortion, and things like that if they're going to keep having sex as a means to control the birth rate, which can get them out of poverty. Less kids, less money, and you ain't got no money, less money is good, okay? And any thriving society that's like wealthy, they're not gonna have 10, 20 kids. They're gonna have 2, 3, 1, stuff like that. Rich people tend to have more, but median working people, they're not gonna have 5, 6, right? Because they know like where they're gonna end up in society. So that's what I had on that.
Like I said, the numbers are will dictate the outcome, the stats, and I just don't have them fresh in my head to kind of speak, on it like that. But from what I remember, on this kind of topic, because I looked into it when COVID first hit, when everybody was blaming Bill Gates. Even before Dr. Fauci's name was coming out of everybody's mouth, everybody was looking at Bill Gates because right prior to the pandemic, or it being declared a pandemic, Netflix had a special on involving Bill Gates and stuff, and then people pull up the TED Talk with him and say, "See, he's trying to reduce the population," and it's never said that it's to reduce. It's a reduction of the birth rate, which is a completely different statement than reducing the population, because when you say reduce the population, you're thinking killing people who are already alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of reducing the birth rate, which means the need for to have so many children and stuff, because that also is connected to health, because a lot of people come from a background of having a lot of children because of the ratio of birth issues.
Can I cut, please? Can you drop the link in? Can you drop the link? There's a wonderful woman on the panel, Danielle Williams. She's making some good arguments. I would love to hear her point of view. Danielle, could you join us on the show? It would be appreciated. It is nice to have the Tiffany having someone else with her. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, no, I was just gonna add something too, just on the whole birth control issue. Birth control right now is being handed out like candy, and not only as a prophylactic to prevent pregnancy, but it's also tied into hormonal acne and pains during menstrual cycles and things like that. Doctors are quick to prescribe or to give or suggest birth control to control non-prophylactic issues, and so that's going on right now as well. And then come and find out that it's causing problems. The pill is probably the worst thing, one of the worst things that women can take, and right now that has been on the rise. Period. So imagine this happening, what you all are talking about happening, then it's going to go from the non-prophylactic reasons to an increase on the other side, and then it's just going to be, pills everywhere, or and whatnot.
We have 504 and 540 on the line. The person whose number is 540. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, what up?
Hello.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you know what that is.
Hey.
What up, Stu?
Hey, what's up, brother? What's up?
Just chilling.
All right.
How's everybody on the panel and in the chat? Peace, everybody.
I hope you're not going to remind me of what I said months ago into that. In the book Free Economics showed a direct link between abortion, the Roe versus Wade, and the decline in crime in the 90s.
No, I ain't gonna mess with you, Stupid. I just had to let you know that that was on my mind. I only do it once, but I appreciate Wu Jawu passing out my information from 2 years ago. That's pretty nice. 47 million people in America, black people in America, and 50 million abortions. So if you wanted a whole bunch more black men out here, then if the women wouldn't abort those 50 million babies, we'd have a whole bunch more black men out here. But we're not
To do
thinking
what?
far enough
To
into this.
experience poverty?
Hold on.
To join gangs? Like, I don't get it, because don't forget, these are births forced on a parent. The parent's not ready.
We got us calling ourselves super predators and criminals and all that stuff. That's what they program into our brains to feel up about each other.
Okay, indigenous, just all I want to say. And you go. I'll say one last thing and I'm going to shut up and let you finish. The problem with unwanted births is that the kid is not going to get the care that he's rightfully due from his parents. You're telling a parent that's not ready or acceptable or even willing to raise a child till they got to raise a child because they decided to have sexual intercourse. So now based on that child is more likely to get involved with the street activity because the parent, feel like they're forced to take on a birth that they really was trying to terminate. So they're not really all in, mentally. But anyway, proceed.
Well, accountability is key. And this was passed down through the courts. At one point in time, you had to have your husband's consent. And then they took that out, I think, like in the 40s or something like that. And then in the 70s, you had to have parental consent, and they took that away. And this is all passed down the court, and this is all by design, just like the way we're set up right now. And I think, hold on, I think Dr. Frances Cress.
Oh yeah, come on, man, she sued us out. Please,
well, I think Frances Cress Welsing said it the best. Yeah. You gonna cut me off? Frances Cress Welsing said it the best, but I want to read something to you real quick, if I can. This is about dark money and how the Supreme Court. I got this from Democracy.
Golf ball. You believe the golf ball analogy also with Dr. Frances Cress Welsing?
No, I was talking about the Negro mindset.
No, I'm saying, but have you heard an analogy about the golf ball, the white golf ball?
Oh, I've heard about like in pool. I've heard an analogy, sort of like pool, that type of thing.
Yeah, but what about the white golf ball? You heard about that one, the white golf ball?
When it goes in the black hole, and I heard some.
She compared that to the white come on, man, just goofy shit that she was saying. But anyway, go ahead, man.
Well, some of the stuff.
We're gonna do too much conspiracy theory today because I want to just educate my audience.
This is not a conspiracy theory. I'm giving straight facts. So this is not a conspiracy theory, and this is not about Dr. Ms. Welsing. This is about the leaked draft of the Supreme Court decision that overturned Roe v. Wade, brother. It was anticipated by many who say the court's 6-3 conservative majority was designed for this moment by conservative dark money. These include groups like Judicial Crisis Network, which doesn't disclose its donors, and key players like Leonard Leo, the vice president of the Federalist Society, who advised Donald Trump on all of his judicial nominations. All right. The Supreme Court anticipated reversal of federal constitutional protections of abortion rights is out of step. All right. So the Supreme Court anticipated reversal. They already knew it was coming, and with the views of the majority of Americans, as well as the Democratic majority in Congress and President Biden. Okay. And then they said some put the number of Americans for abortion at 70%. So, like I said, these things are they're by design, and you got to remember, there was a guy, Andrew Perez, on there. He was the co-writer of The Roe Disaster and What to Do About It, right? And he was telling reproductive rights are on the chopping block because of dark GOP schemes and Democrat duplicity. Now, we know who the GOP is,
Can I
right?
ask a question for you?
Yeah.
That's conspiracy
Yeah,
shit.
I'm just curious about the source that you're reading from, and what is, when you say by design, what is their ultimate
Right.
goal
It's
for reversing it?
white ring, white.
Well, it fits the narrative now, just like the white superiority is starting to fall off. You know, it's losing their part in the narrative.
Well,
Just like abortions.
Earlier. I said that. Yeah, I had mentioned that earlier without any like sources. I said it just makes sense that what I do know about white folks is that they plan very, very far into the future. And if they feel that their numbers are dwindling, they're going to try to figure out a way to finagle. It just makes sense. It just makes logical sense that if they have the power to do that, let's see how we can make sure more of our folks are born, as well as
exactly
a service class. I mean, I'm sorry if that sounds pseudo, but
it's not pseudo. That's the truth. That's the truth.
So again,
that's the truth.
Hold on. It doesn't. So this is when poverty becomes our worst nightmare, more than white supremacy.
Right.
The worst thing you can do while you're already living in poverty, especially a single woman with 2, 3, 4, 5 kids. The worst is a single woman, right? You know, the worst thing you can do to yourself is have 4 to 5 kids.
Correct.
Okay, that's the worst thing you can do. So now, according to this guy, he said accountability, right? Yeah, but dude, so she's never going to be anything, you know, most likely in life. But does her kids suffer because of her poor decisions? So now they're exposed to the streets. They're exposed to the worst education. They're exposed to the worst living conditions. You heard Ghostface song, plucking roaches out of cereal box. So these kids, because their mom made a decision, a irresponsible decision, to have unprotected sex with, 4 or 5 different men, do these kids deserve that life? That exposure to that life?
Did she make the decision by herself, though, unbiased?
No, of course not. No, a dude was there and he ran off.
It takes 2, but the rights are given directly to her after she has the baby, and that all went down through the court system. Because at first,
you got it. No.
At first, it was only allowed in certain states.
Dude, okay, relax. Because I know you're not read on this. You didn't read this stuff.
Oh, I've been read. I've already did a presentation on it. I'm sorry to remind you.
Sure. Now, why are women given the right, to decide, terminate, or keep indigenous?
What's that?
Why are women given the sole right to determine, terminate, or keep?
Well, like I said, I agree with a little bit with
No.
Dr. Wilson said.
You said you were well read. No, forget about her. I'm asking you. Why are women given a sole right to determine, keep, or terminate without the father's influence or any impact?
Like I said, it's not just the right to do that. It's the right to get assistance, the right to get housing.
Okay.
So
no, wait.
It's all.
Wait. Stop. We're having. Okay, because you said you read on this, and I don't think you did.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Slow down, my man. Okay. What state you in again? What state?
Virginia, man.
Okay. How much it is for right now? How much it is for a 1-bedroom apartment? You don't know. See, you don't know. You're not ready for this conversation.
I haven't rented forever, man. I've been in a house for 20 fucking years, so no, I don't know the going rate of an apartment.
Okay, this is my man. This is important if you want to determine whether a woman can afford even 1 kid. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to get you to realize. You into this pseudo dumb shit. Let's give a reality. The reality is, if a woman is by herself and she has 1 kid, not 2, not 3, not 4, 1 kid. You need to know how much shit costs. And I'm just going with a 1-bedroom apartment, okay? Just a 1-bedroom apartment. And then from there, I'm going to go to childcare. And then from there, we're going to talk about her hours at work. Because she can't she can't ever get 2 jobs. It's over for that. Because ain't no childcare in the evening. I never heard of that. But my point is, it becomes very costly for any single parent, guy or woman, to have one kid by themselves. It's almost impossible to do unless you're making some real deal money. 80,000, 90,000, 70,000. That's what I'm getting at. Go ahead with y'all.
No, I was gonna say, I'm as y'all are talking, I'm sitting here thinking, and I'm telling y'all, this whole conversation has, I mean, the topic has a lot of baggage, because you have to track back to the stuff you're saying, the economic aspect of it, but we also got to deal with on a relationship level and the family structure, the actual core of our values as a people, because because you mentioned, somebody just mentioned something, how it takes two, but the scenario we're painting is well, it took two to come to conceive, but only one is left after the fact.
Right.
And that would have to be factored in and addressed. And then, aside from the economic stuff, but just on all of that, the conditions on why a woman would even contemplate a choice between aborting or keeping. Like that right there. I mean, the stuff that lead up even to that.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that's like that's like a series of conversations right there. This topic.
It's definitely.
Well, it's going to take 10 Wujawu, because we got to talk about why'd you lay down in the first place, and why do you think that you should be able to destroy the life of a child you lay down and created?
I'm not gonna meet you. I'm not gonna do it. We're not doing the life of a child, Wujawu, because he's talking about some on conception bullshit where science don't even. He can't back that shit up. So this is his religious stance. So we're not going to give an opinion as though it's fact. Okay, conception is not a damn child, my man. Okay, and you can't prove that. No way. That's just some Bible bullshit. I'm not gonna let you do that. We're not gonna do that. Okay, because according to science, for what we know, is that like pretty much when a child's born, it's a child. It's a human. It has life. It's a human. So the life thing, sperm is life. So it gets real tricky with the word life. We're talking about humans. Okay, so when we start saying the word human, then we can't say sperm and all this other bullshit. Fetus. We're talking about humans. So like that's like the gray area they play in the whole life.
If people want to get technical, every time a woman passes her ovum, a menstrual cycle, that's an abortion. I mean, people want to get all technical. Every time you have sex for a man, ejaculation, that's like hundreds of thousands of millions of lives being aborted. I mean, I'm just saying, if people want to get
right.
What's the Bible verse when the guy got struck down because he spilled?
I forgot the exact verse. That's definitely Old Testament, right? Where he was having sex and he pulled out, he let it go on the ground. He got killed right away because he believed like these guys.
But what's interesting? What's different between men and women biologically, physiologically, is women have their storage of eggs, and one is released, or one or two. Depends, are released at a time, and so on and so forth. But men, sperm, even without ejaculation and a sexual act or even masturbating, whatever, sperm dies and gets replenished and born 72 hours or whatever the case is. It's always constantly recycling. So they're like self-aborted. If people want to get all real nitty-gritty technical.
Yeah.
So I don't think the conversation. I don't think that would add any value to the conversation, but I'm telling you that this conversation would have to take a whole series of discussions, because you have to go back even prior to the moment where somebody's even thinking this or that, like keep or abort, because there's a whole lot at play.
Yeah. We are just summing it up to next topic. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. So can I?
If you take away any process of that sperm entering that egg, if you take away any process, the sperm entering the egg is what I'm talking about. This is a fertilized egg. If you take away any process of that creation, there is no creation, period. I've already beat y'all up on that. You cannot take away any part of that creation. You can't say it starts when the sperm fertilizes the egg, regardless. You cannot take away any part of that process to that child becoming a human, like you said.
Can I ask you a question? about that? Are you so you're against abortion completely 100%?
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
So
No.
let me ask
Hold
my next
on.
question.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Let me
No,
ask
I'm
my
not.
next
it's yes
question.
and it's no.
Not a
Look at that.
hundred.
It's yes and it's no.
Yeah. No.
Timmy, he doesn't
Okay,
know.
all right. So
I,
I got like two
He
more
doesn't know.
questions. Okay, so he said no. So under what circumstances are you okay with a woman having an abortion? Then I have
When
another.
a woman's life is at
rape.
risk. Go ahead.
Yeah, her
rape
life is
and a
her
woman's
life
life
is
at
at
risk,
risk, and also if
So he's
know
for
she
abortions.
it
Mr.
depends. No, it depends
You just
on
said
the
yes.
situation of
Rape.
that child too, man. You got to think about the child. Hold on, I'm not finished. You got to think about the child too, the child's health.
So you're for
If the
abortion.
child is going through problems and he's not, they know he's not going to live long, then yeah. But we have to listen. We're
No,
more.
hold on, wait.
I mean, to
Let her
me,
finish. Hey, excuse me. Just let her finish.
go
She
ahead.
asked you
Go
a
ahead.
question, you
Go ahead.
answered it.
And my sister came on to offer some help because this is a lot. So then if that stat is right, that if the 50 million Black folks that could have been born from 1973 till now, right? If that is correct, because that's supposed to be the number of abortions that have happened. If that stat is correct, are you saying that our community would be better off with the extra 50 million of us here?
Be more gang members.
Yes, I do. I think that I mean, right now, as
that we have, you would say that we'd be better off.
Daniel, welcome.
That's what I said. Yes. I said yes. I said yes.
Indigenous.
I said yes. Hold on, Stu P.
No, what happened
She
there,
asked me a question.
Yeah.
Stu P, hold on. Hold
Let
on for a
indigenous
second. She
Black
asked me
man
a question.
just finish answering the question first.
All right. Now, white supremacy is taking away the condition for enhancing Black masculinity. And it's taking away the condition that might produce soldiers to carry on activity on our side of the chessboard. So yes, sir, and yes, sir. Because like I said, the person who got us doing this is Margaret Singer. I've already told him about this Nazi eugenics, this Nazi loving eugenics.
All right. We got to bring in Danielle.
She's a Nazi loving eugenist. And she sits here and she tells you that she wanted to get rid of the Black people.
Wait. There's two pieces. Just let them.
I'm done. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Right.
I'm sorry.
So he's done.
Unbiased.
Yeah.
So y'all tell me, yeah. So
okay,
look
how you
out
doing?
for her, Unbiased.
All right, how you doing, Danielle?
I'm doing cool. I'm not staying on for long. I just wanted to say what I had to say, and it's that, like, listening to a lot of men talk about this.
Yeah,
it just doesn't even feel right. I'm in spaces with Black women who are dealing with issues around reproductive justice, and the conversations are a bit more informed, and they're coming from people who are directly impacted and who have more empathy and understanding of an analysis of what's all going into this. And I think it's important that if we're about the Black community, if we're about nation building, we have to be able to understand the issues impacting everybody in our community. That means we need to understand what is impacting Black men, and for us to be able to sit and listen. That also means, and we tend to do that, that also means that we have to understand what is impacting Black women. And that means everyone else has to take a position of sitting and listening and learning, and not being so quick to opine and say, well, this is when, and then the same thing, what is going on with Black children? We need to be able to sit down, listen, and let them speak and hear people's truth. Because the problem is that we aren't doing this type of in-depth listening, and then we're shooting at the hip on these really, really real issues that are really impacting folks in a real way. And just think, what if there's a sister out there who had an abortion, who may be triggered by this conversation because things are talked about in a way that is insensitive. If we're really about nation building, there's a certain way that we've got to go about it, and listening to each other, having empathy, not being so quick to stereotype. Someone mentioned about, well, maybe let's talk about the various things that contribute that factor into women who decide to have an abortion. Like, when do we have those conversations and the community actually sit down and listen? And that, when we get to that point, that is when we'll be able to come up with the solutions and to really help us to nation build in a real way. So that's just one thing I just wanted to say and encourage. A resource that I want to give y'all is there's a book written by a sister, Loretta Ross, and it's called Reproductive Justice. And she talks about this. She also talks about, and you know, for Black women, reproductive justice is not just about abortions. It's comprehensive, because when we want to have children, when we want to birth, we face challenges. Our community isn't talking about that. Our community is not talking about when we want to give birth, the lack of access to the care during pregnancy, but also when we do have children, our maternal mortality rates. Only Black women are talking about this. So if we really care about the Black population, why are we not, as an entire community, holding it down with Black women and saying that we need to address this medical system and stop and deal with the racism that leads to even celebrities like Serena Williams almost died giving birth because of racism? Like the way that cops are to Black men, doctors are to Black women. We don't talk about that. And many Black women have died wanting to give birth. Black femicide is another issue. If we're concerned about population, then we need to look at all the factors and not just say it's abortion. We're killing each other. When you look at follow Black femicide, what's the sister's name? Black femicide on Facebook. When you look at the cases of the Black women being killed, these are domestic violence situations. When you look at, a number of them are pregnant. So, you know, we got to have this conversation led by and for and listening to Black women. So all of you and all of us as a community who cares about Black people and want the nation build, we thoroughly understand the issue so that we can build together versus shooting at the hip at what we think. That's all I wanted to say. And I'll drop some more resources in the chat. So
yeah, thank you.
Are you open to questions?
Amen. Amen. Amen on that. Can I have a go first?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm saying, because I agree with the sister. And just like I said, because I shoot my disclaimer out first. I've had a conversation that wasn't intended to go this way before, when COVID first hit, because I was talking about the virus and Bill Gates, but I ended up chiming in on and being part of conversations that ended up on this topic, and it was a very fruitful conversation, and it touched on what the sister just mentioned. Like I even chimed in on conversations talking about adenomyosis, endometriosis, and fibroids. Women having complications with that and not being able to have children, and so on and so forth, due to birth control pills and things like that. So that's
it's
how.
Not due to birth control. See, this is what I'm talking about. It's not due to. I'm someone who's had fibroids. I've never been on birth control. See, but this is what I'm talking about.
No, not what. I wasn't finished. I'm not saying that fibroids is caused by birth control. So I don't want you to think that's what I'm saying at all. But it's actually estrogen dominance, if we want to get specific. But my point is that I was agreeing with you, but I was saying that I have participated in a deeper level conversation that's covered more bases, and that's why I said what I said tonight, was that this conversation is really should kind of be in passing, because if you're not prepared to do a 10 series conversation, chronologically going through the issues, as you said, in a more deeper level, then it's really just just chit-chatting about it.
Yeah, shoot at the hip. Right.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm agreeing with you, sister. That's all I'm saying. And I was only saying my experience in the past to just share the fact that I was willing to back then, and I don't mind sitting on a conversation about that. I found these things fascinating, but I would rather be more equipped and informed, fresh, to chime in on a conversation. That's why I'm reluctant to really say much. in any definitive way.
Most def. And there's a lot of sisters that are doing a lot of work, and I'll try to drop some resources in the chat. And if you notice, there's even this movement for doulas. This movement for Black doulas is going back to our roots in the South back in the day. They took that away from us and made doctors do it. The official doctors do it. They didn't want the doulas to do it from the Black tradition, Black Southern tradition back in the day. So, it's a very rich conversation. And I'm glad that you've had the opportunity to indulge in some of those conversations and continue doing that.
And by the way, my brother is a OBGYN, and he's against the stereotype. He's anti what people would stereotypically say the gynaes do to Black women and women, period. He's like on the opposite end. He does not. He does only C-sections, only in the case of emergencies or whatever, and all that kind of stuff. So that's where who I rub elbows with in my background on how women are treated in that regards in terms of reproduction and stuff.
God bless that brother for doing that.
Thank you, Danielle.
My opinion on that is, and just listen to me for a second, fam, because I know I kind of make people mad right from the get the way I talk, but this is because I've been doing my research, and this is what I feel that we're doing today. It's like we help the oppressors win the chess game of life today. And because the white always moves first, so that's what they're doing. They planning our steps, and we're fighting for theirs and killing ours. Those are two of my statements that I created, and the while being subconsciously pushed unknowingly, unwillingly to the end result of social engineering for psychological entitlement. Now, I got one more thing to say about this women's liberation movement that our sisters want to be a part of. It says here is the women's liberation views of wanting to be liberated from the man has some kind of pseudo equality. While that may be true of the white woman in her plight with the white man, that is not really the Black woman's business, because
that has nothing to do with Roe versus Wade. We're discussing Roe versus Wade now.
Stu Pease. I'm not finished reading. You're
Yeah,
gonna
but you
cut
got to
me
speak
off
on
in
topic, though.
mid-sentence?
We don't want any rabbit holes.
I'm sticking on topic. This is feminism is a part of this. Don't act like it ain't.
We're not doing that this
Danielle
show.
a question before she leaves, please.
Yeah, we're not doing this show right here.
I need to ask Danielle a question before she leaves. Thank you, Danielle, for coming on. I really appreciate you. I was reading your comments.
Hard for this nigga.
Do you think that there's a place for abortion in the Black community, or would you eliminate it? Is Danielle on?
Yeah, she's still there.
I think there is a place for abortion for everybody, and yes, in the Black community as well.
Yeah. All right, Unbiased, what's the next topic?
All right. So before we go to the next topic, let me say
can
this.
I finish what I was saying real quick? It was only just one more sentence. Just one more sentence. That's it.
No. Indigenous, relax, man. We got a lot of topics you're going to enjoy. This is not your topic right here. Okay. So I just want to say for the record that if women want to use abortions for prophylactics, I have no problem with that. Again, because science, now what I was saying, yeah, for a health concern for that individual, maybe. And that individual needs to know, the risk factors in abortions. But I have no problem with a woman having 10, 12, 50 abortions. I have no problem with that, because that's not, it's not a human they're having. They're just, they're terminating a possible human in the future, right? So the science don't determine that as nothing else. Religious folks, they go somewhere deep with it. I have no problem with somebody using abortions to terminate something they don't want to have later on as a human. I have no problem with that. Okay, so that's my take on it now. If it hurts their body, then they need to be educated on that. But if they want to use abortions to not have a kid, I have no problem with that, again, because this is our technology. This is the alternative to a pill and everything else. Okay, so if she wants to do that, I have zero issues with that. Now, indigenous, go ahead, and I'm going next topic.
All right. Well, I was just going to say the black woman hasn't been under the black man's control for 500 years, so I don't know what the hell they have to be liberated from us from.
Oh Lord.
Basically.
Your craziness. That's why.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, well,
like I said,
when
you
force
got
a woman to have a
Margaret
kid,
Singer
she'll
back in
have-
all this. We've already talked about her on numerous occasions. I'm not going to get into it, but what we can get into is this belief that you keep pushing and that they push, because that's all it is a belief. These are beliefs that people are putting out there. These are theories, which are beliefs by definition,
I have no idea
that
where you're
people
going.
are putting out there, and we're following
Indigenous,
suit. We're following
I
suit.
don't want to mute you, my guy, but I have nobody knows where you're going, and that's a problem. You know, when we're all talking tonight, people know where we're going once we open our mouth. You start talking, we have no idea where you're going. You'll say a whole bunch of bullshit, and then at the very end, we'll finally know where you're going. Yeah, dude,
well, you're telling me what you believe. That's all I'm saying. You're talking in beliefs.
No,
Y'all talking in beliefs.
Hold on. Yeah, no, you were just talking just now, and we didn't know what the hell you believe because you just started ranting about what we believe without even asking us. Okay, so next topic. So it's going to change gears a lot. Now, indigenous. Now, watch how far he fall back from this topic. See, when it become real topics that benefit us, niggas just run. So we're going to talk about the importance of credit. I hope your credit nice, by the way. And we talking all this revolutionary shit, your credit fucked up. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the importance of credit. Okay, my credit's good. I hope y'all credit good too.
My credit is good.
All right, okay, you dig? Because I went on Facebook and I said, yo, let's do a credit challenge. And some people actually accepted it. You know, but niggas be talking mad shit with like 500 credit scores. So, would you like to build on that, or I'll just go?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just make a first statement about it. I wish I had time to prepare, because I think this topic is not talked about enough. But just to lay out my stance on the importance of credit, I think credit is of absolute critical importance as an adult. Without credit, you are severely handicapped from doing a lot of things. A lot of things are connected to credit, because credit, ideally on paper, now we know how credit is maybe leveraged, but ideally it's supposed to give your a snapshot of your ability to repay, your ability to trust, or your integrity, your financial integrity, your economic integrity. That's what credit's supposed to reflect. You know, how well are you responsible for your finances? How well do you keep your word in paying back debt if something was extended to you, so on and so forth. You know, all that good stuff people are familiar with. That's what's tied into the word credit itself. So I think it's very, very critical to anyone, any adult. So I mean, I'll start there, but it's a whole lot to be said about it, and then even beyond that. But yeah, I'll just start right there. So yes, it's very, very important.
So let me ask you a question to that, because you have a lot of, I think, people, you got Forex, you got Forex scams, you got crypto scams, and it doesn't mean you got credit repair scams. It doesn't mean that credit repair, crypto, or Forex is bad. It's just that people realize, but you realize, right, that this stuff is important. People got to fix their credit. So the scammers come out with ways they believe your credit can be fixed, and then you end up with bad credit, but you spent a lot of money and you put it in somebody's pockets. So how do you feel about that? Like the credit repairs, companies is out there now.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, and like just about everything, it's a ratio. It's a ratio between education versus the ability to be scammed, because most people who are scammed are ignorant of certain information. They just don't know any better. And so the most important piece is educational piece on credit. And that's something that they really don't teach in K through 12, or not enough. about credit and how it operates, and things like that. They don't understand the importance of it. Now, I've been out of, I mean, K through 12 and long past 12, high school and stuff like that now. So they may have changed some things up, but I know me looking back, in my schooling, it wasn't emphasized. Even though you could take an economics class, you could take home ec and stuff, and even business in college and stuff, but it's not there to match the level of importance that it has in everyday life. Doesn't match the value it's given in the educational system. It's a mismatch there, and so I blame it on that, people not knowing about it, and of course they could be scammed or whatever, because most times scams happen in the climate of desperation. People want to get a car or even rent an apartment nowadays. They check your credit, check sis and your credit, or buy a house or whatever, and then come find out your credit is trash. And so of course you're going to try to get a quick turnover to fix your credit, and so you're going to look for help and whatnot. And that's like fruitful ground for scams to take place. But then, like you said, not all credit repairing services or whatever may not be scam. I know a few that just simply walk you through, and actually it's an educational thing. It's not even a do for you service. It's really educating you so you can do it yourself, do things yourself. So
Okay, so we'll share the mic on this. Anybody else want to speak on it?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on it.
Yeah.
I said this on numerous occasions on your platform. I don't know why you think I fall back from this topic, but I'm going to show you why I wouldn't. And I'm going to make fun in light of you talking about my belief comment.
Okay.
Anyway, credit is a debt cycle after a debt cycle after a debt cycle. And debt slavery is also called debt servitude, debt bondage, and debt peonage. Yeah, that's what that is. Now, in the last topic, because I don't know nothing about it, belief, one of the you know what a synonym of a belief is? Credit.
Faith.
So I just tied belief and credit into the little thing, told you what credit is, like Jay-Z was trying to push on his song, The Story of OJ. It just keeps you in a debt cycle after a debt cycle. It's just like somebody fronting you, and then you owe them back. But guess what? They put a 7 to 8 to 20 to 15 to 80% tax on that thing. So now you're paying way more for what you could have paid $100 for. You got it on credit. Now you didn't pay $200.
But
Thank you. I rest my case.
Okay, so I want to chime in now.
we definitely got to pass the mic back around, boy.
That was bananas. All right, so but that's only if you're not educated. So all of these topics that we've been talking about tonight, especially the last one and this one, education is key.
When somebody loans you money, do you owe them?
You're not getting loaned.
Do you owe
money.
it back?
Hold on.
It's a debt cycle.
No, it's not a debt cycle. It is not a debt cycle unless the only way it's a debt cycle, Indigenous, is unless you get the credit card and you go out there and you spend it up. That's when it becomes a debt cycle. Otherwise, it can it can actually be used to get you ahead in life, as the other brother was saying, if you use it smartly. Not everybody who gets a credit card is running up the whole credit card. That's not how you do it. Right? You use very little.
I agree with you. I agree with you there. You can use credit to your advantage, but it's still a debt cycle. I mean, you go in debt as soon as you get that money.
No, it's not a debt cycle. It's a means. It's a means to an end for people who want to do certain things in life. Otherwise, you make it very hard for yourself for no reason. So you can actually pay the bill off. You don't have to let an amount carry over for years. You can actually just pay the whole thing off before the 30 days, and it doesn't affect you at all. You don't have to pay any interest on it. So I think
it's sort of the same thing. It's sort of the same thing with the housing market, just a little more, but it's basically the same thing. But like I said, markets are markets, and I study markets, and but you have to. Anytime somebody loans you something, like you said, what I planned on doing, for example, when I got here, I've been here 20 years now, but when I got here, I found 4 years after I got, wait a minute, 4 years after I got here, it went up to 200,000. No.
Wait, I don't want to go left. Okay, so before you do that, do you own a home?
I'm still buying.
No, I'm saying, do you own a home right now?
Yeah.
Did you buy it with cash or did you get a loan?
We got a loan.
Okay, shut up.
We got a loan, and I was planning on working the system.
So the credit, you went in debt.
Hold
right?
on.
The advice that you given, you
No,
went against.
I didn't go in debt. I'm not in debt at all.
You did.
Listen,
No.
Listen,
my guy. Wait, hold on, my guy. When you got the loan,
go ahead.
When you got the loan, you're not gonna
I
lie
went
to
in
me.
debt. Yes.
Okay, relax,
Yes.
dude. Okay, I know where you've been at the last lives, but I do this for a profession now. Okay, so niggas like you ain't gonna lie to me. When you got the loan, you were in debt at that point, right?
Right.
30-year fixed mortgage?
Yeah.
Was it FHA loan? 203B? You probably know what that is. Was it a first time buyer's loan, or what did you pay 20%, 3.5%?
No, I paid 7% interest.
Okay, so then no, I'm saying your down payment towards the house, was it 3.5% or 20%?
Oh yeah, no, we it's 3.5, 30 years.
Oh, yeah, so you got an FHA loan 203B. Okay. Right. So you talking to the right one right now. So stop with this bullshit you talking about. Cool. Okay, so yeah, exactly.
I'm not into the banking part of it.
Right.
See,
okay,
I didn't say I was into the banking part.
Relax. I know you're not. Most people are not. So relax, because most people are not in a real estate business. I know what you did. Okay. Now you could have paid 10% too, by the way. So I hope you refinance, because your private mortgage insurance is forever unless you refinance. So I hope you know about that. That's an extra monthly bill added to your mortgage. So yeah, that's called a PMI. Okay, so yeah, so you're talking to the right one right now. So when you talk that debt shit, you went in debt. So you went against your own advice, and you pay 3.5%, which is the lowest you can pay, which adds the PMI to your shit. Then we got an FHA loan. You dig? So you went against your own. So you went against your own advice. You went into debt to get your home, because you couldn't afford 20% down. Cause I hope you're gonna say you paid that much, because you're a fucking liar. Because to get a house around 300 grand, 20% is like 65 grand.
Yeah, well that's
so I know nobody got that
300 grand.
Just lingering around. Right.
Hey, when I got this, it was 80.
Okay, cool. Okay, the bottom line is that I know the average black person ain't putting down 20% down on a house. That's all I'm getting to.
Yeah, I want to say,
I
was gonna say, not even that deep. Indigenous, and listening to you though, it sounds like you're painting a picture that debt is bad, and I know that nobody wants to be in debt, just in general, but we have to stop looking at debt in the light that it seems like you're painting it, because, like, for example, you're paying an electric bill, right? And so every day you use electricity, you're actually in debt, because you pay after you used it, and so you owe that, and they bill you for it, and you pay it, and if you don't pay it, they're gonna cut that stuff off.
It gets cut off, right?
So
that's right. Yeah.
So debt in and of itself can be leveraged or credit, and plus, by the way, there's a difference between credit and loan. Getting a loan and then getting a extended credit or whatever. Being extended credit versus being given a loan. There's two different pathways. But I'm saying this to say that instead of being side-eye with it, we should actually embrace it and leverage it. And that's where it was what Miss Tiffany was saying, that I agree 100%. It's about education. Once we know, the more we know about it, the more we can leverage it, like other people who are successful, who use it successfully to their advantage.
Right.
Because credit can be used big time for your advantage. If you had a business idea, and you had a plan and it was well thought out and it was fruitful, you're not going to dig into your own pocket. You probably won't have enough money to begin with to dig in your own pocket to trigger that business venture off. So you get an extended line of credit or whatever the case is, or even a business loan, and you flip it for so much or so much. That's whatever, just simple things like that. So it's not
Yeah,
a negative.
that's all I was saying.
It's
Just flipping it, Wujawu. You know what I'm saying? I was going with y'all said. That's all. I was just giving an
because
example.
it sounded like you were
but I
saying
didn't have
debt.
to go
You
that
said
far.
debtor. Okay, you were saying debt. Yeah, it
But
sounded like you were going the other way.
The consumerism and all that, debt slavery, stuff like that.
There you go.
People,
Debt slavery.
There's not a lot of people. Yeah, there's not a lot of people who can go out here and move like the people with. You know what I'm saying? So I always look at it from that point of view. And if you're giving them a loan, they can't even pay it back. Look at the housing crisis and all that was. Even when they was renting out cars to people they knew they couldn't pay for. Yeah, stuff like that,
happens.
brother.
I mean, no,
but we have to bring all that up.
Well, I know, but see, that's part of the conversation. That's why I said that education is a key. Predatory lending is combated against by education. Like a lot of the stuff relies on education.
And that's why I'm trying to explain to people what I'm not getting no money off of this, but what I come into, like I said, I'll put it out there. And now everybody's using it. First I was crazy about the crypto. First I was crazy about evolution and belief. The theory being a belief. I was called a lie on that. I was called a lie on all kinds of shit. I was called a lie on these patents for these vaccines. Woo ja woo. Guess what? All this shit's right in your face now. What you got to say now, niggas? Keep on talking. Keep on running your ass. You look, writing a check that your ass can't cash. If your motherfucking leaders can't handle me, nigga, what the fuck makes you think you can? And just like I said, all this shit stems from look, Wujawu. All this way of thinking starts way back.
All is that you pay electric bill every month.
Right. And it's debt, right. The Papal Bull.
So you're a debt slave.
We got the Papal Bull. We got all these things that lead up to this. And
like the rest of us.
People act like they don't exist. But, even the financial system. We have people talking about the financial system. We got Napoleon Bonaparte. I got a comment from him. I got a comment from the Ninth Circuit Court. I got a comment from John Adams. You know what I'm saying? They know about this shit. And you letting these privatized banks come in here and set up when they did over there on Jekyll Island, set up their little meeting and set up the Federal Reserve here in America.
You're going left. Okay. So now people make a point when Jawa asked a point about electric bill. You got to speak to the point before you go somewhere else. I
told him he was right. I said he was right.
Okay.
I said he was right.
Okay. So you're a willing debt. So you're willing yourself into debt slavery. You're willing participant in debt slavery.
Well, I have to go. When in Rome, you have to do what the Romans do, I guess, right?
No.
I mean, not unless I go out here and live by a stream and create my own electricity.
Indigenous. See, the difference between me and you and guys who think like you is that's not how I think. When I'm against something, Wujawu, I'm not for it. I won't indulge in it. And Wujawu, if I had to, like he's complaining about, I would be verbal. I would be my community, galvanizing other people, right? I won't be on the internet complaining. So that's the difference in me and my man right here. When I have a problem at a company, I actually speak up in those meetings. Wujawu, I get up and I talk about what I don't like. And the risk of
I've done that. I did that recently.
Relax. I'm talking right now. Relax. You gotta be confident and comfortable in your position. All right. I'm just saying how I operate. If I felt like something ain't right, I'm going to speak on it in the conscious community, in real life, and even on a job. That's just what I do. And if I believe I'm right, I'm going to galvanize other people to see who else to make sure I'm not just crazy. I want to see who else agrees with me. So I'm gonna go out there and do that.
I just want to say this, like
put boots to ground. I got you.
What I would like to do, like I know I had inbox Unbiased a while back, or no, it was actually in the Facebook group, and I messaged you or typed. I said, let me know when the next time you get on the topic of credit.
Yeah,
because what I would like to do is gather a couple of people or whatever that has a little understanding about credit, and seeing how we could share and help one another and even leverage it.
Oh yeah, I'm all for that.
Because there's a lot to know, and there's a lot that could be done that people just don't know, or that we could help each, we could actually assist each other. And so that's the level, the level of conversation that I'm looking forward to. But I don't mind starting from wherever and then leading up to it. But as long as we leading up to it.
Nah, pop it
no, I'm saying not maybe not in one night or even tonight. I'm just saying that was my intention.
Yeah.
Is to get to the point where, like Miss Tiffany said, she got good credit, and whoever has credit, but has knowledge or whatever, then it's like, okay, well, what's up? Let's get together and talk about some things. Then I'm talking. I'm like, make it happen, leverage it. Like, forget all the talk and people putting up their Credit Karma stuff on Facebook and stuff. I be saying, I'm like, what?
And that's what we did, and that's why I said I did the credit challenge on my Facebook, on my personal Facebook wall, and people put their stuff on there, and I just want to say that I have no debt outside of credit card payment, and I'm 90% paid on every last credit card. So I'm in the 720, 730s indigenous with my credit. So and so I got my own advice opposed to what you might hear on the internet, because I didn't do nothing those guys see on the internet. I did none of that bullshit, and my credit's at 730. So I'm like, dude, I wrote no letters. I did none of that silly shit. I just paid off debt.
I'm proud of you, Unbiased.
Yeah, I call it. Well, I mean, it's what you.
No, that's a good thing, brother. And you should be, you deserve praise. I mean, that's a good example that you're setting right there. You never know who's watching you. Hello?
Supposed to do. I just be responsible. Like you said, being a up. I try to pay it off. About 3 years. It's gonna take about 2-3 years.
Yeah.
The credit is like skyrocket.
Yeah. I mean, just little things like that. You can set an example, and I try to set examples. I'm, like you said, I'm not out in the street with the bullhorn, but I mean, where I can get in, the message, I do. And, even like with the gas, you talk to people, have little meetings and talk about what you can do to combat the gas, because the gas prices these days here in this area, man, you could have a month, just a month using gas for 1 month, and it's like $1,500-$1,200, you know what I'm saying? And I was just telling them, look, you can get yourself at some of these eating cures, or, because that's what we had to do eventually. Because it's just, I'm not paying $1,200 a month in the winter. That's bullshit. No, hell no. So and you got to, but you have to show them how to, don't plug it in this way, don't do it that way. But it wasn't nothing big time. But just anything. But the truth needs to be told, and the narrative has to be changed. That's the thing with me. This narrative has to change. We can't keep on allowing these people to tell us who we are, where we come from, and how to live.
We're talking about credit. We're talking about credit.
I understand.
Okay, so let's pick again. But what you
got
to learn how to
do. Change the bank. We have to get involved with the banking system.
Indigenous. What you got to learn how to speak to a topic, and then because we got a bunch of topics, and it's 12 o'clock already, and I want to tackle. Matter of fact, like what Jai said, the credit thing is something that's passionate to me. So we will hold off on that and go, move on next topic. Let me look. Let me see what I sent with Joe and Mr. So the credit pair. I would love to do a topic on that alone. All right.
But that's mine right there. That's why I'm like, I'm ready to have a conversation for real.
Yeah. So we will hold off.
Can I read you a quote?
Nah.
Can I read you a quote real quick before we move on?
No, we're skipping past that. It's 12 o'clock. And I got to work in the morning. So let me get some of the stuff off real fast. Okay, so what do you feel about? Okay.
Oh, so we moving from credit?
That's you right there? That's you?
Yeah, that's me right there. Yeah, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. I'm ready to have some other types of conversations.
See, okay, look. So is Miss Tiff still there?
I see her name in there.
Okay, so Wujao. Now indigenous. I'm just gonna ask one question. It don't, because if you 660, that's called fair. It's not bad. So are you in the 700s indigenous?
Last time I checked.
Okay, so how about this, Wujao? How about we explain how we got that high? All of us.
Okay, I'll be short and skinny with it. I think, like I said, it all comes down to education. So, one, we got to explain which scoring model this is. Mine, what I'm showing is FICO 8. You got FICO 9, FICO even 10 now, but they got different.
No, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. I didn't hear the whole thing. He's like credit score?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know what my credit score is.
All right. No problem. We just talking.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah.
No. So all I was saying was,
sorry, Joe.
Oh no, that's fine. I was saying that people got to get educated on the scoring models that are used, because some of them are outdated, some of them are used for certain reasons like mortgage or even car loan. They may look at a certain scoring model.
Yeah.
And definitely not the Vantage 3
right
that most people display. But
That's true.
aside from that, whatever scoring model that you're looking at is still helpful, because if you know what makes up the score, so what percentage of what in your report is going to contribute to your score. So 35% of your score is going to be payment history, 30% is going to be usage, and then 15, 10, 10 for the age of account, average age of accounts, and stuff like that.
Can you explain usage? Because I don't think people actually know what you mean when you say that.
Okay, usage is the difference or the ratio.
So if they had a credit limit of $800, can you explain that?
Okay, let's make it 1,000 to make it numbers easy.
All right.
So if you had a total credit limit of $1,000 and you use $500 is what you use, then your usage is at 50%.
Right.
And at a 50% usage, it will be a negative. It'll have a negative impact on your score, because 30% of your score is usage. And so it's best to have it below 30%, but even below 10%. 30% is like the
bare minimum, like bare minimum.
Yeah, but 10% is a lot better if you keep it under 10%.
Yeah. So 30% is not so bad, but like you said, if you have it 10%, that's great.
Yeah. 10% is like nothing. It's not going to really affect it when you get above 10%. Yeah. 10%, it starts affecting a little bit. Above 30, then you're gonna take a hit. You're gonna take some hits.
Taking too much out at one time. Taking too much out at one time, right?
Wait, hold on. Just hold on 1 second. Would you just explain something? When you say, because remember, a lot of these guys are unaware of the terminology. So you say take a hit. So let's say if their credit prior to what you're talking about, they're at 700, but now that they use 50% of their credit cards and it reports, what type of hit are they going to take? Would you suppose?
Yeah, you're going to take a double digit score deficit.
Wow.
So if you had a 700, now it also depends on this too, because once your score gets close to a 700, it doesn't move too drastically depending on what you do in your credit report. I just want to say that, but you'll take a hit. So for 50% usage, now here's the thing too. So because you got to explain this too. So let's say you have 5 credit lines, 5 credit cards, revolving accounts, right?
Yeah.
And 4 of your lines are 0. You have no balance on there. And that one credit card that you happen to use, and it's $1,000 limit on that card, you use $800. So for that one account, you're at 80% use. But if you average it through all of your accounts, then that 80% is no longer 80%.
Right.
They bring it down. But some scoring models, and depending on what you're trying to do, underwriters will look at that still. And that's a conversation too. Underwriters will pull your credit and they'll look at it and say, well, wait a minute. But in terms of your score, back to the topic, but in terms of your score, it's the average. It's going to use your total use. So that will have to factor in. So I just want to make that clear. It depends on how many accounts you have and your total use versus your total extended credit. But if it's above 50% above, you're definitely gonna take a double digit hit. So around 20 points drop. So you'll be from a 700, you'll easily become a 680, 670. You know, you start dropping.
Yeah, and believe me, that 670, if you're trying to get a house or a car, you might be paying a lot more interest rate. You might have to leave a larger down payment.
Yeah.
Or you might not get the car at all, depending what type of car it is.
But now,
can I ask a question for clarity real quick? Well, hold on, Wujo, real quick. I just want to ask a question for clarity. So you're saying you're going to take a big hit for, the big hit is because you took too much out at one time, right? Basically.
And you didn't pay it back before they reported it to the credit bureau. So that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
See, so
and then is that going to? So they just drop your? It's not going. They're not going to charge you. They're just going to drop your credit score. Okay, I got you.
Your credit score. Your credit score is like a thermometer, an overall thermometer for different factors, and so people got to understand the 35%. What is that? 35% of your score is payment history. Are you paying your monthly due bills or payments on time? And then usage is what we were just talking about. Then you have the age of accounts. Do you have a bunch of new accounts? Did you open up like 5 accounts in last year or this year in 1 year, or are they seasoned and aged? Then your credit mixture. Do you have revolving accounts? Do you have installments? Do you have loans that you're paying or paid off? That factors in too, but it factors in at a less percentage than payment history or credit use. So we have to understand all of these factors. And so to go back to Unbiased original question, how you build your credit up, your score up, is to know these factors that I'm saying, and then behave accordingly. So you know that if you're fresh to this, you're gonna have to be patient, obviously, because if you open up a new account and you got extended line of credit card, it's fresh. You have no season, you have no tenure. So that's going to count against you at first, but it'll gradually go as you pay your bill on time or whatever, and as that account ages. And what people do is they become an authorized user for a family member or whoever who has a longer or older account. And then some institutions look at authorized users and some ignore it. They ignore it altogether. So that has to be known. Which institutions ignore it, which ones don't, depending on what you're doing and everything. So, I mean, I'm just kind of speaking in general, but I don't mind getting very specific though about that.
Thank God for the DOT are on their way.
The who?
Oh,
DOTs.
What's that?
Digital ledger technology.
Oh.
Where you can store like your crypto and stuff and
yeah. Now what? Yeah, but hold on, wait before we go there.
No, I'm just saying. No, I just said thank God it's coming out with that because you can store your own money and you don't get taxed for it.
Hold on. Got you. Well, we know in this country you got to pay taxes. Okay, so that's just it. Like this country, the federal government is really pretty much sustained by taxes, right? So you got to pay taxes in this country.
Right.
So
right. But you'll be your own bank now. You won't be getting.
Okay. I hear. Well,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Good. Another show. I'll give you the mic. You can educate us on that shit. But right now, we're not doing a crypto talk because again, when I mentioned forex and people, I mentioned crypto. I said people going to crypto. Now, crypto is real, and people got some success from it. But people come behind it with scams. And they
there's plenty.
Okay.
5,000 coins out there. A lot of them are scammers.
Got it. So we don't stick just with credit. This is what's stopping people from making moves. And what Sister Safa just said, this is what makes people renters as opposed to homeowners. Which in voting, in certain neighborhoods, you get more safe. So I think the Housing Act, the HOA, the Housing Something Act, like you get a little more pull and when it comes to voting, but there's a lot of advantages that homeowner has as opposed to renters because homeowners are invested in the community for real. Like we talk all that shit, you get into community, be a renter. It's your community, your homeowner, because you ain't going nowhere. Renter definitely gonna leave, because you don't, you have no other than your year's lease, you got no really purpose of being there. You could leave, go to Texas, New Orleans, where you want to go. Homeowner staying. Right. At least that's the thought. So, but your credit score could deter you from that. Remember I mentioned FOAs earlier? FHA earlier. Well, 3.5% you put down if your score is 680 or less, or no, 580 above. Sorry, 580 above, you can put down 3.5. You could be approved for 3.5. A mortgage and only put down 3.5. If it's 580 or less, you put down 10%. And believe me, for a $300,000 house, that's $30,000. Okay, so you know nobody's doing that. And even 3.5 to a $300,000 house, that's 11,000 around there somewhere. And people barely got $1,000 in their bank account. All right, so this is the issue that we're faced with. Okay, it's just the reality of actually owning a home. We can't put the down payment down. So these are some. Go ahead with y'all.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say. So when you said leveraging credit and that type of stuff, like these are some options that people can consider, because if people can't put down, the deposit, or the initial deposit for a house, 3.5%. This is when you want to collaborate with other people and see what you can do.
Right, and
that's why I said that to Wu Jia. Well, he is asking for solutions, so I was, I just put that out there. I just cut him off like for a second just to say thank God DLTs is coming out, just to see if y'all knew about it. But check into it. But like I said, that is a solution.
Hold on. Yeah, but hold on. I gotta stop you. When it comes to investments, any investment, nothing's guaranteed. And anybody who guaranteed investment, they're a liar. Okay, so know that all investments are risky.
Well,
especially crypto and stocks and that type of support. That's
it's definitely a speculative market. It's called a speculative market for a reason.
It's never promised. And anybody who promised, first of all, it's illegal. Anybody with a license in that field will never promise you an investment because it's illegal.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
But see, I don't want to confuse solutions either, because what you brought up would not be leveraged in the way we're talking about with credit. So like for me,
credit would be done away with because you be your own banker with the digital ledger technology, like I have.
Well, no. It's different, because even if I'm my own banker, see that's what I'm saying. The purpose of credit is so you don't have to use your own money at that particular point. If I'm my own banker, then I'm restricted based on how much I have. Mm-hmm. So if you do away with credit, then you're limited to just what you have. And so
but when you pay with credit, you're going to pay 110 to where I only had to pay 85. You understand?
Well, that depends on the interest rate, of course. And plus, if somebody's going to extend you some money that you do not have, then they have a right to charge you a fee.
Right, I got you.
Yeah, no, as a matter of fact, the crypto exchanges charge you a fee for every trade that you do. So
exactly,
the crypto world is not exempt. Yeah, so I'm saying exactly. So I'm saying the crypto world is not exempt from any of that. I could trade $100,000, and my trade itself is $100,000 trade. But guess how much I end up paying to make that $100,000 trade? Yeah, I end up paying like about $2,000 just to make $100,000 trade. So it's the same. It's the same thing. But what I'm saying is, like I'm looking, like me, I'm looking for the level of conversation where it could be more hands-on. I mean, not here right now or anything. I'm just saying this is what I'm looking for. More hands-on to where we can actually break bread on sharing experience or knowledge to actually hands-on help. Like, for example, you talk, Unbiased, you're talking about mortgage, home ownership and everything. Mm-hmm. That's like what I'm trying to position myself right now to be able to do. I'm pivoting myself, and anybody else who's looking to do that, is certain things that we all have to know. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you an example. If at the time that you decide that you want to start the whole process, right, when it comes tax season, normally now I did taxes professionally for 4 years straight. I did it longer than that, like out of professional, but I was actually a tax person for 4 years and everything, had my P10 and all that, right? And normally you want to take every advantage of the tax laws that you can not to pay taxes. So everything within the law, you want to take advantage of all the credits, you want to take advantage of all the deductions and everything, right? But when it comes time to buy a house and you know you're going to buy a house, you don't do that. You do the opposite, because your AGI, your average adjusted gross income, is going to factor in to your ability to get a mortgage. So if you let's say you make $70,000 a year, or let's just say $50,000 a year, but you're writing a whole bunch of stuff off to where your AGI is down to like 12,000, you're in trouble if you're trying to buy a house.
Yeah.
And I'm saying people don't even know that simple stuff. But now if you're not buying a house, yeah, do that. I mean, if you don't plan on making a major move like that, then yeah, you're supposed to do that. You know, you're supposed to reduce your tax liability as much as you can. So I'm just throwing that out there. That little simple thing right there, because I know I have friends, well, not friends, but I know someone who now, trying to get a house, but now they gotta wait a whole nother tax reporting season because they don't, they pull the trigger too early, and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I want to say something on that. That same thing. So let me explain that with credit card. So it's okay to, like you said, if you're not trying to buy something that requires credit or get a loan, anything with credit, you can max out your credit card as long as you pay the monthly minimum, right? That you won't be, you will be hit. Your credit will drop, but temporarily, because once you pay your credit cards up from 90%, it's going to jump back up. As long as you're making the monthly minimum, so you can max them out, pay the monthly minimum, you're good. Like what Joe was saying, but you're not going to get shit that requires credit. Once you try to get something that requires credit, they're going to deny you because your debt to ratio is high as shit. But once you pay your shit back down, you're good. So maxing out credit cards don't mean your credit is bad. It's going to look bad, but it's not actually bad. Once you pay it up, what's going to be bad if you miss payments.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're in trouble.
That's absolutely right. No, that's a good point. And it speaks to strategic buying, because like you said, if I know next month I'm trying to do something that's going to require a good credit score or whatever, then I can't max out something, or I better pay something down. And it usually takes a 30-day cycle for it to
that's about right. Yep.
And everything. So we supposed to be strategic buying 30 and 60 days ahead of ourselves. We supposed to be planning 30 and 60 days ahead when it comes to maneuvering and dealing with your credit life. So like you said, high usage is not a problem if you are responsible, but if you're trying to make a move, you definitely don't want to have that. You want to bring it down because your score will go up.
You're gonna be hit
50 some odd points. Like,
nah, more than that. So your chance is 80 to 101 if you're doing it like I just said. If your credit card is maxed out, but you're paying your monthly minimum, if you pay your shit off, like you said, for the next monthly cycle, all the way down to 10%, it will jump 80. I can show you my shit. It'll jump to 80 to 100 points.
Yeah, now but it depends on where it started at. Cause like I said, if you already if you have a high usage and you're still in the 7s, then when you pay it down, it's gonna jump up, but not as big as if it was in the 620 or.
Joe, my shit was at 580, and all I did, look, my shit was in March. My shit was at 580. We're in May, and I'm back normal. But even before May, I was showing my nephew, because my nephew's watching those YouTube videos where they be lying and shit about letters. And I said, look at my credit. That's in March. And I screenshotted my credit, by the way, so we could see the dates and everything. And by April, I was already at like 680. In 1 month, I jumped 100 points. Yeah, just by just paying it off. And now I'm in May, and it's back.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying. So it's no, but anyway, I'm saying I'm trying to get with like more specifics, like with certain people. Like if I know, like if people don't know what we're doing, then people are not gonna know to kind of network with each other. So I'm just putting it out there that right now I am on my way. I'm trying to pivot myself. So anything I'm experiencing or have experienced or can share, I'm willing to do so.
Yeah,
because
we gotta do that.
it will help. Like for example, you brought up home mortgages and stuff. What I would recommend anybody, if anybody hadn't heard of credit unions, and the one that comes top of the head is Navy Federal Credit Union. I'm not sure too many people familiar with that in our circles.
That sounds familiar.
Oh man, you definitely have to look into it if anybody who's looking for a house. Looking to position themselves because
I'll be looking by next year. Home.
Yeah.
Home next year.
Because you mentioned PMI, they have a no PMI even if you put down less than 20%. They don't do the private mortgage. Yes.
Oh no. If you're at 10%, you're good.
No, they have a no money down at all. No PMI, but you have to be a member of the credit union and stuff. So I mean, it's
I got you. You're right. Yeah, because they. Right. So I want to touch on that. So everybody has their own requirements.
Yeah.
Like every lender has its own requirements. That's their given right as an American. They some lenders. So even though you're approved for a FHA loan with your 580 credit score, that doesn't mean a lender is going to approve you. He might say, no, I want 660. Because don't forget, he's a private business, and you can't force him to go in business with you. But he might say, nah, okay, you got approved for a 580 for the FHA loan. It's a guaranteed loan, but I ain't fucking with you. I want 680. So yes, you're right about that.
Well, Navy Federal putting out 6.2% interest rate, no money down, no PMI, and of course it's gonna.
I'm gonna look into that. That's dope.
It depends on obviously the value of the home and your
credit. House, of course. They think it's like $1 million house and shit.
They're not gonna do that for you. Now, go ahead.
Yeah, since we're still on credit, I'm gonna go ahead and read that quote. This is Thomas Jefferson, right? It says, if the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their money, first by inflation and then by deflation, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of their property until the children will wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. And there's one more. A great book that explains in detail how America is called the richest nation on earth. We always seem to be short of money. Right? Called the richest nation on earth, but we always seem to be short of money. And how much of this trouble can be traced to the present debt money system? Billions for the bankers, debt for the people. Anyway, they knew about that back then, so I'm telling you something that's been known, been talked about, and been exposed.
Are you done? Okay, cool.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
What we want to do is, okay, got you. What we want to do is speak facts and less stories. That's all. So now, gentrification. So the title of the show, you probably didn't see it because it was misspelled. I was typing from my phone, but it's supposed to say gentrify your own hood, right? So we complain when other ethnicities come into our neighborhood and gentrify. So they bob the property and move themselves in. And you start seeing like Hispanics, Indians, or whatever else. We complain about gentrification. But gentrification, the people who are already living there gets the first shot. You could gentrify your own hood. Okay, do you know how that's possible, Indigenous?
How's that? Buying up the property?
Yeah, but what if you got 20%? Because again, 20% is like $60,000 if you got to have any liquid cash.
Well, I mean, it depends on Yeah, not all. You're in the big city, you know. You're in the big city where y'all segregated, but you call us.
No, but I'm saying, even,
you know,
even look, hold on, my brother. Everywhere in the United States, you're paying 20% down on a house, unless you rock with the federal government that some of you guys hate and think it's against black people. So you're paying that dollar amount wherever you go, without some federal government help. Okay, so Wujawa, are you back in? Who came back in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here.
So I was talking about gentrifying. You know, because we're still talking about homeowners, because it's actually part of the topic that I gave you. So we're still talking about home ownership, FHA loans. Okay, so I was telling indigenous. I said when we talk about gentrification, we got first dibs on gentrifying our own hood. You know, the problem is I don't know if it's just lack of knowledge, right, of the resources, or the resources and what's available, or we just don't want to do it. But home ownership is on us. We're in a neighborhood. We have access to FHA loans. Okay, so we can gentrify our own neighborhood with FHA loans. And there's two different types. So you got 203B is what you guys are normally aware of. So FHA loan, 203B means that any repairs done to the house cannot exceed $5,000. That means pretty much the house is in good shape. It's in good shape. Okay, so then you got 203K loan. So who just hopped off? That was Wujawa?
That's me.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I think I had two. And the first one was connecting weird, so I went out and came back in.
Amber?
Yeah.
What's up, Amber?
What's up?
What's going on, Amber?
Okay, so the first loan, like I said, that we all know is a more popular one. That's a 203B, right? So that's the house that's pretty much in good, habitable conditions. But the other home we don't know about is a fixer-upper. It's a 203K loan. All right, that's called a construction loan. So pretty much that house is dilapidated. It was burned down. It needs major repairs. And even with that, there's two different standards. There's a limited and another thing with that. But 203K loan is you're pretty much fixing the house because it's uninhabitable. Nobody can live there. It's burnt in a fire or bad electrical or lead poisoning throughout the walls. You can't live there for whatever reason. It was flooded out. You can't live there. So a 203K loan is something that they give you. So the house, of course, is cheap because it's uninhabitable. So it might be like 90. I'm talking about New Jersey prices. It's cheaper probably where if you're in the South. But in New Jersey, it could be $90,000 for this damaged, uninhabitable home. And they might give you $90,000 more for renovation fees, right? You hire a general contractor and they come and they fix the home up for the rest of the amount. The $90,000 covers all that, right? And also you can add additions and decks and shit like that to that if you want. Okay, but there are two loans that's in. Now, don't forget, the federal government protects you from the states. The state says pull your boots up from the strap, right? The federal government says, nah, we're going to help out those who are in need, right? So FHA loans are for poor people, people with bad credit or don't have the capital to put down 20%. So it's definitely looking out for people that we call black, FHA loans. So they're there to take advantage of. So we got first dibs on our own homes in our community. Like I said, I don't know if it's lack of communication, lack of knowledge what's going on of the loan, but we're not taking advantage of it. Some people are, but not enough of us because people are coming from outside and taking advantage of these loans, or they just got the money to put down 20%. But my point is we got first dibs on these homes in our neighborhood because we see them every day. Somebody else got to ride through our city and see it or do some research, but we see it every day. We see what homes are fucked up. So we could easily get an FHA loan and gentrify our own neighborhood anytime we want. So we got first dibs on gentrification. We don't do it. Maybe we don't have the capital to put the 3.5% down payment. I don't know what it is, but we're not doing it, and we can. So does anybody want to speak on something like that?
I actually hopped on the panel because me and my sister had that same discussion.
I was telling her pretty much the same thing. Like, you know, I've spoke about it before. I come from Gary. And truth be told, out there, you don't even, like, property is so dirt cheap. Most of the houses are on tax sale. Like, you don't even have to worry about a loan if you just say your tax money. You know, you can buy a couple, you know, you can buy a couple cribs. I've seen buildings sell for $125. Like, but people complain about, you know, what the community looks like, but we're letting these white people come in, get the list, buy 5, 6 properties. Now, a lot of them actually went back on sale in Indiana because they recently passed the law, because what they were doing is they were purchasing all of these homes in LLCs, but they owed taxes as individuals. So Indiana recently passed the law that if you owe any type of federal tax, state tax, any type of taxes, you cannot purchase on tax sale. So a lot of those houses have been kind of repossessed from the owners and put back on the market. But I mean,
Well, I'm saying leveraging credit is something that needs to be talked about more on some serious, like more detailed level conversation, not just the surface level of knowing that we need good credit. I'm talking about actual actionable, a list of actionable items that people can do for themselves and be informed about so they can do it themselves and then take advantage of it. You know, like I gave an example before, and just knowing ahead of time that you are going to be looking for a house next year. Like, let's say anybody who has a goal of trying to get into a house next year, at the end of this year, when it comes time to file your taxes or what have you, you know, not to, you got to loosen up on your deductions and things. You just going to have to take a hit and pay a hefty tax so you can have your AGI up. Like that's that little bit tidbit. Then, like for example, there are certain credit cards. Once you qualify for, you can get a credit card. Usually, when you get a new credit card, they'll have this introductory thing going on where within the first 90 days, like let's say you get a credit card with a $5,000 limit, and they say in the first 90 days, if you spend $3,000, they will give you $300 in reward, the $300 equivalency of reward if you know if within the 90 days. So if you know that, all you have to do, which is perfectly legal, have somebody that has a business that you know, and then y'all know each other, whatever case is, a business owner, invoice you for $3,000 or whatever, $3,000, and you pay for it with your credit card. Boom, you have spent $3,000, but you can end up giving the $3,000 back to the business, and then you get the $300 worth of reward points just like that, all within a month. I mean, little stuff like that, and that's perfectly legal. What I just said, I don't want people to think I ain't giving no advice or nothing like that, but it's perfectly legal. You know, so I'm saying these are
Wu is not a financial advisor, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. I am not. I am not telling people what to do. I'm just saying what I had heard was no, but seriously, that's I'm
trying to mute. I know I got back.
Oh no, I'm saying because I'm in this space of this journey of trying to get myself, and it takes time, but I'm rubbing elbows with people who do have these conversations, who do have these actionable things, like real, like things you actually do, not just the idea of it, but what you actually do and stuff. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to have those kind of conversations to share and break bread, because these things, simple stuff like that we may not know, like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. I just pay an invoice with, because I ain't, because you don't want to spend $3,000 worth of stuff for real, because you may not even need $3,000 worth of stuff. But if somebody builds you and whatnot, and then they help out that way. You know, business owner. That's it. They invoice you, send you an invoice. All right, I pay it, and that's it. And you got $300 for having a credit card. It's not $300, not much, but man, $300 is greater than zero.
That's definitely a good come up.
Yeah, that could be enough to pay a car note that you might been struggling on for a minute. So I'm just saying. So I'm just giving examples, stuff like that, little stuff like that, and then oh my goodness, and then business credit, Dun and Brad's, the SBF, E, and all of that stuff, like net 30 accounts and stuff. Like that's the kind of conversations I'm talking about. Getting on that level. Business credit is everything too. Listen, everybody and their mother needs to own a business. And if you don't own a business, shame on you. And I don't care if you're not using it, but you need to own one. You need to incorporate one.
That's what the 14th Amendment is about, right? The 14th Amendment made that possible.
Yes.
Yes. You exercise your right to own a business.
and everybody should at an early age. Like my daughter, soon as she turned 18.
I agree.
Soon as she turned 18, my oldest, boom, I went where helped her register a business. Even if it's not active, she gonna have that tenure. She gonna pay her annual state, dues,
right,
which is real low, $40 a year or $50 a year.
That is low.
And just keep it, open a business bank account, just keep the bare minimum in there, whatever. Even if it's not active, but you have tenure when she when she want to really use it and things or whatever. So I'm just saying stuff like that. You order stuff for the house. Like if you need, man, listen, I'm gonna give another example. There's a company called Quill, and I'm sure everybody heard of Quill, Uline, and all that, right? Those are net 30.
Yeah, I heard of Uline. Never heard of Quill.
Okay,
yeah, Quill is a popular one as well.
Yeah, Quill Uline is like more restrictive to business industry type stuff, whereas Quill
warehouse, manufacturing, yeah.
But Quill is like crossover from household stuff, man. So
yeah, because they do like a lot of office supplies. So you can get like your coffee maker and your tissue. Like they do a lot of household items or things that could double as household items.
Yep, there you go. So listen, so if you want to buy your whole house toilet paper and paper towels and what is it? Those paper plates or whatever, anything that could go into an office kitchen. I mean, a business office kitchen or whatever. You can order that through your business, but it's really for the house or home office.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
I agree. What you're saying is correct.
So, but what I'm saying is, it also is that that's one company that when you actually do that and you order it through your business, they will report to Dun & Brad. So now you're establishing a trade experience, a trade transaction on your business credit, and that's gonna help your business credit for buying something you already would be buying anyway. I'm saying little stuff like that.
Right. So pretty much like get creative. Like even if you're not running a business currently, but you have that business name and that business account, you can definitely make these transactions on your business account, and it will increase and help your business credit over time.
Exactly. And hold up, and one more thing.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
So one more thing. So I'm biased. Earlier we spoke about credit, credit usage. Now that's on the personal credit report. But if you own a business and you maneuver the space enough to get a business line of credit, that usage is not reported on your personal side. So you could you could max out your business card and it's not going to affect your right. And I'm not saying be irresponsible. I'm saying, but you could use a high usage.
No. Just in fact, because which I put a business, they kind of expect that anyway. They expect you to use your shit for your business.
Yep, exactly. And they're not going to report on your personal. So if you have a $10,000 business credit, and you got to make a major purchase for whatever reason, and you do it, your personal credit is not going to take a hit at all in terms of usage or anything else.
But you know what's funny, because it's actually the opposite when you're a business versus when you're an individual. When you're an individual, they want to see on-time payments, this, that, and the third. But most companies have holds, because as a business, it looks good when you take longer to pay the people you owe. It looks better.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
Yeah, I'm going to admit this very internet that I'm using to talk to you guys is under my business name, and all my phones are my business name. Half my rent is the tax write-off. Yeah, so I definitely.
Oh, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell you.
I've been slacking. Like I have like a Uline business account. I have the account. I set up the business. I just don't really do nothing with it. When it comes time to buy my stuff, I just buy it. I have a business checking account with some money in there, but it takes too much because it's not affiliated with my other main personal account. So it's a totally different banking institution. And I haven't set it up for easy transfers. So to put money in there, to do all of that, it's kind of more than I'd be feeling like doing. But I probably just need to set it up where I can make transfers.
Yeah, I'm telling you. That definitely. And the thing is, it was something you just said, Unbiased. Oh yeah. Listen, another thing. If you pay rent from a consistent checking account, no matter what it is, you can get that reported as a installment loan on your credit, as if like up to 2 years of your rent can be reported on your credit as if you had a 2-year-old loan at the value of your monthly rent. And I've done it.
Now, do you know who do you have to go through for that? Because I actually tried to do it for my rent through, I want to say Credit Karma, but nope. It didn't come up. Like
I'm telling you, I use Boom Pay. I'm gonna tell you straight up, Boom Pay, and it works. I've done it, so I'm speaking from experience.
Boom. You said Boom Pay, BOOM.
Yeah, BOOM Pay.
Okay.
Boom Pay. They all they're gonna do is they're gonna add. You gotta give them your banking information and your if you lease or rent, and you pay your rent through a portal, that's preferred, but it's not absolutely necessary. But once they check everything out, they'll report 2 years worth of your rent on your credit report, and when it pops up, boom, it shows up as a 2-year installment loan that's been paid off on time. So you got 2-year on-time payments hit your credit, bam, right there.
Now, does it work if you use 2 different accounts? Because I started out using one account, and then when I got my Navy Federal, I switched to using my Navy Federal account. So does it work if you have it? Like,
yeah, that's tricky. If it's better if you had a consistent account.
Okay.
Because I had to, but here's the thing. What happened with me is they never report a negative to your credit. So if it's a gap, let's say you paid 3 months from one account, then you paid a different account, then you pay something from that same account. They're just gonna skip that on your report. It's not going to show up as if you didn't pay it.
Okay.
So they do that, but it's better.
Or what if if I start back from a certain, can I start back from a certain time period?
Yeah. It don't have to be 2 years.
I just switched which account I paid out of. It's not. I don't really go back and forth. I just stop using the other account and then switch to this one. So it'll still be consistent payments, but it just won't be 2 years worth of consistent payments.
Right. They'll go whatever they can. It's up to 2 years. Yeah, but see now I was telling Unbiased about Navy Federal. See, Amber, you gotta school them on Navy Federal. Navy Federal Credit Union is the bomb. I'm telling you. Trying to tell everybody.
Yeah, I gotta. So now let me say this, because some credit unions be tricky how to get in. Like some try to have you apply through like they try to sign up through a library. So what are Navy credit? What are their requirements?
Navy Federal. So pretty much, really, you can. So they have the veterans and like military and their family members that can sign up, or you can have access through like different companies. Like my cousin, My sister's military and she been had one for years. But I actually got my account through my cousin because she works for Norfolk Southern in Atlanta. So really, as long as you know someone that has one, they can give you their member access number and you can apply. Now you may have to lie and say you a sibling. Like I got my other sister in that didn't have one already, but we're actually family. So I'm not really telling no lie, but you just, if somebody you know has one and they trust you, they can give you their member access number to put on your application. You do your application, give your income, your relationship to that person, and set up your account.
Listen, you could do it all over the phone within 40 minutes. And all
you
you
can
have to
do it online.
Yeah. You could do it online too. You could do it online. I do it on. I did mine on phone. And you got to be in the army, in the military yourself, a veteran or reserve person, or just a family member of someone who's there, and or like you said, just kind of know somebody, or know somebody who's working for a contractor in some affiliation with the government as well. But then also, like Amber said, member ID. They ask for that. Once you become a member, that's a wrap. All you need is $5, and that criteria we just mentioned.
Now I'm gonna say the hard part is the requirement you're saying. Like the average person don't know anybody that you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was trying to get to the credit union, and I was finagled another way. Like I said, they were trying to be a part of the library, but then I couldn't be a part of the library because I don't live in that community. So I had to finagle. I really just was. I think they got tired of me calling, and they just let me just be down.
Well,
but
if you have any family member that's connected to the military anyway, you're in, or even like I would say, even a good close friend, because it's just a matter of just them vouching. It's a voucher system. That's really what it is.
Pretty much. That's all it is. It's
just a voucher system. They don't ask for hard docs like that.
Proof or nothing like that. Yeah. Long as you have that access, because they know that somebody had to give you that access number. Long as you pretty much got that, and typically the person to tell you how they, like my cousin, she told me what she wanted me to go under, because you can code it in different ways. So she told me specifically what code she wanted me to use, like what my relationship was. And I did, and then that's that, but it's easy to get in.
Benefits are great.
And I haven't even touched the surface of the benefits. I got one because I plan to purchase a home very soon, but I was actually talking with someone else about it, and I just so happened to go through their website and see that they also do student loans too, and I got a child finna go to school. So I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Listen, man, Navy Federal, they got no minimum thing to open any account, no minimum amount that you need in there, no monthly fees. And listen, y'all, I'm telling you, they have something called a pledge loan.
Free checks, cause
Now I'm about to sound like a Navy Federal salesman right now, but I'm telling y'all, they have something called a pledge loan, and I'm only saying this because I didn't know, and now that I know, I'm sharing. I'm willing to share because I've taken advantage of it. So I'm speaking from firsthand experience and everything. I'm not saying nothing that I haven't done. They have something called a pledge loan. So for example, if you put $500 in your savings account, then you can take a loan. They call it a secured loan against that $500. And for up to 36 months, but you don't, it depends on what you want, what your strategy is, but you could take a loan against your 500. So for example, you have 500 in your savings account, you can get a secured loan for $500, and they're going to move that 500 from your savings into your checking to make it available to you. Then you set up a payment plan to pay it back over however many months you want to do it for. and the interest rate is real low. It's like point something. It's like really low on that loan. But guess what? They report it to your credit as an installment loan, but it's your money anyway. So all you do, so this is what you do. You take out I'm just giving an example. You take out a $500 loan. You say you want to pay it back in 6 months. So you get the short amount of time. So you want a $500 loan for 6 months. It's your money. So they approve it, you get it. So the money moves from your savings to your checking. But guess what? The next day, you pay 90% of that loan back the next day. So guess what? You don't owe your monthly bill until 6 months later, which is going to terminate the installment, but all that time is reporting on your credit. That's going to immediately boost your credit score 30 days later. That's another strategy. And you really didn't take out, you borrowing your own money. So it's not like you owe anything because you paid it right back, and it goes right back to your savings. I'm telling you, these are little things that people don't know. And I've done it.
I sure didn't know it, and I'm sure tried. Sure.
I've done it. And so if you know how you got to have like a nice credit mix, and you might have credit cards, but you don't have no installment loans or whatever, that's a nice way to do that. And Navy Federal has an internal scoring system. So the more products and services you use of theirs, the more likely you're going to get, you'll be able to get their bigger loans and bigger credit cards and things, and things like that. So that's what I'm I'm telling you, it's a lot that I didn't know. I'm like, man, I know now. When you know better, you do better. And I'm trying to tell everybody about stuff like that. So I'm in the middle of doing that, and it's timing too. Some people pull the trigger at the wrong time. People would be trying to apply for credit cards. It may not be the right moment. You gotta set yourself up first, then pull the trigger, and get approved for whatever. Then you gotta know what, when you apply for these things, you gotta know what they're gonna pull from. Out of the 3 major bureaus, which one is it? TransUnion, Equifax, is Experian, and you should know that. And then what they're looking for, what's the minimum scores, and things like that. They call them data points. You got to know all that stuff, or you try your best to know. And that's how we do it. But anyway, I'm trying to have that conversation. So even Amber, see, I'm trying to position myself to get a house as well. And I stopped trying to project when, because I know it's just a process of me just getting myself in a qualifying position.
Yeah. Right.
And but I'm trying to have conversations with others who are either doing the business stuff or trying to buy a home and whatnot, so we could kind of break bread and share information like that. So
yes. So let me share this. So FHA loans called a first time home buyer loan, but the name, ignore it, because you could own a home and still get it. The thing is, you have to be 3 years after your initial purchase. So you can get the FHA loan over and over again after 3 years of the purchase of a home. So if you got an FHA loan and you bought a house 3 years later, you can get an FHA loan again for another house, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's valuable, because the name kind of prevents you from trying to make another move again.
The crazy thing is, I didn't think to look that one up, because I just looked up the VA loan the other day, because the common way, I know, at least for me, I always thought it was a one-time thing, and I'm like, that ain't right. And I couldn't remember when I went to school, was it one time or was it? So I looked it up the other day, and that's a lifetime thing that you can reuse as well. So it didn't even dawn on me to look up the FHA.
Yeah, Navy Federal. I don't think anybody beating that Navy Federal home buying program. They got home buyer's choice, no PMI, no down payment, none of that. And they are generous. They are generous. I know someone who got a $500,000 no money down. What do you call it? Approval. $500,000.
That's what I'm trying to get. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna take my time because I don't want to pull the trigger too early and
That's
then
just 450. It was 450. I'm sorry, not five, because I just rounded up. I said that's
you
almost
might
half
as
a million.
well.
Yeah,
You might
because
as
the
well.
median, I don't know where, like unbiased. Where you at? You in Jersey, right? Oh, I think he cut off. Where you go?
I don't know. He might
You
be
might admit it.
breaking up.
What's the average median house that cost of a house? Where you at?
Where I'm
Denver.
at,
Yeah,
I want to say about 250.
250 for what? What's the bed and bath spread?
I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. I'm in Minneapolis and I don't really have no interest in purchasing here. I just so happen to look it up for some other reason. That's why I know, but I don't
You're
really
looking
know
at what?
like
I
the
was
average
asking. Yeah,
value of a home out here or like the average
average
cost.
price. Yeah, cost for a
Yeah.
home.
Well,
Like a
I'm gonna say if you're going through an FHA loan, I'm gonna tell you right now what you're looking at. Well, from New Jersey prices, I think we're a little higher, but like they don't give it. From what I know from people I talk to, 400,000. It's like I don't know people who go over 400,000 because don't forget your down payment grow and grow and grow. So 400,000 out here, like that's pretty much average. Well, actually 300,000 really for us. 400,000 a little bougie. Anything more, you just got money to buy a regular home without the loan. So out your way, yeah, you want to know. Wait, so I could say right now. So an apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment goes for what out there?
Out here?
Yeah.
Ooh, it depends on the area you in, but you ain't gonna get nothing less than about 1,200.
All right, so same rules. So that means 400,000 is like you won't even get that. If you get an FHA loan, it's most likely going to be high 200,000 to like mid or low 300,000.
Okay.
Because down here in Georgia, the I think they said the median is between three. It's now because I don't know, but see now it changed this year. You know, I don't know if y'all noticed.
It's a lot of people bought houses though, like a
Yeah,
lot.
but the prices have gone up. Like even if you look at what is it GLMS or whatever the housing, you know, where they list all the houses and stuff in different states and whatnot. All the prices have gone up. Like the whole housing market has gone up. Like it's a seller's market. People are buying, but the prices are going up.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely a seller's market.
Yeah, right now. So now it's changed, but before, so now they're saying it's around 300 to 350 here in Georgia, whereas before it was 250 when I first entertained the idea. But now that I'm trying to really get myself in positioning and stuff, I'm like, man, the same. You know, I don't know if y'all familiar with Zillow. You familiar with
Yeah.
Zillow? Yeah. There's a whole bunch of houses I save on Zillow, right? Just if I see them and I like the square footage and the bed bath spread, I just save them just so I can keep up with the price. And I go back to the sums that I saved just last year, and then I look at it now. It may be sold or whatnot, but you see what I saved it as and what it either sold for, or if it happens to still be on the market. Man, those prices then went up like $100,000. Like a 280 nice house is now 380.
So
and stuff
I'm
like that.
looking now, and according to Zillow, in 2022, they will grow 11.4%. Minneapolis home values have increased by 6.5%. The current value is $321,732 and will still rise. Home values in St. Paul, with Twin Cities, 10.7%, and the current value is $275,264, and they'll still rise as well.
See, there you go. And think about it. If you don't have the right credit to match the market, then you're gonna be even more marginalized. And that's the importance of that's another factor about credit, period. We gotta become more educated on credit, leveraging credit, and the importance of credit. You know what I mean? I mean, we just have to, or else you'd be marginalized. You be renting. And it makes absolutely no sense to rent a $1,500 2-bedroom apartment for 10 years. That makes no sense. None.
No, I
None.
definitely don't. It's blowing me that I'm renting right now because I've never really had to rent, so it's blowing me right now.
And I'll tell you that when you rent, you pay more than the mortgage. Your monthly mortgage will be cheaper than a rent.
Yeah, but think about it. If you are living in an apartment, let's just not even say 10 years, 5 years, and you're paying $1,200 to $1,500 a month. If you're able to do that, then you're also able to pay a mortgage of equal value. Do you know the kind of house you can get for a $1,500 mortgage?
Mm-hmm.
Like, people want to bring their mortgage down, but $1,500 a month will get you like a $300,000 house down here in Georgia, roughly, and that's nice.
Yeah,
So
I got a cousin that just bought one for around the price that you were talking about. I think it's $468,000. She just bought a house for her, but again, I don't know what them rates looking like.
What's that monthly hit though? What's that?
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I don't know what them interest rates and that payment looking like though.
Yeah, but I do know. I've been looking. Trust me, I've been looking just to inspire myself and stuff. And all I know is that 15, 16, maybe up to 1,800 will get you a nice spot. So if you already paying that in rent, then obviously you can do it. But people don't want to keep it that way. You want to lower it as much as you can. But I'm just saying, it makes no sense for me. To me, for anybody renting for that long, rent should always, like, we should be taught that rentals should always be a in lieu of type of thing, a temporary thing.
Yeah, but I can say I think people kind of get stuck though, and barely making a rent. So then they don't feel like they have any money to pay debt or pay off whatever debt they've accumulated. So then it's kind of like, well, just keep paying rent and surviving versus buckle down and being disciplined and getting it straight so you can get out of that cycle.
True, but even what Unbiased said kicks in too, because if, let's say you do get stuck and you're paying a $1,000 a month, but if you were to, and it's a 1-bedroom apartment, a 1-bedroom house, the mortgage for that same house will be a lot less than $1,000, and you're paying to own, like so it's just, I just think, man, people just educated more, they'll realize their options and they could weigh them better. They could weigh it better, because I know I'm sick and tired of it. That's why I'm so gung ho about all of this. That's why I'm trying to have conversations, like some practical, actionable things. Because how I get it, I'm passing it, dishing it, helping business side, B2B, business to business transactions, invoicing, all these kind of things. The movement of money matters. Not even spending. See, people think you got to spend, but sometimes it's just the movement of money that can make a difference. Where you move it to and where you move it back, move it out of, and where you move it into. That can make a difference. Somebody got their hand up. Who's that?
That's IBM.
Immortal Break Mouse.
Yeah, Ujawu.
Oh,
the movable of money.
The
removal of money is one of the things that they do during the recession and depression. In the 1920s, they sent all kinds of gold over to Europe. A whole bunch of our reserve gold, they sent it over to Europe for some reason. And now it seems like the same thing with this recession, maybe turned to depression, because we're sending all this money over here to Europe again during the recession. And then anytime you have a recession or depression, it only takes a couple, wealthy investors to pull their money out of the stock market, for it to start, a recession or depression. And this is a weapon that they use also, because they say that in wartime is where they make their most money. So just to throw that out there for you. We got to change that. We got to change the narrative of the banking system of the day. And we heard what Thomas Jefferson, I read it to you about what he said about the privatized banks, and that's where we're at today. It wasn't always like that, and we've had presidents who went against it, who stopped it, and then, had presidents who picked it back up and ran with it, like Woodrow Wilson. And then that meeting that they had on Jekyll Island, I think it's all South Carolina down there, and they created the Federal Reserve here in America. Now okay,
Savannah,
maybe
Savannah,
you might
Georgia,
be right.
something like that.
Some right in that area though. But you're right, like right there in that area. But that's where they had their meeting, and they set up the Federal Reserve. And see, the first Federal Reserve was the Bank of England, so that was the model for all the rest of the world. And they brought it over here, and then now the Federal Reserve is everywhere. So we got privatized banks everywhere, brother. So we have to change that narrative also. How our banking system is run by these privatized banks, and And I mean, it even says it in the Bible. I mean, this stuff went back to the Bible, and we know who they talking about. I ain't gonna say no names because I ain't trying to get strikes. But let me read you a couple of scriptures from the Bible real quick.
Not the scriptures.
Hold on. Thou shalt not give him the money. Oh yeah, I get deep on it. Shit, I can hit him from all angles.
Oh my gosh.
Thou shalt not give him the money upon usury, nor lend him thy victuals for increase. All right. Now another one. This is the last one. If you lend money to one of my people among you who is needy, do not treat it like a business deal. Or do not treat it like a business deal. Charge no interest. So I mean, this type of private banking system, and we're talking about the gentrification.
But aren't banks businesses though?
Yeah. Oh yeah. But see, like I said, it's how they're set up, with these privatized owners, just like our jails now, because see, like let me go back first, just 1 second real quick. I'm not going to go too far off topic, but I just want to say this. The reason why they had to reconstruct, the reason why the bankers and all these people in the corporations had to reconstruct was because we can all agree at that time that our ancestors was doing real well. Talk about Black Wall Street. We talk about the place here in Virginia, I think it was Danville. We have up in New York in the park up there, what's that? Seneca Village. We have North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898, when the Democrats overthrew the Democratic elected government because they were black and white and they was all working together. But after slavery, they was working the Constitution they was playing the Constitution like a fiddle. You had black people popping up with all these businesses, the doctors' offices, just take a look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, and its history and what they had there before they destroyed it. And that shows you that our black, forefathers and foremothers was working the Constitution like a fiddle. So these motherfuckers had to reconstruct. Because we living better than they are. You see what I'm saying? Does that make any sense to anybody? Does anybody follow that? Huh?
I hear what you're saying.
Anywho don't pollute. I'm not lying. And I ain't. And we know about all the black settlements that popped up and was doing so well. And then the white people around them wasn't nowhere near in the position that they was in. And then, like I said, in 1913, that's when Woodrow Wilson popped up with his bullshit. But, before that, Andrew Jackson wasn't having it with the private banks. Taft said, hell no. You know what I'm saying? So, it's just like we can change the narrative again, but we have to change the narrative of our banking system in order to get out of this debt slavery and these corporations and these banks doing what they're doing to us. You see? That has to be addressed too.
But I got a question. What for you, for everybody, but you starting with you real quick. What would you do if you were extended $100,000 in credit right now? Not a loan, but you just had $100,000 line of credit available to you. Mm-hmm. What would you do with it?
I'd probably put away 75% and then try to make an investment or something that's going to appreciate, like either crypto or.
That might just not a loan when you say put away 75.
Yeah, add a deck to my property to raise, and put a fence around it to raise up the property value. You know, if that's what given to me, I would. That's what I would do. Is put it towards something that's going to appreciate instead of depreciate, like a car or clothes or jewelry. You know, the stuff that they have us out here, us consumers of the buyers, have us out here scrambling about for. You know, thank you, Sigmund Freud and Edwin Bernays, but I'm not. You know, that's the people who. With the propaganda and stuff. So yeah, that's what I would do. If I had it.
Okay. Well, I ask that question to people every now and then because, and what I take away from the answers that I've been, get from here and there, is that we're not in that position, so we're not in that position often enough to even have that creative mind that when a question like that is asked, that people will have, an answer that's, worthwhile. Like, I'm not saying yours not worthwhile, but I'm saying, like, usually when I ask that question, people are like, take pause. Because, like, wait a minute, what would I do if I had $100,000 line of credit? Because the idea
wrap it up and bling it.
Well, the idea about credit, an extended line of credit, is the goal will be to flip it to how you leverage it, and so because we're not in that position often enough, we don't even have that kind of knee-jerk response on ideas of how to flip something. So it becomes more consumer oriented instead of investing oriented. And I'm saying I noticed that. And so I kind of gauge that from the answers that I get and everything. Because somebody asked me that a while back, and I had to eat that lesson. Because I'm one of the people that when I was asked, well, yeah, I mean, there's no wrong answer to it. It's just it just tells me, it just informs me of what side.
I just want to see how you feel about my answer, about your opinion. I'm not asking for scientific fact. I'm just asking, did you think my advice, if I was to give that advice to somebody, would that be good enough? Depending on the position that you're in, too, that has to play into the position.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is that I don't think there's a good or bad, right or wrong thing with it. It's just two different pathways. Either you're gonna do something.
I do. I think it is a good and bad path, but overall, as long as you're leveraging the credit to get more.
If your answer was to just blow it, then of course, yeah. If you just go blow it on some.
You'd be surprised how many people that's their answer. And then when you kind of give them the side eye, then they're like, "Oh, I get this. Of course, I'm gonna get that." But like, if the first thing that comes out your mouth is some stupid shit,
right? That's why you don't have that line of credit. No, but see, it's telling though, because we need to leverage it. Like that's what other folks do. They leverage.
I'm trying to think. I'm like, I was over here thinking. I'm like, what would I do? Buy some investment properties? I'm like, nah, I really don't want to do all that. That's extra work. But then I'm like, I might buy some non-performing debt notes, some non-performing notes.
Well, that's what see, but the fact that we don't even think down that line, that's what I'm being aware more. Some of it's due
to do you think some of it's due to lack of or suppression? Let's say suppression of evidence. I mean, of information.
Well, no. Have you ever heard of and I was gonna ask this earlier. Have you ever heard of EYL? Earn Your Leisure?
I don't think so.
So literally, what you're talking about, like connecting regarding investments, regarding credit, like it's a whole, and they actually have a show on YouTube, but they have courses where they teach this, like different investment strategies. I'm not a member because I'm ready to get more serious, but I'm just not there yet. I got a lot going on in life. So for me, I have to handle, my priorities. And I know you're like, hey, well, it's a priority. It is a priority. But also too, I'm managing kids, and so I don't like to take on things because it's too great of an asset to not be prepared for it. So for me, I want to be in the right position. So I know when I go in and I'm taking those courses and I'm listening to those lectures that I'm actually retaining the information and putting it to use. But my sister is actually enrolled and has been for some time. So she's learned how to trade. She's learned how to maximize her different retirement funds. Like they literally talk about everything. And they bring people like Shaq and different people, that kind of have made some very savvy business decisions, and they just discuss their process and what they did. And, when they kind of came to the awakening of how to, grow wealth. So it's pretty much them kind of talking out different ways to earn your leisure, pretty much get to a point where you don't have to worry about working because you have so many streams of income that's working for you. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
I'll drop the link in the chat but they do a show
Diversify
right
your
now.
portfolio is what you're saying. Diversify your portfolio.
Yeah.
Yeah. And see that, well, suppression of information that I was saying is like with these markets, the markets are pretty easy, it's just the up and down game, you know what I mean? And you got to have money to play, that's all. But like when we were dealing, when it first started, this is just talking about how, I was talking with, with the crypto thing, how it first started when I asked Garfield and them about it, why don't we do it as a community, because we could create our own, you know what I'm saying? But, I'm not exactly, know the whole game, but I know that we could create our own and then we can make it what we want it to be. But when you're dealing with these markets, you just play the up and down game. So when them if we as a community would have invested in the oil when it went down to near 0 cents a barrel, you know what I'm saying? And then now, what is it? Probably back up to about $60 a barrel. You know what I'm saying? So just little stuff like that, just getting into the markets and making money to where that this market is eventually going to come back up. Just like when you're flipping a house, you buy it at the low point. Excuse me, when the market's low, and then once it comes back up, you're gonna be sitting on something that is appreciated. And then last thing with the recession and depression, see, that's what they do. That's why they create the recession and depression, family. Because when everything in the markets, all the markets are low as hell, right? So what they do is they create this recession. They say, okay, we want to re-up, we want to make some money here. So believe it, every time you have a recession, depression, there's war that comes along with it. You just check it. Look back in our history. But the markets go down so low because of of a war, like the virus, then the market goes down, all this, right? So they buy at very cheap prices during this recession and depression. And then because they got the money to do that, buy in bulk. I mean, just like with this crypto, they're putting out this FUD on it. And now there's headlines out here, latest news, listen to this. Latest news headline: race against time as Wall Street giants struggle to get into crypto. Is it too late? And then Wall Street has quickly shifted from calling Bitcoin a passing fad to spending billions of dollars and hiring hundreds of experts to get a foothold in crypto as the industry soars. You see,
wait a minute,
so they put out their FUD about it at first.
A big hit just recently, like didn't it go down like the lowest?
Yeah, because of the war. Because of the war. Yeah, war does that. Anytime you have the virus and war and all these things,
I thought it was because the Federal Reserve
raised
the interest rate. Didn't they raise their interest rate at 0.5 point?
I'm not sure about that, Blue Guy. That's something we got to look into there. But
I thought that was the
saying that this misinformation or suppression of information, because like I said, Musk, all the banks has been buying this stuff for a long time. Warren Buffett was calling it rat poison and now he's invested by the billions. He's got, millions and billions of crypto and stuff. And now they're coming out with the truth about what they was doing. So it's
I kind of got a question for you, IBM, though. Like,
yeah.
If you came across a lick, let's say, don't nobody know about this. You come across something, you like, oh shit, I can make some real money doing this.
Uh-huh.
Are you gonna go and tell everybody?
Well, once I found out about it, I tried to tell as many people as I could to get involved. Yes, I did. Because it only, see, what you don't understand about the market, the more people that you get involved into that community, the more money is going to be passing around. You got to, you create the interest, and then people start buying, and that's what, raises the price. And then, stock market going down and stuff like that lowers it.
Though. That's not necessarily true that the more people involved, the better off you are. It's more people.
Well, in crypto it is. In crypto it is, because you have to get the.
But we're not talking about crypto. Let's take crypto out of it. I'm saying if you come across anything, some new thing that ain't even existed yet, you're the first person to recognize this opportunity to make money.
Right.
You may share it with a few people, but you're going to try to amass as much wealth as you can before you start sharing that with everybody else.
Right.
Like, to me, I think that's just kind of common sense and human nature. I'm gonna make sure me and my set good, and then once I've had my feel and I feel like, all right, well, it's still a little left, we'll let them have the rest, or we'll bring some more people in.
So both of y'all was talking about two different things, because he's also right too. So what Amber, what you're saying is, if you invest in a stock and it's moving up, right, it's uptrending. Yes, you don't want to share that. You're trying to get the money. But what he's saying is that if it's a new stock that nobody know about, it's not making any money. To generate the money to create an uptrend, you need people to buy it. And so that's like the Wolf of Wall Street. A lot of pumping up people. That's what pumped up is about. There's a guy get as many people involved to drive the price up, and you cash out. So both of you are right. You're just talking about two different events when it comes to buying stock.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, Amber, we was right. Where you been at, Cat Daddy? I ain't heard from you in the last.
Nah, I'm here now. Even Earn Your Leisure, I'm aware of them too, and and like they're legit too, because they don't know everybody's background. But the minute they have you on there and it turned out you were a scam artist, they'll delete your video. They won't expose you, but they'll delete your video like it never happened.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a couple people went on there. Jay Morris and a couple guys went on there and fake the funk. And
I don't think
right
they fooled with Dr. Boyce. if I remember correctly, I don't think they fooled with Dr. Boyce.
Once they already expose you, and not expose you because they don't do that, but once you already been exposed,
right? They're very professional. Because I've listened on their shows and stuff. They're very professional. Very they're not gonna get deterred and get into no mess. They about the information and the business.
Right. The bottom line. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I like them. They give black folks a chance to
we need to have our own. I'm saying we need to have our own. And now to Monica Lamb's credit, man, that's all she's been doing for a while, and a lot of people, like when she goes live and try to share stuff, she don't get that many views and things.
She did a lot about drop shipping. Yeah, drop shipping. But you know why? It's because Garfield is so good at what he does that people, like his audience, just want to hear that.
Yeah.
So anything new or different.
She's really knowledgeable and good as well. Truth be told, I loved her content when I was tuning in. I just kind of, fell back from watching certain people. I kind of took to this channel, and this is pretty much between you and Wujawu. It's the only channels that I kind of frequent if I see they're live. But I'll have to go back and subscribe to her because I do want to support her and take in the information.
Yeah, and listen, she knows Navy Federal, she knows the grants and this and that, and she's on she's
talking about Monica.
She was talking about drop shipping a long time ago. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I only mentioned her though. I only mention her because, and I'm saying she's already doing it. So what I'm about to say is it is already being done. But I'm saying I'm saying like a powwow, a panel,
Right.
empanelment of people, but more actionable though. I'm talking about some like hands-on stuff, like for example, let's say it was 10 of us on a panel right now. Then to whatever extent people are willing to share their scenario, paint the scenario, and then see who had a similar scenario and what they did with it or know or experience in the past that could help or whatever, leverage things. I'm talking about like that. So like, what's everybody's credit score? What's the median credit score everybody working with? A FICO 8 type of thing. They're like, okay, cool, all right. What you trying to do? What you got going on right now? That kind of stuff. Like, let's hit it. Because a lot of people know different things,
I heard you guys speak on the credit lines, like after you get your credit up. And that's important too, because like when I hear these guys, that's why like not everybody's bad that talk about this stuff, credit lines and credit repair. Even though I think their method is scamish. I'm gonna call it a scam all out, but I'm just saying scamish right now. But it's definitely irresponsible, because if they have bad credit, they're in the rear now. That means they're irresponsible with money. So why the hell would you, if they're responsible with $2,000, $100, $1,500, why would you give them access to $50,000? Fucking, and that's what I don't like. Like, dude, you're creating a problem they'll never get out of. They'll be in poverty the rest of their life.
Predatory lending, like we were talking about. Predatory lending.
I don't like that. And they all do that. And they all say, hey, they pitch it like this money's free. Yeah, man. Like no names. I ain't throw no names. I just heard people say, yeah, you get access to $50,000, $100,000, $30,000. Dude, if this person was irresponsible with $800, okay, what they gonna do with $30,000? They're gonna blow it on some club shit, some bullshit in the club, making it rain. Then I got to pay you back $30,000, and ain't no letter gonna fix that.
I mean, even the fact that just looking for that quick fix versus taking the time to get it right. I mean, I always believe that there's beauty in the process. I'm not trying to fix everything that, like, I'm the type of person that I owe the debt. I want to pay it. I don't want to get out of the debt. I took on the debt. Like,
it's yours.
I want to come out of it the right way. Like, that's just me though. But when people want to take shortcuts, it's like you don't really learn anything. You learn to try to pay somebody to make your problem go away, and then you get access to more money, but you still have the same attitude and the same mindset. So you're not going to treat this any different. And like you said, you're just going to dig an even bigger hole. Yeah, you're going to feel like you level right now when you get it. But then after you blow that, then you in an even deeper hole.
That's why I say it's not about getting rid of debt that you actually owe magically. It's the knowledge of how the scoring models work, how to move stuff and how to do stuff, how to prioritize things. Because, like, for example, if you had a choice between paying down a debt to bring your credit score and whole credit profile up versus paying for something else, if you don't see value in credit at all, then you're just going to you spend the money on whatever that other thing was anyway.
Some Jordans.
Yeah, you see, so that's what that goes a long way. Just the education alone will go. It'll help people at least to prioritize things and to put a proper value on stuff. And especially if you're trying to make moves. If you're trying to buy a car, depending on what car you're trying to get, let's just say the average about $25,000, $25,000 car, then auto loans. So now you got to see what kind of lending practices are being done for auto loans. What are they looking for? What are the data points? And this and that. But you got to put yourself in a position to get one, and then you got to turn to credit. So you got to leverage that. You got to make some changes in your behavior, your patterns, your spending patterns to get that done. But people are looking for that quick fix, and that's just not going to happen. Oh, I owe this much. How can I get rid of it? Like, what? That's the wrong question.
Exactly. and is their debt, like Amber said, you did it. You did it. So, I watch a lot of these videos, like these fake credit. I watch because what I'm trying to tell Sister Tiffany is that when we talk about other things, that I like to watch both sides enough where you're not going to get me with an aha moment. So the guys who I disagree with, I watch them anyway. because I want to make sure I disagree with everything. I want to make for sure that we don't agree on shit before I speak out against them. So I literally at work, I really risk everything watching these people. I could be doing so much more important things, and I'm watching these guys because I want to make sure. And I played them on my channel before. You've seen them, and these guys are legit. Like, they're not really scammers. I just think they're just really misinformed, or like somebody was in their ear and told them this was an investment to get into. You know how these people do, y'all. They want you to invest in something, so they pitch it like it's a great idea and it sounds good, and they get scammed. Ja Rule got scammed. Ja Rule, the rapper, was an American Greed. Okay, he got scammed. So it happens. People in your ear, they can make you paint a picture that's not beautiful, but they can make it seem like that. So the credit thing, the credit thing has become that, And the other thing they talk about is legit. They just wrong, in my opinion, on the credit repair stuff. So if it's your debt, you owe it. Okay. Now there are nuances where they kind of mislead you, because some things are old, 7 years, it goes off, but they'll get it off as though it was hard. Like, dude, all you do is at that point, you just dispute it. It's coming off right away. You don't need no letter and that crazy shit. But everybody got a magical letter, though. If you listen to these people, it's their only letter that can do it. Yeah, the way we write the letter, man, everybody says that. This one sis was talking about getting a car and your business name. Now, all the cars you can get, okay, you get Nissan, Maxima, Altima, just wreck Subaru. What car should you go to? A Benz. 2022. You said they do you like they bring you to like they cater to your worst desire. And then so what I was gonna say with y'all was that it's the audience that you're educating. Maybe with y'all, with the audience you got ain't with that education shit. They want the quick fix.
Right.
And
That's what I'm saying.
I think it's responsible to suggest, like, to me, I don't want to teach someone who doesn't have a baseline understanding. Like, just
right.
If you don't have the prereqs, I don't even want to have this conversation, because I want you to know when I'm saying, I want you to be able to gauge accurately when I'm kind of, that don't really go like that. I think everybody should take at least 1 or 2 classes in like personal finance, or, like, just learn the basics, because if you're learning brand new from random nigga on the internet, you don't know whether you're getting accurate information or whether you're getting some bullshit until it's too late. I feel like it's the honorable thing to do, to say, hey, listen, after you take this course, then come back in here, listen to what I have to say. Yeah. So you can know, at least the basics, and you can be able to gauge, but I don't want to be feeding you just anything. And to me, when people want those people that kind of don't know anything about nothing, it's, to me, like, so you could tell them anything.
Right. Well, we kind of talked about, that's the first thing we're talking about, is scam, and scam can only happen in an ignorant, fertile ground, like out of ignorance, because the pushback on scamming is education. Once you're educated, people can't fool you. It's gullibility is in there, ignorance is in there, and desperation, because some people get desperate and they hastily make these choices.
Yeah, that's the same thing that'll get you. That's what got me. Desperation will get you. And we just said it. Wuja, you look for a home. So imagine, Wuja, you were not as aware as you are now about credit. You're looking for a home. You're going to hit that realization, like, yo, they're going to tell you, like, no, you can't get shit. Like, your credit's so low, you can't get an FHA and no level. You got to build your credit. So now when you hear that, you're all that optimism is gone. Your dream is finished. And now you don't even know how to restore your credit. You're like, how do I do this? So now that house next year is a house probably 10, 15 or never. So now your internet, you hear some goofball, you're desperate. You want to, but it might even seem fishy. But because if you rely on yourself, it ain't happening. You're like, fuck, I just got to try this guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's it. That's what I said. Desperation. Yeah. Desperation. And then, like I said, it's plus expectation, false expectation. Because you'd be like, all right, because sometimes people will save up a little something like, all right, I'm ready to get a car or a house, but then don't know where everything else got to come with it. Depending on what lender you go into, you got to have what 4 months, 2 months of bank statements, 2 years of tax returns.
Oh yeah. A house is worse than a car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about a house. 2 years of tax, and then so what if you don't have 2 years of tax returns? What are your options? Stuff like that.
Yep.
Then you got, do you have a cosign or co-borrow or whatever, And and then the whole thing about buying stuff in your business name, like getting a car in your business name. Should you buy? Should you lease? Should you all that? See, all that. That's the kind of conversations I'm trying to have.
Yeah. No, that's
like
important. Yeah, I got a friend that might hop on with that. He actually acted like he said, hey, he's hands on. Matter of fact, he was the first person that made me aware that I need credit. Yeah, he was the first person to let me know, and that's how I found other people. But he was the one that made me realize I need credit. And I piggybacked on his stuff, so he actually got me interested. Without him, I would have never found value in credit. But he got cars and business. He got cars and business vehicles all in the company's name.
I can tell you my journey. Like I said, K through 12 school, even college, they don't teach you the value of credit or the importance of credit. You hear about it, but you don't stress it at all. And I remember the very first thing I got. I remember the first time I ever got credit. I bought 2 turntables, Technique 1200s. I went in the store to buy it, and I was ready to buy it. I saved up to actually pay for them outright. But the guy was like, "Hey, you thought about getting store credit or whatever?" I said. He said, "Are you a student?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "All right, yeah, just apply for credit. You get a student extend, credit card or whatever." And I did it. Boom, got approved. Got the turntables, and ended up paying them off. That was my first credit deal. That's started my whole credit thing, and it was all good. Right. But I wasn't educated on credit, so I didn't think much of it. So my credit was just out there doing whatever. And then I think I got another student credit card because I was a student, and my concept of late payments, I'm like, oh, late is better than never paying it. So I'm like, okay, so what? I'm late. In my mind, I'm like, okay, so what? I'm late. I didn't know it kept a record for up to 4 years on your report. I'm like, what?
That late some bullshit, right?
Yeah, and then it matters if you're 30 days late, 60 days, or 90.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, I did not know that. I'm looking at my credit report for the first time, way after I ever got my first credit thing, and I'm seeing this red square or these orange squares on my credit report, 30 days late, 30 days late, 30 days late, and I didn't even know it was like that. I didn't, what I'm saying, I didn't know it affect you like that.
Right.
So that was a learning lesson for me. When I wanted to buy my own first car, my first car I bought, that it was then that I got put on to importance of credit. I bought my car, and I'm probably gonna tell my age, but my car, I was going to the dealership to buy a Nissan 300 ZX.
All right.
I had my whole. I test drove one before everything. I went there to go buy it. I had saved up enough money, and I knew I was going to drive off that lot with that car. And when I got there, the salesman, he sat me down, and he talked sense into me. He had a notepad in front of me. He just asked me questions. He said, "You have a girlfriend? All right, so that's going to cost you that much." He said, "Do you pay rent?" All right, and he asked me these questions, wrote down all the things. He said, "Okay."
Yeah, he looked you out there.
Yeah, he looked out for me. He said, "Listen."
Was he black or white?
Yeah, he's black. So he said,
"Okay, yeah, he looked you out."
Yeah, he looked at me. He said, "Listen." He said, "I'm gonna tell you the truth." He said, "I can get you in this car that you want." He said, "But you're gonna struggle." He said, "This may sound good right now. It may be the thing you want right now. I know you came here, you want the car and everything like that, because when you came here, you knew exactly what you wanted. You told me what you wanted and the color and everything like that." He said, but does it make sense? And he talked sense into me. He said, "Does it make sense to pay this much?" He said, "This is how much your car insurance." He said, you this year old first car whatever. Your insurance gonna be this much. Your note gonna be that much. And I was like, man, I said, dang.
Yeah, the insurance thing we don't know about.
Yeah, and then he said, I can get you in the car. Now he kept rubbing it in my face. I can get you in the
no,
car.
He can. Yeah, he's right about that.
He said, I can get you in the car. You could drive off today.
Right.
But then he said, here's your option. So he took me back outside and we looked at the 240 ZX, 240 SX.
Yeah.
And I end up, long story short, I ended up driving off with that bad boy.
Yeah. He educated you. And
he helped you out. He was a good salesman.
Yeah.
Not the sleazy car
I'm telling you. Yep. Because anybody else would be like, yeah, you want that? You got it.
No, and then man, it is made sense. He said, listen, I can get you in this car with none of the bells and whistles, or I can get you in this alternative with some bells and whistles.
And you save money, and you won't be struggling to pay. You know. And I actually kind of, I don't have any immediate family that really ever, purchased a new car. Mostly everybody bought cash cars. So my sister was like the first person that I seen that actually got a car note. So I already wasn't really prone to kind of, let me go get a car. So when I was in high school, my friend, her mother ended up getting her a car. She was working or whatever. And she ended up totaling the car. Well, her boyfriend ended up totaling the car.
Oh boy, that's all you do.
Yeah, her boyfriend ended up totaling the car, and of course, they still had to pay for it. So, because I think she may have had it a year, and it was a fairly new car. If it wasn't that year,
wow, only a year old.
Yeah, it was still a fairly new car. So,
that's a long ass payment for. Oh my god.
And the crazy thing is, she ended up having kids, so her mom ended up really holding the bag.
6 years.
But when I went to school, my first class was personal finance, and I had a real cool instructor. But he was pretty much, he was like, I know all y'all, y'all want your cars, and y'all want to go out and do this, and he said, but I assume you're in this class because you're a business major. Why would you buy an asset that depreciates as soon as you leave off the lot? He said, it's losing value the longer you have it.
Right.
Then when you look at the interest rate, with the time value of money, you're paying way more than what the car's worth. And in my mind, I'm like, well, because I was never really against it. I just had never considered it. But after that, I was he said, my suggestion would be, he was like, if you want a new car, if you can't buy it outright, you can't afford it. There are instances where you may need a note if you need reliable transportation, this, that, and the third. He said, but if you can buy a cash car and that can be your reliable transportation, do that. The money's paid. You don't have to worry about payments and this, he said, and then consider you fall on hard times. You didn't put all this money into this car, but you fall on hard times and you can't continue to make those payments. It's a wash.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Man, I've had opportunity. That's good. I've had opportunity to be around some good people, but it depends on what space you're in at what time, whether certain things stick. Because I've been around some great advice, like some wisdom people that be spreading wisdom. Sometimes it goes in one ear, out the other. Some things stick, some things resurface when you get older. And I guess the more you're exposed to, at least the more chances of those things rubbing off on you. And I remember I remember when I was going to get my car, prior to me going to get the car, I was always told you want to at least tuck away 90 days. And that's minimum 90 days of all of your expenses tucked away for safekeeping for a rainy day. So can you survive? Yeah. Can you survive totally on your back for 90 whole days and still be straight? And if you can't, then you need to get to that place first before you think about buying a car or getting a house or making any moves like that or anything. And that's minimum. That's the bare minimum, 90 days. That was back then. Nowadays you gotta put the minimum to around 6 months, have 6 months worth of time, because you recoup if you get fired, you lose your job or something happens. You got to be able to be down for 6 months to find something different and reposition yourself, and that's it. So little things like that people don't know, because we come from a hustle mentality and plus it's fast paced. Everything's microwave now. Everything is text messaging, immediate response, immediate this, fast, 2-day shipping, Amazon. So now everybody want and expects the things in their life to be the same way. Like, I'm gonna get a car next week. Nah, you gotta plan that. Get a house. I'm gonna get a house next month. No.
That's also another aspect I wanted to talk about too. Now I'm all for home ownership, but I do feel there's an aspect of buzz around it now, because people, it's become the new popular. It's become the pair of J's. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a homeowner. Never mind whether or not, you made a good decision or a good investment, because
that's a fact.
Those can lose value as well.
And you can buy a house that wasn't thoroughly, inspected, which happens. I met a couple homeowners, right? But because I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna go there.
Yeah, so that's pretty much what I'm saying is, like, even with that, the push for home ownership, that seems to be kind of spreading. It's a lot of people that still want it just because they see everybody got it, and they're rushing to do it to have it because such and such bought a home, and they want to post a picture with they sign with the big key, and they want the social media kind of attention. But it is a serious purchase, and it is, it can make or break, so I just kind of didn't want to overlook that either, because I feel like is definitely permeating to me, based off some of the decisions that I've seen people make.
Yeah, so let's get into that. All right, so anybody in the home improvement business, handyman business, like a homeowner don't mean shit. That's like saying I graduated. Like, okay, high school. Okay, what that mean? You'll be a millionaire next week? That means nothing. So it's what type of GPA, all those things. What type of college you going to? What are you going for? And how disciplined you are to stay there and graduate. So all that. So with a homeownership, that means nothing, because there's a couple people that we went to go service that bought a house that got repairs that they'll never be able to finance. Okay, the initial repair that they wanted done, when we came and assessed other things, you're like, yo, this is the least of your concern. Over there, you might want to look at that, but that's going to cost you a grip. Okay, so she bought a house for a cheap price, not factor in the damages, right? The expenses, what's it going to cost to fix this thing correctly, because her house was all over the damn place. But yeah, so just let me say, a deck, the average deck to your house, you want a deck, $15,000, right? Pavers, bathroom remodel, like this shit called the upkeep of your home. So you buy a home, like Amber saying, you buy a home, that means absolutely, you might have bought a home in good condition. Okay, let's keep that. But the upkeep of your home, tens of thousands of dollars. Okay, and that's bare minimum quality shit. We ain't talking about composite Trek decks. We talking about wood. The bare minimum. We ain't talking about Anderson windows. We talking about generic doors and windows from Home Depot. You're paying tens of thousands of dollars. Like these people will be asking me for an estimate. I give them an estimate of the door. They're like, damn, like, yeah, that's what they cost. You want a door? Say for Anderson windows. You want a door? Yeah. $8,000 for a door. Windows could be same price, and then we're not factoring installation. It's called install and replace, installation replacement. So installation could be the same price. So yeah, Amber.
Backyard, if you're, Go ahead.
Say that again?
Putting up a fence too, like like you said.
Oh yeah, fences. Oh my God, fences. It could be depends how long it is. It could be if it's I forgot I just messed my fence. It could be a little over $1,000. It could be $2,000 for a fence. If it's not too crazy long, but just one slab. When we're talking about all around, like a square. So just one long slab. It's about, let's say 10 feet. It could be $10,000. You dig? I'm not sorry, not $10,000. I'm sorry, $2,000. So for your fence, yeah. So even a fence costs some money. So nothing in home ownership is cheap. So you gotta have the bread. Like these single women, they're struggling, and they can't keep up with their home. The men, the reason why I say single women, because the men had learned to do it themselves to some degree. So I went to some homes where a guy put his own shit together. It don't look bad, but it don't look professional either. But he got it done.
I'll say I've seen some women starting to do the same thing though.
Now, women, listen, I've been to some homes, Amber, women, but I'm saying on average, like if I go to homes,
I know
women,
you mean the majority,
maybe
but
two.
I think they catching on. Like,
yeah, shit. A lot of them know more than me. They be educating me when I go there.
So
like this one was at commode.
So what Amber is really saying is that she took a plumbing's course and everything like that. She done hooked up her home bathroom.
Listen. But actually, the crazy thing is, I'm into shit like that. I wanted to go to school for carpentry. They had like a little side program.
I would say do it. I'm telling you, I would say that would be your best, one of your best investments you can do. You're destined, if you want to, you're destined to be an entrepreneur. Everybody in carpentry, like they're entrepreneurs. Like you're just subcontracting. That's all they do in that. So if you own a business, like the boss really never does the work. He just subcontract other skilled people to do the work. And that's the business right there. So yeah, so if you get in carpentry, like listen, like that's one of the best things you can do for yourself. Nobody can ever scam you in the home business. You would know how much your house is worth, how much, because there's one, when I teach chess, a parent seen my shirt, my advertising for homes, and he asked me to, is there a way I can get some people to look over a house he's looking to buy. He said he thinks they're hiding some stuff. So I told my boy, like, yeah, my man want to do, but he said $350. He said it's 200. He says it's 100. It's 250 to look it over for you, inspect it. And he said if you want it in writing, because we're a licensed, reputable company, if you want it in writing, that's another 100. So 350 for him to assess the home you want to buy, and what they call it. You doing? You examine it, assess the home, and put it in writing.
Appraisal.
The damages.
Appraisal?
Oh. There you go. 350, right? 350. It's like that, and it's worth it. It's worth it because he said the house was in in New Jersey. We had the Hurricane Ida flooding, right? And that house was in that area, and there was no carpet in the living room. Places where it's supposed to be carpet. So that's a red flag. They pulled the carpet up. So now is the framing good? Frame might be horrible underneath the flooring. So
the
now you need
is one of the main expensive things. If your foundation is bad, right, then you might as well just leave it alone.
Oh yeah. It's a bad investment. So I would say this. I would say everybody, just for fun, should go to HDTV and watch Joe the Inspector. Okay. That's what he does. He go to homes and inspect the homes for potential buyers and let them know how much the damage is, or if the house even worth investing in. It's dope because you learn a lot looking at a roof. He could tell you whether it's good or not.
I do have a question for you though, because I didn't think, and like I said, I took real estate, but I'm not gonna even pretend to remember half the shit that I learned. But right. I've heard of people purchasing a home without inspection. Is that optional? I mean, I assume if a bank is giving you a loan, that I think the bank typically insists on it.
Okay, so that depends, Amber. It depends on what loan. FHA loan, that's not possible. They are not going to give you a loan without looking at it. They're going to send their own people over there and appraise that shit and inspect it. It's not possible. But if you're buying out your pocket, depending upon what state you're in, you can hire an unlicensed inspector. I don't know why people would do that. But
I don't know why people would forego an inspection period though.
That's for what I would say. That's for home ownership.
Oh,
it looks good.
To me,
the location, school, district.
Yeah, but people are desperate. Like like you said.
It depends on who your lender is, because like you just said, lenders are insistent. Like you go to a bank, they not going lend something,
But
because
I've
remember
heard,
your
this
property
recently,
is a
I can't
security for
remember
the
who it
debt.
was.
Right.
I can't remember
Right. Yeah, they ain't doing that.
But this was recent. This was recent. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold the fuck on. They didn't make, because they found issues after, a few months after they purchased. I can't remember who exactly it was, but it was.
You can get a private lender. What they call like a soft lender. You can hire one of them.
Those direct,
and at that point, they don't give a fuck. Like they just want you to pay them back on interest. So it's possible that they just like, hey, that's on you. Here's the money.
That's a critical point, because the trade-offs, because private lenders are usually cheaper, but you pay more because of the skipping steps versus conventional, going other route. But I also want to say, and then I got raw. It's almost 2:00. Home ownership, it depends on where the house is located too. You got comps and stuff. So like Amber, you were saying, like the home being able to brag that you are a homeowner is almost like getting some J's and this and that. True, but people are making even worse decisions because they're spending extra money just for a location when they can get even more square footage and maybe a bigger
somewhere else
bed and bath spread somewhere else, as long as it's a decent whatever and stuff like that. So people are just looking, it's becoming more cosmetic than strategic,
because I'm almost a more bang from a buck type of I got it.
Yeah, but also with y'all, not just cosmetic, but they could be paying for convenience. Like it's just like, fuck it, I'll pay the extra difference because this is closer to the city. Like New Jersey, if you go to PA, it's just gonna be cheaper for you to buy a home. Everything out there is cheaper.
Here, I know it's in a lot of places. Down here, it depends on what zip code. So if you're in a certain zip code, it just comes with a certain reputation and whatnot.
Well, look, we're talking
Marietta.
One bedroom, and not that much square feet. Probably like 1,200 or 900 square feet, somewhere around there. $2,000. You heard me right. One bedroom, maybe 800, 900 square feet. $2,000 in my city.
Nah.
In New Jersey.
I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it like that, but nah. It's just not smart. I mean, if you had money, just fat pockets.
Yeah, and what job they do? They do. You know why? They're in the carpentry. They're in the shit we're talking about. They're in those businesses. So the DIY businesses where they just make a hella paper, and that's nothing to them. They're making 80, 90, 120 for the year. That's nothing for them.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. It has to make sense, man. That wouldn't fit me.
Yeah.
Not for one bedroom.
That won't fit me at all.
Practical. Now I'm trying to get house, and a house is an important.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with the king, the throne, my castle.
Yeah.
I'm with the home ownership, my privacy, parking space, all that type of shit.
And I want what I want. Like when you buy a home, you like, you want what you want. You don't like a home. If you have to, you have to. But at home, you really don't want to do that step up thing. You want what you want when it comes to
right.
Like a car. Yeah, like a car, you could step up. Like, all right, let me buy this used car. And I'm gonna drive around for a while, make some money. Then I'm gonna get something else. But a house, you're not doing that. Because it's a 30-year commitment, man. You're not, man, nah.
There's no hoopty house, right? We call it hoopties, like the car, this bullshit car. The first car, we call it a hoopty. I get a hoopty for now. I'll upgrade later. Yeah, ain't no hoopty house.
Exactly. You want what you want. So that's the thing. So we gotta be educated. Because right now I want what I want, man. I'm like, man, because my oldest is 18, so I'm factoring this. I got three daughters, and so I'm thinking that thing through too. I'm like, okay, so
that's where location comes in. You said it could be a bad thing, but it's also a good thing if when you're looking for a house, like when what I'm saying, this is what I always said, location, and it's not to say that you want to be in a location just because of that particular location, but you're buying a house that is 3 blocks away from the park, 3 blocks away from the post office to where you can walk, 3 blocks away from your elementary school. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. That and your comfortability, like you said, do you want to be in the city? Do you want to be, like on the farm type deal where it's just you on 100 acres? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want.
No, you're right. I'm just saying some people don't even like use that as part of their strategy. They just do it for the cosmetic surface reasons, like just to be able to say that.
And then it's not even really functional with their lifestyle.
I like this house.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the old fake shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, some people, like I don't know how it is elsewhere, but if you're able to be in a crowd and say, "Hey, I live in Marietta," see, that's like clout talk right there, a little bit, and some people do it for that.
Right. I got you. Yeah.
Well, I live in Georgetown, DC, because everybody knows, oh, you live in Georgetown, stuff like that. So. Yeah, I want what I want, man. I'm trying to see it, and I look at square footage. I don't, some people,
Me too.
I look at that square footage because that's space. I can't.
I need space.
And
guess what? I don't want neighbors.
I don't want nothing stupid massive. Like it's never my goal to be in a mansion. Like even if I got uber rich overnight, like I don't feel like I need a mansion. I can do a nice size home, just I just don't want that type of.
What's your square footage number right now? Like,
I don't really have one. I don't really have like a square footage number. I just know I want at least 3 levels.
And 3 levels.
Yeah, at least.
Wait, a basement and 2 levels, or you talking about just 3 levels?
A basement, yeah.
All right.
So basement, mid floor, upstairs.
Yeah, first floor, second floor.
Yeah, and I also know that I want at least 4 bedrooms. I prefer 3.5 baths. Like I want a nice size house. It just don't have to be massive. I want it to be big on the inside, but not like stupid on the outside. If that makes sense.
I gotta have that. I gotta have that when guests come over, half bathroom. That's a must. Like nobody gonna be using my main bathroom.
Right.
Bathroom,
oh yeah, definitely.
Main too. I gotta have that half bathroom. That's for any guest, like on that half bath has to be there.
You're gonna have the master and I mean your bathroom and your master bedroom.
Yep, that's a must. The master bedroom had to have a bath. And then I want nothing under 2,000 square feet.
Yeah, 2,000.
Yeah. The number I was gonna throw out 2,000. Yeah. No, it's definitely decent. If you'd asked me, I was gonna say 2,000 was the exact number. I was gonna say 2,000 to start with, and then we can consider other shit.
That's my minimum. That's my minimum because that's my minimum. So I may be greedy about some people if you're gonna do a 30-year commitment and whatnot, you better just try to get what you want, man, and do your best. That's it. Plus,
where you gonna be happy?
It goes through the family.
If you go to like,
but I like privacy too, though. Like, so I need
me too.
Fence. I need kind of space distance in between my neighbors. Like, I can't be right on top. Like I can't. So
townhomes out of the picture for you.
Question.
Yeah. I will really like to be able to yell. And no neighbor can like even get offended or upset or that's what I want to do. Like that's how much space I want. I want to be able to have an argument like hell on my phone, yelling, screaming, and not one person gonna complain because they could barely hear it. That's the type of privacy I want.
But that's decent. That's like you got a front yard, backyard, but you got a side yards too. Some people have. Now I've been in places where the houses are really nice and big, but they're like, but not right townhomes.
Beside each other.
Yeah, it's like just a little gap between the house. I'm like, nah, that's not cool. But the house is really nice.
Yeah, I don't like neighborhoods. I ride past neighborhoods like that, and I'm looking at the building, because I've done. My grandfather, he had me doing all that roofing and electrical and all that stuff. So I'm a hell of a helper. But you ride past those houses, and it's like the damn window is right here and the window's right here. It's like you can look right in, you know what I mean? Right up.
Yeah.
And it ain't but maybe 15 feet apart. You know, where they come together right there on the side and shit. And it's like you can look right into your.
I'm cool with being forced to
I'm
deal
gonna
with
spend
neighbors.
$2 million for a motherfucking house that I can look in my, have a motherfucker looking in my window. Hell no, that's crazy.
I ain't with that.
Nah, that's
look,
other factors.
if you give me the internet, I don't need no neighbors. Okay, just give me the internet, I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's another topic then, because some people are only looking at the house and not the lot that the house is on either, and stuff like that. So that factors in the value and everything. So all these things.
And it's cheaper to move in the county too. It's cheaper to move. That's where you're talking about. You ain't gonna be in the city with all that space. You know what I'm saying? But you living it out in the county and see, it's just cheaper out in the county. A little cheaper. Not unless it's one of those, like you're talking about one of those highfalutin communities, but the out in the county is cheaper, so you can get that land that's still available for you in the counties. But you go into the city, you paying an arm and a leg, man. Especially here, it's like with the gentrification we was talking about. Shit, even the houses over in the hood now, $250,000. So it's like they moving you straight the fuck up out of there. They know we can't afford it, so the people that's coming in buying now.
But hold on, before you get conspiracy theory, before you do that, but you could have, had you went and got an FHA loan, you could have afforded that house, okay? But people didn't want to be a homeowner. They wanted to continue to rent for their reason, or the information just wasn't accessible. But that's on you and your community leaders. That's not to the person coming in and buying up shit, because you're supposed to buy low, sell high. So this is, this is what's going on. You got people who flip homes, and their job is to go out there and search and use Zillow on these places, find these homes. Right. And look, I was watching one black dude. It might be Amber. I think it's Earn Your Leisure. Amber. He was on Earn Your Leisure, and he was explaining how he spot these homes, and he was saying there's certain flags in every community when it's developing, where it's being gentrified, where there's early signs. Young black dude, look about 26 years old. He was actually on Earn Your Leisure.
My sister told me about this same thing. That's how we got into the conversation about gentrification.
Yep.
But go ahead.
So he said
what's the thing?
He said that there's telltale signs that you can look at, and it's a real good game. I'm surprised you gave it. But he said, you can. These signs let you know when a neighborhood is about to gentrify, way before the gentrification. How to buy low, sell high, and of course, but he owned hella property. Where he was talking, a young dude, like I said, by under 30.
Did you see?
He look a little moist though.
Did you see? Be quiet. Did you see the clip where he was talking about? It's like a little lot that they bought, kind of like a little duplex. I want to say it was, because I think this is the same guy. So he bought like a duplex, and then because they were able to like renovate it and they still had space, I want to say they constructed another property on it. And they didn't have to like worry about getting it rezoned because it was already like
on the land,
on the land.
Property with
so they put another structure up there, and he like, now we finna get, and it was like a flip. So they bought it really, really, really cheap, put the money into that, and then constructed something else. And they were able to like, I want to say like double or triple the value of the property.
Yeah, that's what additions do. I mean, like I said, when you put a fence, you put a deck on the back. It's gonna cost you a little bit of money, but it's gonna raise the property value up higher.
That's why it's called home improvement. You're improving your home, so the value goes up. You're right. Every dollar you put in your home, the price is going up.
Yeah.
If you do it right, though. I mean, because to me, I think some people
assuming you do it right.
They be putting dollars in their home and they be doing it wrong, and it's like, baby, leave it alone. Leave well enough alone.
So when Indigenous talk about, if you like the thing he's talking about, he just said like a fence a deck, pavers, get the roof fixed. Like those things, those fixtures, you modernize your kitchen. You make it, I forgot the term, where you got an island right there and you can look through the kitchen like there's no wall. Like those are all the modernizations. The bathroom nowadays, nobody want a tub in it. Everybody got a shower, So these are the modernizations that people are looking for. And guess what, Amber? These people never wanted it. Like what Joe said, like they just going off, it looks cool. So they seen it in their neighbor's home and they want the same way. I seen that. Like somebody seen how the neighbor did it. Yeah, I want that way. And they get, like one lady called and told us exactly how she said, the way y'all did other guys, do mine the same exact way. So yeah, people just looking at other people's homes and just liking it. It's not even what they were looking for.
But the crazy thing is, even with that, I don't think people realize how, to me, that affects the value of your home. Like then you start to get this kind of stock home. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a stock home because you're just copy and pasting. You know what I'm saying? Like, and to me, those houses don't have as much value as, uniquely designed homes. Not over the top. You still want it to be, where a buyer come in and want it. But at the same time, if every house on the block look the same, then what's the purpose of me buying this? Like, what's the difference?
So this one I recommend HDTV again. Like they got an episode called Block Wars, which goes in what you're talking about, Amber. It's like they're supposed to design a house to add value, and some of the women are adding stuff to the house that doesn't really add value. It just looks better or it looks dope. It looks, and he's looking like, yeah, this looks nice, but that don't mean shit to these people who buy his house. Like they don't see that as value. It looks nice to them, but they don't put a value on it. Like so, you're supposed to add and upgrade shit that people will put a value on. When you give them that dollar amount, they want to say, yeah, that's about right. Not, this looks cool. Okay, $2,000. No. So that's like putting rims in a car and saying, yo, give me 2,000 more. It's like, nah, fuck you. Take those rims off and sell me that car.
I don't even like the fucking rims. So
right. Take those rims off and sell me that car, man. Yeah. Yeah. So I agree with you saying, like, so some stuff people do just because they think it's cool, but it doesn't add value. But there's some things with Indigenous saying, I let them finish, that just actually adds value. So go ahead, Indigenous.
No, I was just, this is, like I said, we got location, we've talked about, getting in and having a proper inspection because, it's almost as bad as being like in the housing market crash. They're giving out these houses, like hotcakes, and knowing that people wouldn't be able to pay for them. They know that when they sell you this house, that the foundation is shot. But, since you are not going and having somebody go over and look over it and do, what you're supposed to, the type of, inspection that you need, you might run into certain problems. But that's the whole point. And then on top of that is some of the things that you can do yourself. If you can get it approved, just as long as it's approved, because like, just like trusses and things like that in the wall, like say you had to replace them and stuff like that, you can look on YouTube and stuff, and see how to do that because you save a lot of money that way. That anytime you get home improvements, it like Unbiased is saying, it can get up there even for the littlest things.
Oh,
even for just power washing your deck. Power washing your house and deck.
Rewiring before, like in my house, before rewiring, like what?
Well, that's but you got it done though, right?
Absolutely, but I was mad that I wasn't the motherfucker that knew how to do
for
it.
The night, y'all.
Because he made some bread. All right, good job.
All right, well,
yeah. Yep, electrician, man. Learn that stuff. Electrician, man. You can spend
I'm
about
telling
$100 easy for somebody just to come in and change a fixture, boy.
Yeah, and plumbing, you can forget about it. You can, and that's also on YouTube as well. The plumbing part, man, that's hella money. Hundreds of dollars an hour. You hire somebody to just look at your shit. So so the electrical, the carpentry, the plumbing, all those. I'm telling you, if I was to give my opinion on where people should be going towards the direction, I would say that carpentry, that home improvement. When I go to Lowe's and all those other places, you see nothing but trucks out there, and those people are fixing somebody's house. Because everybody most people own a house except for black folks, and they need their shit fixed. They got to keep the upkeep. You got to keep the value. So you're forced to fix your shit. And then guess what? If you don't fix it, that problem turns to another problem. So that one step that was broke, now you got two, because you're skipping past that. Put my weight up the other one.
And I'm not gonna lie. So for me, now I did want to do some of that stuff. I just have like an interest in. I think I've shared before that I wanted to go into construction management originally. That's what I wanted to do with my degree, as well as other things. But that's kind of what I wanted to do.
That's good too, though, because then you're a consultant, right? You go in the homes, you're assessing the damage, and you're telling them how. Yeah, they make hella money too. They make hella bread, by the way.
You gotta really get hands on with it. You just going in and inspecting.
Right. But even with, and I also have an interest in real estate. So I'll be trying to tie all my interests together. So like, if I'm interested in carpentry and that's something I want to do, I'm also interested in, investing in real estate. Like to me, I've seen too many times where people hire contractors and they shitty as hell, but they don't know because they think the work look good. I want to know.
Yeah, how would you know?
I'm
right.
looking at something. If it's good work,
well,
not just
that's carpentry. That's not really real estate, then, Amber.
Huh?
That's it. Well, that's carpentry. That's not real estate because a realtor don't know. They look at you. They just
no. I'm saying
right.
I want to invest in real estate. So like if I go and I purchase a house and I'm trying to hire a team, I don't want to just be guessing at. Oh well, it looked like they kind of do good work. Now I want to know that you do good work because I want to be able to identify if you're doing things the way you're supposed to do it. Right. So I may not necessarily, I can help if I need to. If I can't find nobody good, okay, I can get in here and do this shit myself. But ultimately, I would want a team of people that know how to do it. And I know you know how to do it because I know how to do it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. So I want to advise this to you and everybody listening for the future for right now. So the way that works, Amber, so unfortunately, there's no way to tell a contractor is good because even though they did this person's shit good, don't mean they're gonna do your shit good. Okay, so that's the reality. So what you look for is consistency. So a lot of our calls are people, not even with the advertisements, people who seen our work done in someone's home, and this person recommended us. You know what I mean? So that's a lot of us. Because I answer the phone, so I ask them how they hear about us, and it's recommendation, right? They this person referrals. They seen their job or they recommend it, and that's how we get. So contract like that. So you want to look for consistency. You want to look for. Another thing is just because he's good at bathroom remodeling, don't mean he's good at kitchen remodeling. You dig? So you want to make sure he does kitchen also, and you want to see the work because people ask us. Like responsible owners would ask us. They're like, "Hold up, do you do bathroom remodeling? Can we see? Do you got 10 jobs? Can we see 10 in 1 year? Like not like overall, just 10 in 1 year."
Right.
And if you can't show that, they passing you up. Like, no, I'm good.
Longevity in that area too. How long have they been there?
So now, Amber, what you're saying, so I'm going to tell you this. If you ever pursue carpentry, right, you're definitely going to real estate. Okay, that's a fact. But you're going to be more interested in 203K loans where you're building the house up. Like it's already dilapidated, it's boarded up, it's not livable, right? Because that's going to work for you because you know what it takes and you know the price, you know how to mark up. You know the price for wood, you know all that stuff from your background. So a 203K loan is better for anybody really, but the average person don't know about that shit. So they too scared to do that. So they'll go to 203B. But for you and anybody that got a hands-on, like a indigenous said, they could do some hands-on shit. They're gonna do 203K loan. They're gonna buy a house for 80 grand and get 90 grand in repair money, and fix that shit up cheap as hell, affordable, not cheap, but affordable where they got like 30 grand extra for themselves. That's what they do.
See, that's the move.
And that carpentry is the step to do it.
Yeah, you're in the same business. It's all the same business. Yeah. But that's how you start off. You start off low because you know what I mean. But if you're gonna go in buying houses and flipping them, you know what I'm saying? That carpentry is one, like you say, carpentry, plumbing, electric. If you can learn any of that stuff, I mean, it saves you tons of money. Tons of money.
And
I'm just thankful that
I can't help being frugal. I be trying to do everything my motherfucking self. And I need to sit down somewhere. I be like, I can learn how to do that. I can learn that. I like to know a little bit about a lot, you know.
And if you have somebody around you that you know that you know, that's
I have an uncle
great
that does
happen.
electrical.
I
have some cousins that do a little carpentry, but they just not around me. So, you know, I'm not in their immediate space.
Amber, have you ever watched HGTV?
Yeah, I used to watch it all the time. I don't watch it as much as I used to.
Cause you know, there's a lot of women there that's encouraging. They know.
Oh hell yeah! I used to watch a lot of women. Even you know, ones that kind of they were the kind of leader on different projects and design, or you know, making furniture and shit, and repurposing and refurbishing shit. Yeah, they be getting busy.
This last thing I'll let and just go again. There's a handyman on I watched. He don't want to do he don't want to hire a team. He explained why, right? He has his own reasons that make sense. So he does everything himself. He charges $300 just to come. If you call him, there's a consultation. Okay, his consultation fee is $300 for anything ever you need. He don't give a fuck what it is. If he got to come to your house, it's $300. And he explained why he charged that much. It's because of his background, right? His projects. You know, he's the best in the areas. It's like, yeah, and he talked about advertising. Advertising is big. When I look at, because I want to look into, I want to flirt with car detailing. That's my new little. I'm gonna fuck around with that a little bit. But everything is about marketing. All these guys say one thing in common. They say marketing. This is how they get their work seen. This is how they get customers flowing in, and reviews. They're high on marketing, you know, social media marketing, and paying for it, of course, nothing free, and reviews. They're high on getting reviews. So I'm seeing like common themes with these guys that's successful. But yeah, the handyman, he does everything. Ever he makes the dressing door himself, all that shit. He got a little shed. He makes, you know, $1 million a year, some ridiculous amount. But it's like the white version of Earn Your Leisure, though.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think it's called Uplift. It's called Uplift, actually. UPLIFT.
Okay.
Yeah, it's dope.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna look around and see if it's because I ironically, I'm in this area where they have so many resources, and that's one thing I haven't looked up. Now they do have a program for like you know, you become like an MDOT worker, but I didn't look to see what kind of programs they have for carpentry, and if you know you can get funding or scholarships to go into particular trades. They have a lot of push for diversity and inclusion. So like they have a lot of different industries where they're trying to push women into, and they're willing to pay for them to get the education.
Okay, I'm gonna change my sex.
Well, it's been dominated by y'all for so long. Shit.
Yeah, I know. But shit, you know what I mean?
You listen, you got a job with no, like you said, no experience, and you got the right parts. So they like, you can figure this shit out. You a man.
Yeah.
I could have never did no shit like that. They were like, girl, if you don't get your ass up out of here.
I'm gonna tell you one part in home improvement that I cannot stand, and that's putting on the shingles on a roof, a high roof.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I've done that a couple times.
That got to be done correctly. You could fuck that up real badly if you don't see that.
Oh yeah, I was working with a company, you know, but I'm up there and sliding down. You know, you gotta, instead of, the guy didn't have us tied off. He had already lost one guy. Well, I'm skeptical anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling this.
You said lost? What you mean lost?
Yeah, man. We was downtown and this dude was up on top of the building. He wasn't tied off and he fell off the fell off and died. And I was like, oh, hell to yeah. I was like, man, and then he still had a job. I was like, man, look, he's
now that happens, bro. People get messed up in regular jobs, bro. So that's part of any job. Yeah, like you could be slipping and falling. I remember at Wendy's, the floor is so damn slippery for that oil, man. I could fall at any given time.
That's how I stressed my hip out in the restaurant and oil on the floor. But I mean, I'm just talking about his accountability. And like you say, when you're up on the roof, you're supposed to be tied off, period. That's, in Virginia, you can get in trouble for not, being tied off to something while you're up on that roof. So he had me up there on the
I don't know
roof
about
too.
that rule because I seen roofers get up there and it's nothing. They just major construction.
Well, I think it might
that.
depend on the roof too. They might have different regulations for different.
Dealing with homes and instead of commercial, but I was up there and I'm sliding down the roof on my butt, and the nails are sticking up because I didn't remove the shingles. So I didn't tore a hole in my pants. my drawers are showing. I tell the guy, I'm like, look, man. I said, look, man, I'm going home. I'm going to get me a new pair of pants. I'm going to get some blue jeans. They're a little tougher.
They say, first, not to wear your good pants. You wear your good pants to do the roof.
Yeah, let's try this guy.
No. I just wore
was up there with a 3-piece suit on and some slip and slides.
No, just some light shorts. You know what I'm saying?
That was the first day at work.
It was my first day working with him. Now I'd already, been going to
get a little suit or
gutters and put up support beams on people's porches and all that stuff. I had to show the guy he didn't know how to measure with his dumb ass. But anyway, I'm up there and he tells me, you ain't going home. And I'm like, what? No, you can't go home. I said, shit, are you just going to tell me which one of these vans I'm going to take home so I can change my shit? Because I ain't going to be up on this motherfucking roof with my ass hanging out. You can see my drawers. And I mean, it was a square about 6 inches of an opening and then all the way down the back of the shorts. So
you had a butt flap like how they used to have on the baby back in the day. You had the little butt flap.
Insubordinate. Yeah, you was very insubordinate. This guy got fired for insubordination.
I didn't get fired. I didn't get fired. I just told him.
So you went home?
I went home and changed my pants and came back. Yeah. And about that time, they was about done. So then they didn't send me back out there on that.
I'm like, couldn't wait till the lunch break, dog. You couldn't. Yeah, you couldn't even tough it out for the lunch break.
Shit, I couldn't stand around there with your ass hanging out. Really? Is that what you gonna do?
It's the he went home and when he came back, they was about done. That nigga was at home watching TV, snacking.
Right. Once you get home, you gonna blow everybody know. You gonna start bullshitting.
Eat my lunch. Yeah, on YouTube. Go to buzz.
Check out the live. But let me say this because I had to debunk a myth that I was holding on to. I'm thinking black folks ain't got money when it comes to buying homes and getting shit fixed. That myth is totally debunked. Okay, these black people are calling in and putting the money up immediately, cash, no financing, no synchrony bank. They're paying it outright. I want this done. How much? Okay, 15 grand. All right, when can you get started? Okay, I'll pay half now. I got a check right here. Yeah, I'm talking about I've seen this happen over and over and over and over and over. Black people just got the bag.
No, if you still got your catfish profile, they have
I do.
Black
I don't use it though.
Yeah, if they have Black Women Decorate groups that I'm in and I'm a part of. Black Women Decorate. I'm trying to think of the other one. I want to say it's a 1 and a 2, and I'm in both of them. But just go in there. Oh, they got the bag. These homes,
I see.
Beautiful, and then the furniture they putting in them, beautiful, expensive as like. Yeah. Motherfuckers is out here doing it. Now I don't know where they doing it. They definitely
out with the bag. Like no issues. They got the bag. The husband and wife, or they by themselves. I went to a senior citizen home bag. Okay, so when shit, the whole ceiling fix and other shit cost 40 something bag. No financing. Nah, I write a check. Like, damn.
Thank you.
Let's
Yeah,
think.
bag.
Now, I
And
did.
it's a lot of
I know we've been
hormone shit
positive
too.
tonight. I want to be a little messy. I wasn't sure if I was late. If
Okay,
y'all was messy, did y'all hear that Kevin Samuels passed away?
Yeah, no, we talked about that earlier with Miss Tiff.
So how did he pass? Because I don't know.
I mean, I'm hearing heart attack.
Oh,
yikes!
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
How old was he?
He had to be like
Anybody know?
50s.
Yeah.
Not close to 60, but in 50s.
Damn, I didn't hear about that. That's crazy.
Wow. I would have thought he would have. I was finna be. I would have thought he'd have been fit. Now he talking about the woman need to be fit. What was his? What the woman need to be?
Yeah.
Fit,
what do you call it? We call it high, not high superior, but what is it called?
Was it friendly?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
What does he call the women? High pedigree and what else?
Yeah, you get to my FBI and all things.
High value and high pedigree. High value and high pedigree. And I was in his chat one time. I feel bad now because he was talking that shit, and I was like, man, it sounds like you trying to date a dog.
It high does,
value, and high pedigree. You might be fucking that dog, nigga. But no, I didn't hear that. You know, I didn't hear that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that just like for me, that just let me, because I actually like the guy. I like some of his content, so that just let me know how real, it is with death. Like, damn, that shit can just happen over anybody. Successful people, fit people, quote unquote, just weird, man. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I literally found out a few moments before I came on, and I didn't even get a chance to find out how he died. I was like, hold the fuck. So in my mind, I'm like, is this why Unbiased went live? I don't know. I'm like, let me go see what he's talking about over there.
Yeah, no, I didn't even know. No, I didn't even know. Miss Tiff told me. I thought she was just trolling, but I looked it up. I'm like, oh shit.
That's crazy. And I mean, what's even crazier though is that like I know he's had his YouTube channel for years, but it happened around a time where, he had so much celebrity and controversy around his name after, being out here for so long and nobody really not knowing who he was. To, kind of becoming somewhat of, the antagonist, people that love that somebody that people love to hate.
Yeah.
Then for this to happen, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that's kind of like how my uncle passed recently. Something like that. Like a little older, but active. Walking around. There's no signs, like no obvious signs that I was aware of to let me know that he was looking at death soon. So it just can't. You're having your uncle, but how what happened? Dead? Like what? Kind of like Kevin Samuel, like just out of nowhere. We were just had an event with him. He just he can move and everything. Just dead next time. Damn.
Yeah.
So I say you spend, try to love them as much as you can while you're around them because you never know. And I mean, you can look good. You can look good. You can be working out, doing all that, but you just don't know what's going on inside. That's why it's good to keep up with your checkup and stuff, which I don't. And in physical,
definitely. But you know what? Not definitely. But you know what? Sometimes that really ain't gonna matter. It's just
if it's your time, it's your time.
Or yeah, exactly. Or Amber, it could matter, but you got to change so much shit about you. You like, I was this way my whole life. I'm really ain't trying to do that right now at this age, and I'll just accept whatever, whatever fate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And and I respect people that just do that. Like, nah, I'm not gonna stop this. You know what I mean? I'm good. Like whatever comes. But I'm just.
I think it depends. Yeah. When you have a significant other thing, like I'm really trying to get better about smoking, but it seemed like the more I try to quit, the more anxious I become, and the more I crave it. Yeah. I'm trying to rethink how I think about them, because I know a lot of it is mental. But when it comes to the crazy thing is, I'm always going to be concerned, like, oh, well, your blood pressure high. Oh, well, is you taking your medicines? Is you doing this? Change your diet? But at the same time, when that same concern is shown for me, it's kind of like, I'm gonna do it. Like.
Yeah,
So
I got you. Yeah, that's all of us though. That's
we're
all of
less
us.
concerned about our own health than the loved ones
Yeah,
around us.
I will research y'all health conditions right now, but my own shit I ain't gonna touch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, I definitely agree. And I was gonna say this with the smoking, because that was another topic. It's kind of late now, so we'll do it again tomorrow. Right. But the next topic was, are you aware of the FDA proposed ban on menthol cigarettes and flavored cigarettes?
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I knew that.
What you know about it?
I thought they had already cleared it.
No, it is a proposal. That's all.
Yeah, I thought they had already cleared it, but they kind of got a light ban here though. I think I told y'all that before. So a lot of places like back home, you could pick up cigarettes from anywhere. Like any gas station, they're gonna have cigarettes. Yeah. But here, you have to get it from a tobacco store. Or like a smoke shop. So like
that's
there are some gas stations that have it, but they are more in the in the city, there's a ban. So you'll have to go out to like the suburbs if you just want to be at a random gas station and grab
let me ask you a question. The demographic that you're talking about, is it like mixed? Is it more white? Is it more black? What's going on?
It's mixed here. Where I'm at, it's mixed. But
so it is as many blacks as whites?
I think so. Maybe it's just, well, at least in my area it is. Like in the city, I think it is. And in Minneapolis, I think it's just as many blacks as it is whites. It's not like we're extremely outnumbered. However, I don't think it really matters, because what is different is it's not all cigarettes, it's just menthol. And we know that most whites do not smoke menthol cigarettes. Right. So it's still disparate, because we have to go through a lot to have access to,
Wait. Before you do that, I'm gonna ask a question for Indigenous, because he's the conspiracy guy, him and Haskell. But you know what's funny though? That I always say conspiracy theorists only research conspiracy theories that don't apply to them. When it's applying to them, like the health shit, they don't look into it. So in Indigenous, do you know why they're targeting menthol, banning menthol and nothing else? And flavored cigarettes?
I was just, like I said, I haven't done a lot of research on it, but you're asking for my opinion, so I can give you that.
Nah. I want a factual answer. I don't want an opinion. I just want a factual answer. Like, what is their reason? What is the FDA reason why they're banning menthol cigarettes from their country?
Well, I haven't heard that, but I mean, if I was to have to give just one example, maybe while they were doing it.
Okay, guys, since you want to give us an opinion.
The fiberglass within the menthol cigarettes, it doesn't pertain in other cigarettes that they use to create these menthol cigarettes and the different chemicals.
So if that's true, if that's true, what's the need of fiberglass in a menthol cigarette? If that's true, is there? Why do you got to put that there? So, like, what purpose would it serve for menthol smokers? Like, what advantage would it give their cigarettes over the cigarettes that don't have the fiberglass?
I guess the taste, and the taste, pretty much. I guess and just the makeup of the cigarette, but maybe it takes fiberglass to make them.
All right. Okay, I got your answer. Let me ask Amber. Amber, do you know why they are targeting menthol?
I don't know why, but if I had to take an educated guess with no real education on the matter, I would say that menthol are more addictive and probably more harmful. And because they've been mostly marketed maybe to the Black community, and in these areas that they're trying to kind of, that's their way of undoing it, is to ban, the cigarettes as being.
Yeah, well, Black Lives Matter, right? So there's a push, right? Okay, so everything said was true, but there's a little more to that. They were specifically targeting Black communities only for menthol cigarettes. Now,
yeah,
this is FDA scientifically proven. Other cigarettes that's non-menthol, non-flavored, if a 16-year-old, 13-year-olds try to smoke that cigarette, it would be a discomfort their first experience, which would discourage them to try another one. Menthol cigarettes, because whatever you put in it, it could be what you said. Just I don't know. I ain't looking into that. But the discomfort is not there. Okay, and like Amber said, it is highly addictive. It's easier to quit the habit, to get off cigarettes that's non-menthol. It's easier to get off those. Not easy, but it's possible, right?
It's easy. I know. Well, I ain't gonna say I know. I've seen plenty of white people who said they've quit for several years, picked up the habit. Like you don't really hear that story with people that smoke menthol cigarettes.
Nah, yes. So menthol is highly addictive. They say most people can't have trouble getting off. They might want to, they don't get it. So for those reasons, it is highly addictive. There's no discomfort when you first smoke it. It's a smooth cigarette. It got mint. It tastes better. So all those things, and then of course the side effects, as lack of better words, but like the health risk, I want to say is better. The health risk associated with menthol cigarettes is far greater than non-menthol. So it's just an overall, just a bad investment for your health. And for those, and again, if y'all Google menthol cigarettes, at some point in the article, you're going to read Black community or Black people because it's associated with Black people. Okay, so now, Amber, that's a real conspiracy, a confirmed one that Black folks don't talk about. Now, if I be confused,
I mean,
I'm
gonna tell you straight up. Like now, why me? I'm not necessarily upset that they have a ban on it in Minneapolis, and then that they make it a little harder, because to whatever degree I can kind of curb my smoking or lack thereof, it can't curb it. It does help. So like I do have a smoke shop within walking distance of me. But if I wait too late and I'm out of cigarettes, I just have to wait, because there's going to be no gas. Even if the gas station is open 24 hours, there's nothing in my immediate area where I can go to get a pack of cigarettes. So it's going to force me to kind of prolong it. But I will say though, while I understand, quote unquote, what they're trying to do, I also feel like at the end of the day, it kind of puts you in the mind of kind of how they're treating, like the opioid crisis or whatever they want to call it. Now they have all of these programs to assist, and it's treated differently. So like here, and the talk around it is a ban, but you're not, at least I haven't heard a plan of helping people cope with that. Plans or programs to wean people off, so it's not just snatched from up under them. You understand what I'm saying? Like you have them addicted to something, and then you're going to ban them. So then what are they supposed to do? You're not even going to attempt to wean them off. Are there programs in place for smoking cessation? Are y'all really pushing that? You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, exactly, because they did the same thing with the heroin for their peoples. They trying to get us pay for them bill clinics and all this shit for them, and they didn't do shit for the crack epidemic.
Wait. So let's go with that. Amber had more of a legitimate reason. Yours is not legitimate. I'll tell you why. Indigenous, because they tried a method. Okay, so during the crack era, they tried to enforce law. All these bills, right? The Reagan bill, all these shit, to be tough on crime. Crack dealers no good. They're turning the whole community into zombies. We need to have harsh punishments on the user and the dealer. And then they realized, after the 80s, okay, it just ain't do shit. It never solved the crime. So Indigenous, because we accept evolution, they realize that's not the best answer. So now, unfortunately, and it's just bad timing for us, white people are being more affected with that shit now, and they realize the lock them up shit doesn't work. Okay, so they're not going to repeat. You know, they're not going to try the same thing. You know how they say you do the same thing over and over, expecting different solutions.
You're right.
Like you're crazy. So they like, okay, that shit doesn't work. And it's just
the definition of insanity.
And it's just unfortunate that we were the guinea pigs first to realize what doesn't work. You know, that's messed up. But what they're not going to do is go with that again when it clearly doesn't work.
But see, here's what I have an issue with, because if we wasn't going through this kind of cigarette thing, I would be inclined to agree with you. You know, they didn't know, and as time has progressed, we've evolved. But let's also be very clear that those drugs are already banned, right? They're already banned. So they're already illegal. So if you ban cigarettes, you're going to turn something that was legal and make it now illegal. You already know from experience.
Let me explain. No. So let me explain that. So I'm glad you brought that up, because now I remember. That's not true. It's only illegal if a manufacturer gave it to you. So regular people like you and Smells traded, like getting cigarettes from somewhere else, maybe outside the country, and or you stocked up and you're selling your cigarettes or pass them. You know, no, it's not contraband. It's only illegal if you buy from a manufacturing company.
So, question: can these companies sell?
No.
Any type of can they sell tobacco still? Can they sell? It
just can't be menthol. It just can't be menthol. It could be anything but menthol.
But can they sell menthol tips?
No, I know.
Let's say they're not selling the whole cigarette. They're not selling you a pack of menthol cigarettes, but they come out with a new invention, menthol tips. Is that going to be banned too? I think the problem.
No. So I think the problem, and maybe I read it over, but I think the problem is just menthol. I think anything with menthol is banned.
Okay.
Yeah. So only they can't sell it and distribute it and advertise and all that type of shit. If you go on Facebook, from what I read, if you go on Facebook and say, "Hey, I got these menthol cigarettes, I'm charging my money," you can't get in trouble. They're not seen as illegal to carry or use.
Okay. But what I was getting at, even if they're not illegal, not that you'll get locked up for use. No, I wasn't really going there with it, but just the ban period. So they're banned. So it's going to be harder for you to get access to them. So for the people that can get access and, you know, they're not manufactured, they're going to be higher because they're harder to come by. And also, at the end of the day, like, we already know. So you're saying that people can know what the government is pretty much saying is companies can no longer profit off of exploiting, you know, the Black community, even though they've already had the ample, you know, years and opportunities to exploit. So they can no longer do it now, but you can still continue to be addicted and use it. And we're not necessarily going to provide you any treatment, even though we know you've been exploited. I don't really consider that evolving and evolution.
Like, I don't know about the rehabilitation process. I haven't read that, so I can't say that they don't have it. I haven't read that, you know, and that was the main focus of the article. Okay, the article was focused on the ban, like that seems to be trending, that's hot. So the rehabilitation process, the programs, I have not read that, but I can't say that it's not there either.
Okay. But yeah, other than that, I mean, I'm not against it. I'm not upset about it. Actually, I thought it was signed into law, and that was another reason why I was like, I said, I want to quit before it's just snatched. I want it to be my choice. You know what I'm saying? Versus by force.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to remember with the drugs too, though. With the drugs and stuff, you know, this is, we talked about Reagan, you know, Reagan at the time, he was promising tax cuts to the rich and to throw all the crack users in jail, and, you know, to win the election, they was putting out that stuff. Even Clinton and the other ones did the same thing. Yeah, but they used that because, see, that's the way the nation was moving.
You gotta come with that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You go along with the majority, you know, and see. So that, I mean, we got to look at that too. You know, does that play into it? Because I haven't done a lot of research, so I don't know. But I'm just saying, you know, we have to look at those tactics too, because we know they use those tactics also. You know what I'm saying?
Now they did. Yeah. If you want to get voted in as a president, you got to be tough on crime. And a crack epidemic, you know, white America didn't want that to spill into their community. So like, yo, put them in, you know, get their ass, put them in check. So
I think
everybody had to come with that.
Civil rights with Nixon.
Yeah.
Civil rights. I think.
I think he provided he was the base, and Reagan stepped on it, and then you know Biden took it and ran with it.
Well, don't forget Clinton.
Well, when I say Biden, that's Democrats.
Yeah.
Because it was a Biden bill that Clinton adopted. So it was
right.
Biden written it up. So when I say Biden, I'm talking about the Democrat Party, period.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, though. There's pros and cons to a lot of these things because it's not one size fits all. So although the bill did serve a purpose, as I always speak on, a lot of these bills, Amber and Indigenous, whoever's listening, still up. A lot of these bills are not written for drugs in mind, okay? Because the 94 crime bill, that's the false name. It's called the Violent Act Bill, something like that. Violence, stop and frisk, violence. It spills over to other things too, Amber, other offenses. But the main thing is they address violence, and they're always successful in stopping the violence. It's the other shit that people get locked up for where the bill failed to, you know, stop crime. But
it was kind of like they cast
pretty,
they net too wide. You caught what you needed, but you also caught a whole lot of bullshit that you didn't need.
Right. And with that part is with, in this one say strategical, you got people with their agendas in law enforcement who know there's a gray area, and they will use that for their own purposes. Like, you know, the what's that called? The narcs. They'll go in and say, hey, we can use this shit to get more drugs. And so they use that, and they take on the incentives of the state. State has incentives to like, hey, you take on this, we'll fund you. And then, you know, they buy into it. They want the money. And that's how it happens. And as you know, we got a drug problem as far as being locked up for drugs, you know, getting football years for small quantities, you know, when it's supposed to be addressing violence. Like they solved the problem of violence, and now you're fucking with drug dealers and petty other crimes. And that's the problem, because stop and frisk was very successful in what it was supposed to do, was stop crime. The crime went down. Okay, the communities were safer, but it started to harass working people like you and I, and that's why I got shut down. So it's still up and running. It didn't get shut down all the way, but it got shut down where it's no longer talked about, because that's how much it got shut down. Because when a cop pull you over now, he got to fill out so much paperwork that he ain't even trying to stop you.
Yeah.
Or if they do stop you, they trying to figure out what you did wrong, because you gonna get this because they be having to fill out paperwork even if they don't give a ticket. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. Right. No, of course. And look, 90% of top stops with no ticket. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like they kind of already knew you're not getting a ticket. So it's a lot of stuff that cop got to justify to stop. And a lot of guys, like that got tagged to their, what's that called? Tagged to their portfolio, I could say, like a better word. And that's not a good look. If that cop was caught in, like, let's say the internal affairs investigating them, they're gonna bring that shit up too. So cops kind of ain't want that in their background, so they just kind of left it alone. It's funny, you're crazy now. But so they righted it wrong. So Amber, they righted it wrong. That was too late. The damage is already done.
But that's kind of what I'm saying with this too. Like, y'all keep. Do we think it's a mistake that they keep righting their wrongs after the damage is already done, or is it just exploit Black people, do damage, and then turn around and be like, "Oh, we didn't even know it. We didn't know we was doing that, and we're sorry, and now we're changing." You see what I'm saying? Like,
and what you think?
Let me add. You know what I think. And
I know you wanted to. That's why I said it.
Yeah,
on numerous occasions. you know what I think, Amber, because you heard me say it too many times not to know. They create the motherfucking problem, and then they are devilish enough to come back and offer you the motherfucking solution.
Now,
That's what they do. That's the game.
IBM, I'm gonna have to call you out though, because earlier you read a Bible scripture.
What? I'm a Christian.
I know, but ain't that what God do? God created the problem. Then He the solution to the problem. I mean,
hey, we made in His image, so I guess we just doing the same shit, huh?
God created the problem, you find a solution.
Yeah.
Yep. You ain't finna piss on my head and call it rain.
He created the devil and then said. He created the devil and he said, "I'm not the author of confusion."
Right. And then look. He created the devil and said he created him. He put the serpent in the garden with two kids who were just born. They know nothing about evil. Nothing. Okay. He didn't even tell him that was out there. No, he set him up lovely. And then it reads that the serpent is more wise and subtle than any beast of the field. This is the best that God could put in the garden with two gullible kids. Right, well, all the way.
You got to remember first. The devil persuaded the snake with smooth talk. All right, I heard you just smooth. It was not smooth about that. He just told facts. See, now you got to drop that little rhetoric. That talking point. That's not a fact. That's not
okay, dude. He said nothing smooth. All he asked her, what did God tell him about the tree of life and the tree of good and evil, right? And then when he went to explain, he said, "Oh, that's not true." He said, "Nah, they not smooth talk about it, but he ain't smooth talker." He told a fact. He said, "What God knows, what you don't know. If you eat of it, you will become like Him." And that was a fact. Even God said the same shit when they ate it. He said they became like us.
Now they are one of us. Yeah.
Right. So everything the serpent said was a fact.
No, he said he took first. The first thing. Hold on.
He's the problem. All he did was
the first thing that the serpent told him, it said, "You will not surely die."
They didn't. They did not die. Did they? Did they die?
Unbiased. Did they die?
Yeah. Did they? When they ate the fruit, did they die?
See, this is where. I'm telling you,
brother, I'm asking.
I'm calling out names. Hold on, let me finish my rant because I've been on this shit. I've been hearing them talking.
No. Come on, let's not do the rant shit. It's late. I'm tired. You're tired.
I'm not ranting. I'm just gonna give you a quick understanding of what's going on here, brother.
Wait.
Because I know what's going on.
Wait, indigenous, relax. Nothing you're gonna say is any different than anybody else that talks this doom doctrine and shit.
Okay,
I'm aware of all of it.
Let me say it.
No, wait, no. Well, hold on. We're just having fun. We ain't really serious about this stupid shit.
I know.
But I do want to say everything the serpent said, they did not die when they ate it. They died some 100 years later. So everything he said was true. And then God confirmed it later.
Yeah. He didn't say that you're going to die today. He said you would surely die. Okay. So guess what? No, hold on. No, wait a minute, Amber. No, wait a minute. I'm gonna set this shit straight for y'all right now. All right. So y'all stop asking all these stupid ass questions. All right. Now, if your daddy tells you that there's a box over here and it's got a gun in it, now every other box is for every other box is here for you to grab food, this, that, and the other. Don't touch that motherfucking box, right? So you take your stupid ass over there with your free will and eat of it. That is your fault. Now, secondly, God said He didn't want them to eat of the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? So then there was things that God didn't want them to know. One of them was sin. The second motherfucking thing He didn't want them to know was death. Okay? If they'd have never ate off of that fucking tree, they never would have died. So when He said, "You will surely die," He meant it, and they fucking died in the most miserable way.
Okay, so I can I please?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So first off, with the whole daddy and all this food, and then the box with a gun in it, if you just say, if I was to have a small child,
well, these
and
are
I
grown
got,
people, so we're not talking about small kids. We're talking about
but
two grown-ass people.
They were brand new to the world, bro. They were
they're brand new
created
to the world,
created by God,
and
right?
they're naive. Again, they're naive, right? That
But
was the
you know
whole.
what
That's
you're
the
not
whole point.
supposed to do. You had a rule. You had
Hold
rules.
on, IBM, you cutting in. You cutting in.
Right.
Let's take. We're gonna take an adult. We're gonna take a mentally disabled adult, right? They ain't all the way off, but they're a little off. We're gonna take one of them, since you got to have a grown up. But at the end of the day, if you tell anyone, don't touch this, you know what the gun is, you know what the gun can do, but you just tell them don't touch it without telling them why they can't touch it and what the gun can do.
He said, because you will surely die.
They don't even have a perception of death, though. Death don't exist until they die, right? So they don't even have a perception of death. What is that?
And they had no idea what death is, bro.
Right. Because they were the first humans on the earth.
Exactly.
I mean, creations of
So
God.
to tell them,
that's not a real threat.
Tell them, don't touch this or you'll surely die. What does that mean to me? I don't even know what death is. I don't even know what that is.
Right.
I don't know what this tree got going on. I don't know what death is. I don't know what. I'm completely green. So the person that comes and explains things to me, oh, okay, well, that's what they mean. But either way, that's my point. Anytime you put someone around something and tell them not to do it, you have to give them the context as to why. That's important. That's going to help them decide whether or not doing this thing is worth doing it. So it ain't their fault. They was ill informed. They weren't given all the information they needed.
They was lied to.
But the second thing, well, again, God gave them the expectation to do as he say, but he didn't give them the full scope of what the consequence could be. Again, they didn't have a perception of death or any of that. So I would say that's a mistake that God made. But at the end of the day, if you go back to your second point, which was help me out. It wouldn't have had, he didn't want them to know death. Yeah, they wouldn't have died had they not ate it.
If they wouldn't have ate it. That's right.
We don't know that for a fact, because guess what? They ate it. We don't know if God was telling them, don't eat it so you'll surely die. And whole time he knew they was gonna die anyway. We don't know, because the story didn't play out that way. We can assume based off the narrative that God is all knowing, all powerful, and his word is all of this. That's what we can assume based off the narrative. But if we're going to be fair and reasonable and logical, we do not know, because that's not the outcome. They did eat of it. So we don't know.
Well, he didn't want them to know it. We do know that, because he told them not to eat. So he didn't want them to know. Because like I said, I mean, we don't know if he was building a ghetto heaven. See? And if it was me, I'm going to tell you just like this. This is what I'd have said. If it was me and she brought that fucking fruit to me, I'd have told her, fuck you, bitch, and take another rib, God. I'm going to go back over here and play fetch with this motherfucking Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fuck that bitch. Get her up out of here.
But God is
simple
perfect. God's not.
You have free. No, you have free will.
He's perfect.
Adam
he's
had free will to say. No, Adam could have said, "Get her out of here."
So what if
Adam had free will?
But what if God said? Okay, because you didn't want Eve, I'm going to create Steve.
Well, I mean,
would you be?
That's the first two people back down. If he said some shit like that now, I'd be like, "You ain't God, motherfucker." That's what I say. But
God created all wickedness.
Yeah, but see, look, no, God created
Steve or Steve, you, and there's Steve or Steve. Which one you want?
It's amazing.
Hold on,
she gets the blame.
Wait a minute.
God created Adam and then created her from Adam. Everything that she is a direct
part of him. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't see how she can be the blame. She didn't even ask to be here.
Oh no, she's not. No, I didn't say she was to blame.
Yeah,
she was the weaker vessel who the devil went after in food. You know, but
the weaker vessel.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hold on. Please
at the same time,
please read.
At the same time, Adam was even weaker because he had spent more time dealing with God. So Adam was even weaker in that process. You know, and by doing what he did too. You know, they both was dead wrong. Neither one of them are blameless. You know what I'm saying? And they both are the reason why, you know, to me, part of my religion and my belief.
Says.
What?
That's not what the Bible says, though. That sounds cute from you, but the way the Bible's written, that's not what it says. It blames Eve.
Well, no, there's blame on Adam too. Yeah, there's blame on Adam too, because like I said.
Can you give me that verse real quick where Adam's blamed for what happened in the garden? Because I can give you.
I ain't got it right now.
And you're not gonna have it later. But
no, you already did. You gave it to me. I remember that one.
Okay, cool. So
she was the one that was deceived by the serpent.
Yeah. So we know for a fact the Bible blames Eve for what happened in the garden, and Adam had impunity. He didn't get charged at all.
He took the fruit and ate. He took the fruit and ate, and the cherubs ran him out, because if they'd have ate again, then they would have become immortal, and they would have suffered the same. They would have had to suffer the same type of punishment as Satan did. So he saved them from that. Sent to the bottom of the pit. Sent to hell, the bottom of the pit. He was sent out of heaven to the bottom of the pit, brother.
But how's that a punishment when he's the God of that shit? And if you die and you did some bad shit, you go there. Like, he got slaves. Like, that's like the life. That's like a slave master. You get free labor.
Actually, he got promoted. Shit, he went from being the second nigga in charge to being the top nigga in charge downstairs.
Well, he was third. He was up under Jesus. So you got to remember that. So he was the
but Jesus hadn't even existed yet. Jesus hadn't even.
Oh yes, he did.
Yet.
Oh yes, he did. Oh yes, he did.
So listen, hold on.
What did God tell you? Hold on. Who is Jesus? What did God tell you Jesus is? The Word of God. So you know what? When your Big Bang Theory happened, that's when Jesus was created. Let there be light.
Hold on. IBM.
It tells you in the book that Jesus was an angel. I could give you the scripture for that. Now, if you'd like to hear it, I could give you the scripture.
Jesus was the Word of God and the angel and all of that.
The council that he was talking to when he said, "Let us make man."
So it was. You saying it was a concerted
That's his council, the angels, his creation. Just like Adam and Eve was a creation, they was not born of man. They are sons and daughters of God. That's what that means. A special creation of God.
Hold on.
What?
I'm going to challenge that one. Let's make man shit. I'm going to challenge you. All right, my man. Was Satan also an angel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was on.
Okay, hold on. Before he turned his back on God, was he a high-ranking angel?
Oh, one of the top. He was right below Jesus. He was like the third in line.
Stop. Where do you read in the Bible where Satan was an angel below Jesus? Can you find me that scripture?
Yeah, hold on. I got it here.
So Amber, my whole point is when he said, "Let us make man," if he was talking to any angels, that can be Satan right there. He was talking to. Nothing in the Bible reads he was talking to Jesus. Jesus was a high-ranking angel, so was Michael, and so was Satan. So when he said us, that could have been Satan, Michael, and Jesus right there.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing excludes Satan in that. Let us. Okay. So if you say Jesus, I'm gonna say Satan.
Yeah, your question was. I'm sorry. What was it again?
Yeah. Where can you read that Jesus was a higher ranking angel than Satan?
Hold on. I'm looking real quick.
Because according to what I know, that they both was top dogs.
Oh yeah, but Jesus was. You know, he.
Can you read that? Can you read that?
Hold on. Let me give you an title. We all know that this to be true. Hold on. No, it's not an opinion. It's a scripture, but I don't know exactly which one it is. But when he calls Lucifer the light of the morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he calls Lucifer the light of the morning in the scripture. Guess what he calls Jesus?
What? The light of the morning,
or the star of the morning, or whatever. The bright. Light of the morning. He gives Jesus extra title on top of.
No. I see that as equality. I see him saying they both on the same level.
That's what you said.
Twins almost.
Yeah, twins almost. They was. Jesus, the devil was adorned with, he was adorned with all the stones and everything. He was one of the most precious, most loved, most beautiful angels in heaven, but he was the accuser. But it was a dream, Unbiased. That's what it was. It was a scripture.
But wasn't Jesus? But wasn't Jesus also the accuser?
No, he's the Word.
Okay, got it. So when you say accuser, explain that to me.
Well, it's like when people go to heaven, he's accusing them, and trying to find reason for them not to, that type of guy. What does the devil mean? And it's a definition. I didn't come here to talk about the Bible right now.
Okay, now I don't read the damn thing, but I know the story still.
I got a question. Yeah. Maybe it's a dumb question, but I still got a question. So, if Jesus is the Word of God and he existed even as an angel, did it only become the living Word of God after he was born?
No. See, he was made in God's image. Now, people say when you think about an image, yeah, exactly. But when we think of image, we're thinking about likeness, right? So, but we're also thinking about looks, right? But is it your word? You, an image. If you talk and the way you speak and how you put your words together and things of that nature, isn't that pretty, kind of individual?
I know, but
to people?
isn't that like a title that they call him after or in preparation, the living Word of God, and it was speaking to when he actually came to earth as man?
It would take anything away? You said, would it take anything away from him coming to earth being a man?
I mean, not necessarily that it would take anything away from him coming to earth, but I'm like, if it wasn't living before and it becomes the living Word of God through him coming to earth as a man, then what was it before?
Hold on, I got that scripture too. Damn. Wait a minute. It was for what was about to come, what God wanted. It wasn't like he was changing the scripture, but you're more people on the earth, you got more people, stuff like that. Jesus came down. He didn't change the dietary laws and say eat these things, but to sort of like what the Catholics do today, they were trying to get the Gentiles. Well, they weren't trying to. The Gentiles wanted to convert, and they believed in Jesus, just right along with the Hellenists. They was convert too. People say that the Greek Bible comes from there. They don't know shit about what they're talking about. It comes from Antioch. That was the first Christian church. That's up in Turkey. That whole strip right there on the Mediterranean, from Turkey, Nazareth, Bethlehem, all that right there. That was all Christian, all black people. It says in the Bible, Acts 13:1. But hold on, I'm still trying to find the scripture. I got it, and I'll definitely have it for you if we do something tomorrow. But I'm trying to find it right now for you. I'm definitely trying to find it right now, because I have that. I just wrote that down the other day. But witness you, I wrote it. It might. I have to look through, because I got 3 different windows open with all kinds of bookmarks at the top. I might have to go on that. Might be where I have it too. But yeah, it says it. It says that about Jesus being the top angel, Lucifer, the light of the morning. But how can you? This is me talking. It says Lucifer was light of the morning, but how can a falling star be a light to us any longer? Adam. And then I found another scripture that had me laughing. I don't know if it's real or not, but it's called I think it's the Apocalypse of Moses, and it's the Adam and Eve story. And they said the animals. There was a story in there where the animals was talking to Eve. The animals get ready to attack Eve, and her and Seth was walking, and the animals get ready to attack her, and she was like, Seth jumped to, hey man, what the hell's wrong with you? Didn't God give us dominion over y'all and blah blah blah? And he said, yeah, but we out to guard. Basically what he's saying is, we out to guard now, and it was y'all's fault. So we're highly upset with you right now. As I'm gonna attack you. You know what I'm saying?
They was ready to run at that. So but my thing is, why did the animals get put out the garden? Damn, everybody had to go. They didn't even
That's
do
what
shit.
I'm saying. Yeah, that's what the animals were saying too. And they also just sent me a text and said, we ain't sick, you lying motherfuckers. We keep on saying bird flu, avian, swine flu, mad cow. They just sent me a text there and said, we ain't sick, you lying motherfuckers. But, damn, I can't find it. I'll have it for you tomorrow, though, Bias. I promise you. That'll be the first thing that I do when I get off here is find that scripture for you, brother. There's scriptures out there, but see, we play around with the Bible. It's just like, I was watching Sinetta the other day, and they talking about the tree of life and all this stuff. And, we was like God, and that was a good thing. What was wrong with that? It was a motherfucking rule. Go ahead and break a rule in the community and see if you don't get punished.
But most
you're
people,
breaking, you're taking
you have to
you're taking away your longevity. No, you're taking away.
But you have to understand.
God did not want you to know death or sin. That's why he told you don't eat from that fucking tree. It ain't because he didn't want you to be like him. It's because he didn't want you to have to suffer death.
Now,
and he did not want you to know sin.
IBM. You talk
so
about
after
suppression.
they ate, what did he tell her? You will surely die.
IBM. You talk about suppression of information all the time. He suppressed the information they needed to know to make an informed decision.
But
they didn't have all the facts.
You got the rule, though. You got the rule.
So we don't need to know why the rule exists. We don't need to know why the rule exists.
I just told you why.
Nah.
I just told you exactly why. If you tell your son, tell your kid,
hold on. You don't find that odd? Like now we get to know the rule after they done broke the rule. Why he ain't want him to have it? Like that don't sound like bullshit to you? Like if it was a toxic.
It sounds like hard-headed free will, just like the devil. He gave the devil free will because he wouldn't have been able to dance and prance and do the dumb shit he did in heaven to get kicked out. So he's giving you free will. He gave the angels free will, obviously, because Satan wouldn't have been able to do the shit that he did. And then he gave man free will. And what do we do with it? We don't fucking listen. He could have been trying to make a ghetto heaven right there for us. He didn't want us to die. And he didn't want us to know sin. So we could have been sitting there living with the animals in peace and all this shit forever, and ever. But these motherfuckers, just like every other man on this goddamn planet, man and woman, hard-headed and don't listen. Look at Sodom and Gomorrah.
You can go live with the animals in peace, IBM. You can go live with the animals in peace.
Shit, they biting and shit now. They hostile towards us. They mad at the motherfucker too. They just can't tell us.
They was just talking shit back in the day.
No, they was friendly. They was all friends. We was all friends.
Yeah,
they was eating, they wasn't eating each other and shit. And then when they get kicked out the garden, these motherfuckers get attitudes and start turning hostile towards us. Why? Because we got them kicked out the motherfucking garden. And they might still have stories coming down the pipeline from their ancestors on how beautiful it was and things going on. And then gets in their head and they get mad and they want to come over and bite you. Skunks want to piss on you. Dogs want to bite you, and camels want to spit on you, and the bears want to eat your ass because we could be in the garden right now playing fetch with the dinosaurs, and instead we out here suffering.
We could have been in that thing playing Bill Wiz, huh?
We could have been ghetto heaven. Get to heaven. But see, like I said, you got things. People give you rules for a reason, and you don't follow them. Don't blame the motherfucker who gave you the rule. Blame the motherfucker who broke it.
But
you
again,
giving you everything that you need.
I'm not gonna blame the people that broke it when they didn't even understand why the rule existed. I think that you need to know why the rule exists in order to make an informed decision on whether you should break it or not. I think if they were better informed, they wouldn't have broke the rule. So
They
I
was
low
well
key have to.
informed. When you're speaking directly to God, you're not reading this shit out of a scripture. You're not reading it out the book. You're talking directly to the Most High. He is giving you instructions from his own goddamn mouth, and you can't follow.
He's not the best communicator though. Like he didn't communicate. He didn't want to be vulnerable with them. He didn't want to be vulnerable and tell them why he ain't want them to do it. He just want them to listen to what he said. And then he got mad when they didn't listen to what he said, when they didn't even understand. Like I don't even know what death is. So you telling me that I'll surely die? Like, okay, that shit sounds fun as fuck. Like I'm with it. They like die.
Until Adam started dying. Yep, until Adam started dying, and they see that shit wasn't funny no more. You know.
I mean, but again,
they see that shit wasn't funny no more.
They didn't know. Like you ain't never heard something. You like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. So you find out it's some fucked up shit. Like, oh damn, I thought it was something else by the way it sounded. I didn't even know that's what you was talking about. I'm pretty sure shit that probably sounded lit as hell. That shit sounded like a good time to them. They're like, I'll surely die. Like it's a bet.
Yeah. But you be like God, you know. She took that. Her pride took over, and she wanted to be like God, you know. And look what happened.
But how did she want to be like God when she didn't even understand what God was like? That's what I'm saying. Like,
well, she does. She did because she lived there. She knew what God was like. She was talking to him.
Apple, right? So
she was talking to the man. The Most High directly, man. It wasn't like they was reading this out of scriptures and had to question on what they talking about like we got to do today.
But you don't.
He stopped talking to us a long time ago. But at that time, he was talking directly to them.
I know, but you don't think it's problematic that you have a better understanding from the scripture? And truth be told, me personally, I don't feel like he gave him enough information. But you feel like you have a better understanding from the scriptures than they had from actually talking to him. That man is a horrible communicator. I'm just saying.
You crazy. That's a good point, though. But you know what I'm saying? You could use that as a point. But I think that he was, having dailies with him. Daily conversations, what you shouldn't do. You naming the animals. He might even been giving pointers on, I don't know. But at the same time, when you got all that going on for you and you ain't got to worry about dying, you ain't got to worry about the sin, where would you rather be, here or there?
But you named the animals. What do you say about the animals to Adam and Eve?
Oh, well, I said when the animals, it was in, the thing is, it's a book. I don't know if it's who it read.
No.
I ain't never heard of it.
The only book I reference is the Bible. Okay, that's it. So, So what do you tell them about the animals, Adam and Eve?
What did he tell animals?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say he was naming the animals.
No, did he give them a dietary law?
Oh no! I mean, no. He was providing for them right there what they needed.
Yeah,
animals wasn't even eating each other. They wasn't eating each other either. It wasn't none of that cannibalism shit going on in the garden.
So he didn't eat any animals?
No.
Adam and Eve didn't eat animals?
Oh, I don't. If you know a scripture, I've never heard of a scripture of them eating animals in the garden.
They was eating pork like crazy, man. Right in God's garden. Right in God's garden.
That's where ham come from then. That's where the name ham come from. They was eating ham sandwiches. That's terrible, buddy. You're going to hell for that one.
Yeah, I seem to be a little
child.
Well, I mean, it's all how you look at it. It's one thing to be given the world and then not know that you got it or some shit like y'all saying, or you be given the world and not appreciate it. How about that?
Yeah,
that sounds a little bit better to me.
I think they didn't even know that they had the world. Like they had just got there. Like they didn't even get a chance to really see the world. Like they literally just got there. And he gonna let them loose. Like that's a little negligent too. But I ain't gonna say nothing. It's a little negligent, but I mean, I guess, and he definitely is a man because a black mama would have knew. Y'all too quiet. What y'all over there doing?
That's right. That's right.
Y'all fucking with that tree I told you not to touch. Leave it alone.
So you think they was white, Amber?
I think he definitely had to be. Shit,
They was
even
ready.
if they
He said they was
wasn't.
ready, like he said they was red and ready like the clay.
She said he had to be.
He definitely had to be. He making rules and they don't need to know. I mean, if you it sound like slavery.
So he was white.
I'm
She
just
was black.
saying. But,
hold on, let me get an understanding. He was white. She was black. He told her, "Get the fuck away from that tree." He said, "Fuck you, motherfucker. You don't tell me what to do." I mean, how'd it go?
Mm-hmm. She emancipating them. She emancipating them from. She emancipating them. Like, we ain't finna be
From
up under this bondage.
Yeah, he just emancipating from the garden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's terrible. But here's the scripture right here. It says, "And when
whoever knew niggas love gardens so much? I didn't even know y'all niggas be in the gardens and shit like this. But y'all really salty about getting put out that garden. Like y'all, the men be boiling.
Like
I never knew.
Yeah,
I never knew y'all like gardens.
If it was me, that's what I said. I've got my shit. Let me get in a situation. Put me in a situation like that. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I'm gonna stay right here. You take that bitch wherever the fuck you want to. And I'm calling that because she's trying to get me kicked out the garden, cursing. But get that bitch up out of here and take another rib.
Oh, you finna be in some board? I thought he made the rules. If he say this your woman, this your woman. I don't care.
No, look, he told me not to eat from that motherfucking tree. Just because you brought it over here, you think I'm gonna eat it? You probably put the cat on me and everything else, put the whip on me, and try to get me to eat and all that shit. I'm still gonna, and I'm gonna look at it and be like, I'm gonna be like, hold up, is that
matter of fact?
No, hell no, get up off me and take your ass.
Apple ain't an apple at all. What if? So what if the apple was the apple bottom, and he got caught eating ass?
That's what I said. I think she got the fruit, and then she ate off of it, and then she went over and got naked because she could see herself. She could see herself nude. That's why they covered herself up after they ate. But she could see her sexuality, and she knew a couple things about what she could do with it. And she went over there and put that thing on him. And then while they was in the middle of getting it in, she slid a piece in his mouth. But no, they said he ate. He ate just like her. Well, hold on, let me read the scripture. Luke 2:21. And when 8 days were accomplished for the circumcising of the child, his name was called Jesus, which was so named of the angel before he was conceived in the womb. Luke 2:21. And that's not the only scripture, but that's just the one I'll give you right now. So I tell you right there, he was an angel. In the scripture. By the scripture is what I'm going by, not, science or, I'm talking about what it says in the scriptures. Too many of the people get on here like Pastor Bennett.
We definitely know that science ain't said that.
This one, that one, and the other one. Niggas don't be talking about this shit. I could even tell you where the Garden of Eden was. Just by what it says in the Bible. Well, there was the River Havilah. We know the Euphrates. That's one of the rivers that we know exists. But the one that was on the outside of Assyria was it? I don't know. It was the first one was Gideon, and that one there's no more River Gideon, but it says it flowed right past Havilah. And when I looked up Havilah is between the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf over there. So it's down at the bottom of that. What would you call that? Where the land comes down to a peninsula type deal down there at the end of the Red Sea. Yeah. So that sits right there. Now we know that these people named their lands after their children. Okay. So Havilah was the child of Ham, and I found Havilah, and the river that runs by that got the name of it too. And then the other one, the one that it tells you where it runs, around Ethiopia. And at the time, see, this is another thing that I want to get into it because a lot of people is ignorant to the fact that Ethiopia consisted of the Middle East, all the way over to India and all the way up to China at one point in time. So all these people was 10, all these people were 1 at one time. But see, y'all, they don't go back that far. They don't know this, and now you're going to start hearing them talk about it. You're going to start hearing them talk about, you already heard them start talking about Negro
You
land.
already know they be stealing your talking points.
Oh, I know. I already asked Garfield last year. I said, what about Negro land, Garfield? Oh, I ain't talking about. Now I hear Naphtali talking about Negro land. But what they don't know was that was Upper and Lower Ethiopia at one time, before it was Negro land. You see? And this is the progression of the maps of Africa, you know, in those areas. But we know that Ham's people was over there, Havilah. We know Shem's people was over there. They was all living together. And Ham came into Africa. And his people was Ethiopia. You know, Cush. You know? So they're all the same people. This 12 tribes chart bullshit, it's uncle, brother, and son bullshit. Because all of them kin. It ain't no different bloodlines, because if you, with your brother, I mean, your bloodline's a little bit different, but you took so much from your mom and took so much from your dad. Your brother might have took a little more from your dad than he took from your mom, but y'all still made up of the same motherfucking thing. So why do you need to be a tribe when you're a brother? You got a fucking brother right here. You gonna make him a tribe too, but you got the lands of, you've got all these names down there that still some of the names down there today are of these ancestors of of these people here, you know. But Ethiopia extended all the way out to China and fucking India. So until they figure that part out, they won't get shit right. See? But you got to go back to the beginning of this shit, when the lands was passed down to these people. The Canaanite land was given to these people. They talk about, oh, they Canaanites. No, those aren't Canaanites. They took the land from the Canaanites. And these are not Hebraic Jews, because most of the Hebraic Jews was killed off. The ones that scattered are the Hellenists. And they were the ones who mixed with every fucking body else and started making up the bullshit, and then came back to Christianity at the Council of Jerusalem in 40 AD. These niggas don't know about this shit either. The first council that was ever created within this religion type setup here, the first council was in the Council of Jerusalem. All the rest of them took how that one was set up and then created their own. That's when the Greeks and Catholics and all them started doing their shit after that. But in 40 AD, that church or the council in Jerusalem, where they was getting ready to kill Paul, and the Hellenists under James, Jesus' brother, they was mad at the Hebraic Jews because they said they wasn't giving out equal amounts of bread when they was going to get food, you know. They said they was, you know, the Hellenists was mad. But you coming over to our shit to convert, and then now you gonna start making fucking rules. Who's that sound like? But anyway, that council right there, and then the first church in the first book, they say the Greeks wrote the Bible. They're a fucking lie. First Bible come from Antioch. Christian, the term Christian comes from Antioch. Now, Christianity is a more modern man-made thing, just like the apostles to the apostle. How you say the apostolic church?
Apostolic.
Just like, yeah, apostolic. Just like John was a baptizer. That wasn't his fucking religion. That was his job. But then they make a religion, man-made baptism, or the Baptist church. God didn't say nothing to be holy and righteous. He didn't say be a Baptist, Muslim, Christian, none of that bullshit. But man took, and they, you know, but at the beginning, at the inception, there's usually good meanings behind it. But then as it gets, you know, they kill off the Hebraic Jews who lived in the land and know that their forefathers was there, to these Hellenists who ran off and lived in Africa and Greece and all these other places. And these people were called Grecians in the Bible, the Hellenists. You got two sets of Jews there. They don't know shit about that. Like I said, ain't none of these niggas out here want this smoke. And I don't care who it is, from what platform. Make sure that they know that. Because When it comes to this history bullshit, y'all fucking up. Y'all, and it seems like to me, at first it would seem like they was doing it because, you know, they didn't understand. And I thought they was just lost and, you know, need a little guidance. But no, now, after all these fucking years, I know it ain't because you lost. Now I'm really looking at you side-eyed, wondering what the fuck it really is that you're doing out here, misleading the people. As you sitting here talking all this, you know, using big words and ain't nobody looking shit up and they just following your fucking word, following you to hell. Because that's where you going with your bullshit. And you keep playing and they gonna follow you and they gonna end up there with you. Instead of doing their own goddamn work and you know, choosing their own path. They gonna take your path with you and end up where you at. And that goes to the preachers and all the rest of these. Anyway, but like I said, there's too much of this nonsense going on. And there's timelines on all this shit. So we could put timelines on, you know, Nebuchadnezzar. We could put timelines on Nimrod. We know the lineage. We know where they come into play and around where they come into play. We know where Atmos comes into play, like around the 1500s. And then we know that the Grecians, I mean, Alexander took over right there about 336 BC. And then that's where you get the Ptolemies. And they're bullshit. Arsinoe I and Ptolemy I, brothers and sisters marrying each other so they could be rulers of Upper and Lower Ethiopia. Or Egypt, I'm sorry. But do you hear this? No, you won't. But I guarantee you, as soon as I present the motherfucker, 2 years later, the niggas will be talking about like they doing now. Like you got your boy talking about social construct and scientific racism now, to where back before it wasn't none of that shit. It was just, you know, real talk, and they wasn't doing none of that. Yeah, like I said, I know it, but see, I don't care. Just as long as my information gets out there, I don't care who says it. I'm not looking. I told Nepal when she was like, "Why don't you come on Sarnetta and do the show?" I said, "I appreciate it, but I don't want no fame. I just want my information to get out there. I'd rather give it to somebody who would put it out there. You don't have to do the work. The work's already done for you. The only thing you got to do is present it. You can look over it, you know, change it or whatever. I just wanted to get out there. I'm not worried about fame and fortune. I'm not getting paid off of this bullshit, and I'm living fine. You know, I appreciate what God's giving me. So it ain't like I'm living at large either. It's just the point. Like I said, I don't need all that shit. Flashy cars. I'll buy me a car, take the engine out the motherfucker, put a new engine in it, put new suspension, all that shit. That motherfucker will run me for 10 years and I can drive wherever the hell I want to. And I don't give a shit about a name brand. You out here walking around with people's brands on your fucking back, and the only thing you're doing is advertising for them. So what does that make you? The consumer who's walking around advertising massive shit. That's what it makes you. Promoting their brand instead of your own. See? And you don't let them control your brand either. Because if you control your brand, they control your life. They control you. But they control their brands, got us out here walking around like idiots, clamoring to have them, swear everybody got to have them. Well, I need the Rolex. Man, fuck you and that Rolex. Ain't nobody worried. I'm not impressed. I am not impressed. I think that's an ignorant ass buy, if you ask me. You know, you could have put that money towards something way more beneficial. But you want to come out here and shine and do it. Man, I get more attention in a fucking plastic bag than most of these motherfuckers out here dressed up in their little bling bling and all that retarded shit, because they ain't about shit. The only thing you got is your bling bling and shit. That's what draws people to you. You can talk about a bag. Talk about any fucking thing else, you can't. Anyway, I'm done. I'm gonna get off here. I know I'm holding you up. Y'all still up? These niggas ain't even up.
I am. Barely.
Oh, okay.
Shit. I ain't gonna lie, I was
I'm sorry.
dozing. I said, oh, he finna rant me on right to sleep.
I'm sorry, Em. But you know, I get upset about this.
Good night, y'all.
At least you honest enough to admit. You were honest enough to admit that they be stealing my shit, and I appreciate you for that.
Oh yeah. I've heard a few things that I know at least I've heard them mentioned by you first, and then
Yeah. Yeah.
They become topics of discussion. So I give credit where credit is due. But
thank you,
honestly,
sister.
I think sometimes you do kind of you'll have a piece of it, you know, like you may present one piece of something and then someone maybe presents that piece plus 3 other pieces. And you'll be like, see, they still in my talking points, and I was the first one. And I'm like, okay, I do remember you saying that, but these other 2 things is new pieces. You know, they've added on, you know.
Yeah.
But
When you,
at the
that's
end
what
of
happens
the
when you
day,
get
no, I'm not
information.
trying to take nothing from you.
So I appreciate you for that. And if Unbiased does this again tomorrow, I'll be back and we can do this again because like I said, I'll have those the scriptures he wanted and a couple other things. Because like I said, I've been trying to get Unbiased to let me come on here and do some stuff. But like I said, he has his own thing he's doing, so and he's working and stuff. So I gotta be patient. But my time will come.
I've been
One
working a
community
night
wanted me to
too,
do.
so I'll probably pop in, but I tend to work at night. I'm gonna try to work during the day. That's why I'm like, let me go ahead and carry my ass to sleep, so I had the energy to work regular hours tomorrow. Cause I tend to do all my work at night, but I'll pop in either way. I'll pop in either way.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and good night, everybody. See y'all. Love y'all, and have a good night.
All right. Good night. I love you guys.
All right. Yeah.